Come here, boy. Help. Where are you going?
A new update hit PUBG on December 4th. Sandhawk's buildings and terrain are fully destructible. A C4 can blow up a building. We challenge you to use explosives creatively in hot drops against some of the best fraggers in the world. Will you accept this challenge?
Yeah, I'm super ready. I mean, it's an exciting mechanic. Panzerfaust, C4, frags, mortar, anything to blow something up. I played a lot of Battlefield, should be fun. If you don't mind me asking, who are my opponents? So do you guys understand the rules?
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. All right. Let's fight.
Show me your mark.
This, example. Only south side.
You know? Yeah, I mean building.
Yeah, no north. Oh, I jumped late. GG, man.
I late too. Whoa.
Oh, nice parachute, bro. I have new gems too.
Ulak. Oh, no gun.
Oh.
Whoa.
Ah! To test the destructible wall.
No.
Just blow open. Oh my god. What? You got dog. Wait, that's OP. That's insane. Oh! Rat, absolute rat, this guy.
How did you kill it?
I
Blew up the wall with the grenade.
Ah! I didn't expect that.
I didn't know it would work. I threw one grenade, everything. The two walls, everything. Oh! What?
Sticky bomb.
What? I was leaving. Yeah.
How about solo? Huh? Solo. 1v1? Yeah. Okay. Don't go on nude. I will crush you. So easy clap.
Sorry.
Woo! Hey yo! That's illegal. Oh! Easy. Hush puppies.
Nice sticky bomb. Come, baby.
Okay, bro.
I have surprise for you.
No, you do not.
No,
You have a
I
Panzer?
don't. No.
Oh!
What the
Hello. Sorry. Hello.
Sorry.
Go push. I must.
No. I don't push vector.
Oh! Ooh!
Go get them, Kimas.
Oh! He's cheating! How does he know I'm there? This guy's got wall hacks, man.
Come on, baby.
Oh, I'm quick, boy. I'm fast.
Zaha!
Hey!
Shakalakaboo.
Boom shakalaka.
What? What? What is this like?
Ah, what'd you
I'm coming.
I need grenades.
I'm coming.
No.
Sorry.
The best kill. I think Himas.
This guy.
Yeah, he cooked me in the 1v1. I mean, the odds were stacked against him, you know. He had his back 180 degrees turned to me and he just flicked on me so fast.
开马斯啊，感觉在追着我揍，兄弟，感觉都在追着我打。这个真的。
Siggle's a noob.
Yeah, because he didn't kill Kimas in those situations.
True.
That was fun.
Yeah, the whole thing was a lot of fun, blowing up walls. I think that's going to be a creative mechanic, you know. I hate campers, and that's a camper's worst nightmare.
感覺挺真實的吧，玩進去就很有代入感，還挺好玩的。
Em thấy khá là hay ạ, vì núp trong nhà cũng chết rồi nên là em thấy hay hơn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that like you could just mortar a house across the map twice. The first shell will blow it open, the second shell will blow it up from the inside. So it's definitely going to change a lot.
I agree. 就这些玩法肯定就是会去更多的开发嘛。我还是觉得这个破坏地形挺有意思的。
Em nghĩ là có ạ. Vì thì mình cái tính năng đó là giúp mình công nhà dễ hơn đó, nên là em sẽ.
I thought he would say that I can't screen peek in the competition.
那是最左边那黑锅盾啊，就动不动就往我的屏幕上撇，我都不知道怎么玩，兄弟。
Yeah, I definitely did.
I was just spectating. Spectate mode.
I mean, it was really important that I got mine today. You know, I had to put up a couple kills here because as far as PGCs go, I think these three are like the GOATs.
我说实话，这已经有一个2022年的冠军了，所以说我们先把它排除，应该答案在我们这3个人里面选。
Em nghĩ là Tú Mai chứ không phải em đâu.
Okay.
He agrees. I mean, I hold you all in really high regard. You're all insane players, so it's a pleasure to be here.
Guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
추가할 수가 있다는 말씀이죠.
네네네.
이건 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 ILI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
아예 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
지나는데 문제 없어요. 저희가 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고. 한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 피지, 건전 스피지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
No, I would die. I would be so dead. Sword, like, they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, wait a minute, sir, please.
So I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
Oh wait, that's on camera.
Really?
You had one. Obviously, it's normal to feel nervous. There's a lot of pressure on us, I think, and I think that's what kind of ultimately makes us play bad is the pressure. I don't think that we're a bad team. I think that we're very capable. It's just overcoming like the mental hurdle that we need to play our best.
No, I don't honestly ever feel nervous. I feel like there's a lot of other things in life that are more challenging than PUBG, so I just look at our previous success. I don't dwell on failure.
I think I've just gotten used to the nerves. Like, I think my body still feels it. There's like, physical aspects to nerves. I'm sure I don't need to describe them. But I think mentally, I just don't really care anymore.
Heaven trying to put in something, but H1, oh man, Made lands on top of him. Sonic's in some trouble right now. Tickleton just trying to hold back everybody else, but he goes down. He's going to shift away, go for the drive-by. Trimsy's going to take a couple of bullets towards him, but at least forces him away. You also note that we have Weibo that's got vision inside of this. There's nowhere for the Sonics to go.
We just played scared every game, didn't want to take fights. We suggest something aggressive, we would never go through with it. And then we would just die in between everyone, so.
But yes, unfortunately, as you see here, Sonics, they are going to be going out.
We went home, we all sat down, we talked about like, hey guys, like what went wrong? What went right? Everything that went wrong, we just like wrote down and we practiced and tried to fix to the best of our ability with like the practice we were given.
I think it's important to just have some balance in your life. Go to the gym, hang out with friends, go out to eat.
I have 43, 6, 2, and 1, and I get flipped. Wait, you got third in that game? Yeah.
Zonewall, he's just going to go run over there. Looks like he might just be trying to see if he can step in blue, or he's just shooting at whatever he wants to shoot at. Yep, Batulin's going to take himself out, and that's going to be Sonic.
Meanwhile, Sonics has a great firing line into both teams. Nice shooting. H-Win gets the headshot and the knock.
They do lock it down, so that's going to be another one for the Sonics.
The Sonics coming out hot on Miramar.
I've never had that effective burnout. I've just always enjoyed playing it. Streaming helps a ton. If I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't play the game, but it just makes a fun environment. You know, you talk to your chat, it's like talking to your friends, you know?
Like restructuring ourselves. Especially after Shanghai, we were like, okay, and we made a couple rules for us to follow that would like help us play our roles in game.
We're just really close, and it's easy to talk to everyone, and especially Gunner, like the difference that Gunner makes emotionally and just being around him, like environmentally, it's insane. It's just perfect, to be honest, right now.
Let's set up for more people to pull on the west side.
Yeah, that's how this game wants.
Like, I guess I just need to trust myself and feel like free and liberated.
Yeah, of course. I have full faith in my teammates, and we have one of the best coaches in the world, if not the best, so I know that he'll figure out. It's just going to be hard, you know, you just have to work through it, but I know all of us want to.
Yeah, I think we're a team that's resilient. We've sort of be able to bounce back.
I like my teammates if we want to be a winning team, like, 'cause I want everyone to be putting in the kind of work that we need to be putting in. Next year, I mean, I think we have a winning roster, a winning formula. The goal for next year is just going to be consistency. What really matters is I think that when we bring the best out in each other, we just dominate.
Actually, is going to take him down from some more frags. Filper's taken out.
I mean, right as soon as the vision cleared, you just saw FaZe get so many good sight lines into this. Jeans just creeping his way forward. Souls, he does get vision onto Jeans, so that's going to slow down any form of defense. But it is going to be Jeans' nades that continue to rain down. BB team is eliminated. Looks like they're kind of maneuvering this way, realizing that there's a couple of points to be had for themselves. BB do spot out what's going to be going on, but it's going to be also Example that spots out. Example playing around smokes. This is going to be hard even for Example, but he does take that spiral. Now goes for the peak. This man is unstoppable. A lot of SGD going down. Jeans is also going to go down, but it is a massive cost. Everybody from FaZe has different firing lines into it, and they just...
Gonna get knocked by Spec. Dimix with a drive-by grenade just gets shut down.
Gustav just holding a beautiful angle into this, denying anything that Na'Vi was going to try to produce. Just down the south, Beck spots him out, opens up, easy spray to pick up two.
Let's peace out. And a drop here by Daytrade. Nurin's already a Suju down. Xiaobei able to best Tanadol.
Pretty big problem. Nurin's already spots him up. Daytrade reading a good job of what's going to be going on. Belmont gonna do a quick little juke around. Na'Vi has the opportunity to get at least something off to start this one, but Nuhat in 249 coming around the corner, opens up a big spray, and Na'Vi with nowhere to go. They're gonna get absolutely demolished.
17 wants to fight though. Oh my God, Perfectix.
Inside of the Sandstorm, no fear, Twisted shuts down 17. That is just hungry to have fun. Type's gonna make that one look easy. Picks up two already. Jervis just rushing up the hillside. Molotov's gonna connect on top of it. Jervis in a ton of trouble. SGD presently in 13th, and Jervis is gonna go down. Trogadui is done.
They're gonna try to make a dash, and Posa still gets Tiggleton.
Oh, right here, lines in, and Spiral just rolls the nade right on top. Perfect. Look, EAC feels so bad because he knows. He's like, did I just knock out the Sonics?
Not they succeed in doing so. Great intel of the teammate, but they've lost Tosi.
So this fight will have to come to a head. Tosi, he's got a three-piece Twisted. Gen G, after Tosi dismantled Twisted Minds, they get equally dismantled by Haven and Luna Galaxy. They're starting off nice.
Yet another case of perfect util as well. Double blue zone forced them out of the shackle. Dominate on the backside of the building. Get the double. And speaking of getting a double, Jeeves
on the move, and there you go. Jeeves will finish off TSM.
Back by 17, but they're not fighting. They're not too eager to try and push forward because they have not maybe kept track of everything. Here's Vinny, able to get one, gets the second and the third as well. When they have a MK and a Famas, four great guns. Why not give him them all?
Type.
As Type is able to get something here in the end of it. 1v4 against an onslaught, an armory of great weapons. We'll see if he can do it as he finds the first, finds the second. They're lining it up for him.
We'll at least flush out one against Godby. And now Type is a monster. making his way through the entirety of 4 a.m. But they've got themselves back together. Don't line up for him, boys. He's gonna find another one. Type is now down to a 1v1, but no 4 a.m. will end his reign of terror.
That was the bait. They needed the vehicles to be bait, but now there's no one to come up punish them for going for this fight. They're gonna all be slaughtered. 3-piece for Hagatory.
Take shots over towards TM. They have so much, or TSM, they've got so much to keep their eyes on. James infects the last ones alive. They've got to come down eventually, but that's a big spray from Luke to get the knock-in. FaZe Clan is taken out by TSM. They've got 7 kills.
1v1v2. TSM are the one with the numbers advantage, but I speak too soon. Himas with the crows on hand, able to find one that's going to be one down. Sparking now down to low HP, but is able to find Himas around the corner.
1v1
versus 1, and Sparking with the double.
I just appreciate the fact that it's spread all the way across the first floor. Ooh, there's a good shots coming up from Kuala and the Mad. That's going to be Cerberus eliminated, and more problems starting to mount for Cerberus.
That is devastating there. Cerberus trying to find some kind of entrance into this next circle.
Na'Vi doesn't even really care. They're more confident taking shots over
Oh, no,
VP.
no, no, no!
Right into Flood. He pops off with the Panzerfaust, runs back around on that angle. Now switches over to the AR. He's got to be careful. A lot of shots now drawn over into this area. It's going to be 17 also making a very quick push around over here and just nowhere to go. Falcons eliminated.
BB's just getting slaughtered by Luke. He's got 3 of them already. Gonna swoop in, pick up some freebies.
2 of the members from the Expendables creep in, back behind, seeing if they can backstep what's going on with Na'Vi, but good read off of it. Delwin's trying to find something, but Glorious does go down. Na'Vi starting to get more control over this firefight, but a lot of damage has now been done. Duck Juice juking around on the outside of this one. Summer could have an opportunity. He's got control over the center of the circle, but a lot of down members on both sides. Summer just trying to figure out which one he wants to go after, realizing, okay, this is the Expendables. I'm gonna start buying some points, pick up the downs. Oh, it's good vision, and Sprite gets a knock on 1. Summer's got control over this one. Ferris does manage to take down the Expendables, but it is now a 1v1. No options, no cover. Summer peeking over and over, finally connects, and it's gonna be Petrichor Road that's circle shifts away from the compound's boot. So Hagatory trying to line in, but it is gonna go down. Purdy Curdy does spot him out. Diffex trying to pick up the Ferris right now, but Sparking the last one up for TSM. Tries it, does spot out one. So 1v1, quick exchange. Ferris just narrowly manages to cling to life.
They want to mess with this. At this point, CP on there. Nice hold as we get a replay. Delwin, though, has been brilliant on the flank for the Expendables. Okay, yeah, you got a Panzer. That's a freebie. Glory's finish what TE started there.
We also have Ross that's getting closer and prepped up. Nade could be good. Are they even expecting it to be even close? God throw coming up from Roth. That just sent Expendables to the lobby. They are prepped. Kraken's already down. It was going to be Snakers.
This grenade.
Got it. Nade's going to go. Bounces well. Gets some damage. Posa just not a lot that he can really throw into it, but he's got the gun. He's got the angle. Can he take him down? Buys some points off of it. Posa manages to pick up something. And this side of it is going to be a bit more exposed, but look, Delwin. You've seen him pop off today. He's prepped, ready to go. Mas does get the knock on Glories. Runs in. They want to flush this out. They want the point quick. Are we going to see follow-up? And yes, it is going to be Delwin that manages to pick up one on the other side.
You have to play so differently coming into that late game if you can even get there. But Besto, it's Besto who knocks Himas.
And can we see, do they come out? The Expendables get vision on. Can they tap in the last bit of it? And yes, Tanpu knocks down Haisaki. Does manage to get the knock on Bill first. Can Duckbite survive? No, he cannot. And that is Cerberus. They are done. No PGC Grand Final for them. Blue zones up against their backs. Not a lot of good vision, but Nate's starting to come out. Bean is already down. Freaks, not a lot of good angles to play from onto this. They've got to keep their head on a swivel up on top. But there you go. Lines in. It's going to be Freaks starting to cut a path into this one. Day Trade now on the backs, trying to see if they can maneuver into this one. Nuren's in some trouble, but look, it's just going to be Evan. Steps in, and the Freaks manage to take it.
The convergence has begun. 16 teams from across the world will do battle, will collide as they go head-to-head to crown themselves the PGC champion for 2024. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. Everything this year has led up to this, and we have an opportunity to crown a world champion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name is Kuala. Joining me, the illustrious gentlemen themselves, Toffees as well as Avenger, to break all this down. I couldn't be happier to be here, Toffees.
I'm glad that you're happy to be here. I'm stoked to be here. I think all these players are happy to be here after what was a very difficult circuit series, and I can't wait to see who gets to raise the trophy.
Yeah, 9 days of absolute mayhem here, and now we have 16 teams that's going to be competing for the global championship. It's just what a way to end the year, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, we have our partners along for the ride as well here for PGC. First and foremost, we have OP.GG, our main esports PUBG partner. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check out everything that is going on there. Next up, we are live from the venue here in the Tropicana Gardens Mall. We have lovely food downstairs. I am loving the fact that we are here and that everything is going to be going on over here as well, as we have a lovely crowd joining us for all of the action that's going to be going down. We also have TT Racing joining us as our official furniture partner, not only providing the chairs, but also the desks for all of these players to get situated, get comfy, and potentially become a world champion representing TT Racing. And finally, we have Okupa keeping us warm. Have you got them ready? Have you got them ready? Yes, we're warm and good to go. Our official esports hand warmer partner as well, making sure that all of these players are fully ready here to be able to battle it out across 3 days. You guys over on twitch.tv as well can get yourself potential drops, which is always exciting, so make sure to keep tuned in for as long as possible, because let's be real, you don't really want to miss all the games that are going to be going down. We're back to, I'm going to call it, we're back to normal in the grand finals. And don't forget as well, the Neo Media icon lights are available as well. So go to that QR code right down here, and you can potentially pick yourselves up one of those as well. Let's get to business, boys, because we have an excellent 16 teams. Some would say not exactly the teams we expected, but we will be crowning a champion across these 3 days.
Yeah, I think there's been big surprises. Possibly the ones that aren't here were the biggest surprises for a lot of people. To see Cerberus and Sonics get knocked out so early was, I think, tragic for fans in general, but it has opened the door for some unexpected teams to get here and surprise us with the way that they've played.
Yeah, it's really been the tournament of change, right? We've seen a lot of teams kind of step up to a new level that we really didn't expect them. Of course, as I said before, 9 days of play here, they had a bit of a day off, and now we're playing a best of 18 in the grand finals here, and it's a lot of things are going to change for that. You know, we're going to have these set drop spots. We're going to have these teams that's going to be playing to more of a standard, to kind of the meta that is shifting once we get to grand finals, because the same 16 teams player that's going to be playing for the whole thing. Yeah. You have one bad day, potentially you're out of the grand final championship.
The 3 circuits were brutal, and we watched some teams thrived, some teams did not, and that's how you gain yourself points here throughout everything. It is the normal super settings for our grand final here, and that's how all of these teams are going to rack up the points to become a world champion. And in those circuits, of course, we did say goodbye to some huge names. Our Esports World Cup champions, our PGS3 champions, a previous world champion.
I mean, to see this year's champions go home and leave really twisted mind, sort of standing at the top of the hill of like, hey, we're still here pretty good, is a shock. But I think part of that also speaks to teams that have really peaked at the right time. We've seen teams like T1 who just came into this event and looked like they are playing very differently. Freaks in particular has blown my mind. They were not my favorite to win this. They're now at a position where I would say they're easily a top 5 team, if not better.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, there's, again, the teams that have been coming out and kind of showing themselves in the circuit finals. Some of the teams, the 16 that are going to be participating here, like, there are some surprises, but to me, it's really been the year of them establishing themselves. Yeah. We've seen some of these teams, you know, struggle at the beginning of the year, but once we get through the year and once we've been here at PGC, they've really shown that they are a potential kind of dark horse, one of those top 5 favorites to take the whole thing home.
A revelation was the Americas. Falcons, TSM, and Luna Galaxy being able to get in as well, Toffees.
I mean, you know, I said at the very beginning, Luna Galaxy has often been considered an also-ran, a team that is regionally powerful and not able to make it to the grand finals. They upset the world by seeing Sonics go home instead of them. I've been impressed with a lot of how our teams have grown.
Well, before we get into everything, let's take a look behind the scenes here for day number 1 of the PUBG Global Championship Grand Finals.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm here at the PGC Hall of Fame where we can see our previous PGC champions in 2019, 21, 22, 23, and we're about to find out who will be the champion of 2024. And I'm standing here where you can come and vote for the teams that you support. If you predict the champion team, then you will get a small gift that you will be able to find out at the end. And here is the empty spot where the 2024 MVP is loading, so make sure to come out and vote which one will be your champion. All right, come and follow me for the rest of the tour. Let's go. Hi guys, I'm joined by a very special guest, Jordan. Nice to meet you, Jordan.
Nice to meet you, Bella.
Yeah, how's your experience at PGC so far?
Very good. I see a lot of people here, a lot of players. Example, ChatGT and Twisted Mind also.
Oh, who's your favorite team?
Twisted Mind.
And guess what? I have a surprise for you.
Wow.
This is an umbrella signed by Lou, so here you go.
Okay.
And I hope,
it's
I
very
hope
good.
you enjoy today's games as much as I'll be enjoying them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go back to the desk.
Bye.
Signed by Lou? Give me that umbrella.
Look at him. That's awesome.
What is this?
That's sick.
You're in the crowd somewhere. I'm going to come. No, I'm not. It's fine. We've got our teams to watch as well. Now, these really require focus, Martin, because Petrichor Road, #1. Regionally, obviously, they've been able to take title after title after title. Internationally, they've always had a bit of a rough time, but they blitzed through the circuit finals.
Yeah, for me here, this is, and I've said it again, or before, I'm going to say it again here in this case, it's really been the tournament of everyone contributing to the team. It's not been the Ixlef show. Well, it has sometimes, some games, but still everyone else is contributing, and I think that is why we have seen them be able to do so well in the circuit finals, and they'll be able to step up to a completely different level. If they're able to replicate that once we get here and once we get our first few games rolling, where everyone else is getting kills, everyone else is getting clutches. We saw the insane clutch from Summer, and if they're able to do things like that here in the Grand Final 2, they are a potential favorite to take the whole thing home.
They're a potential favorite. My favorite right now, I think I'm looking at Na'Vi. I absolutely love what these guys have done. They're a new roster. They came in with hubris and ego, honestly, when they first showed up on the scene. They've been humbled throughout the year a few times, which I think is important when it comes to a PGC champion. They look really good, and they're willing to give credit where credit is due to the old dogs, but they changed the way that people play. In fact, I even asked Ferris, I said, you know, a lot of people say, who is it that started using gliders the most? And he goes, all right, well, I'll give credit to another team for that, but I did it the right way. I got the most out of it. I've learned to take strategies and make them better, and I like that's their mindset.
Na'Vi 3rd at PGS, 5th at PGS, 3rd at PGS, but then 24th at PGS 6. They wanted to try and adjust strategies. It did not go their way, Martin, but it feels like with just 1 point behind Petrichor Road on the leaderboards for the circuit, they are back to previous form, and they're looking scary.
You get one fluke per year, and I'd rather do that at PGS than do it at PGC.
It wasn't a fluke. It was on purpose. If you choose to do something to get a drop spot, that's not a fluke. And these guys look good. Let me ask you, who's the biggest damage dealer so far in this event?
Well, it's different.
Obviously, these Na'Vi guys are here to play, and they played slow. They told us, we don't even like playing group stages. We just want to get to the big show. Now imagine that they're hyped about playing. I expect big things from them here today.
You compare them to another team, though, of course, the Expendables, coming in 3rd place from the overall leaderboards. And I think for a lot of people, that's got to be a surprise, right, Martin? Considering that they didn't even attend PGS 3 and 4. Then they did come into 5 and 6. Didn't have the best of times, but it feels like they've grinded and worked hard for PGC.
For me, it's a team of just insane mechanical skill, right? That's really what they've been thriving. And for this, how the circuit has been working out, they have been thriving in that chaos. And what I'm scared about them for in the grand finals is that all the other teams are going to be playing a much more stable, grounded foundation kind of PUBG. And if they're not going to be able to adjust to that and adapt to that, they're going to have a hard time. They're still going to frag, they're still going to get damage and kills, but they're not going to get the wins that everyone else is going to have. The stability is what I'm really hoping to see coming out from the Expendables.
If you had to pick one of these 3 teams that you think might be the one to really take it home at the very end.
To actually lift the trophy, the only one of those 3 that I'm willing to stand on is Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I think Expendables will be exciting, Petrichor will be fundamental, but Na'Vi is just peaking at the right time, and they're a very strong package.
I think the scary thing about finals is the fact that it is a far foray away from the format of the circuit format that we've just been playing through, right? So for a lot of these teams, Martin, they come back to the tried, true, and tested, and you can not only be tuning in here at the tried, true, and tested, but also checking out all the co-streamers that are joining us along for the ride as well, Martin.
Yeah, obviously great to have these guys looking in here. But yeah, as we're talking about these teams here coming in for this, we have to not understate how much of a change there is from how the games have been played in the circuit to how they're going to be played in the final.
Correct.
It is going to be vastly different. We're going to have these set drop spots. We're going to have this set style of play where teams are playing much more safe to stay 4 alive, to get into that late game. If you're only 2 alive, it's very likely you're not going to be able to clutch in the same way against 4.
And that's what worries me about teams like the Expendables. They weren't playing finals PUBG in the group stage.
Exactly.
They were charging at people. They were doing things they won't get away with here.
Yep.
As Navi and Petrichor, I feel like they were playing their strategy through the entire event. So look for a little bit of a difference there on day 1.
All right, we've got to address it though, whilst everybody takes a look at the Fantasy League. This wouldn't be a pre-show for the World Championship without talking about Twisted Minds.
Right.
The Twisted era is upon us. They are 3 PGSs deep this year, Martin. And I think despite not having the best performance in the circuits, they are an absolute contender for that championship.
There's absolutely no denying that. And you can see even with, 65%-ish or so voted, more than 3 million votes in the Pick'ems challenge in game, right? Everyone else believes in them. And that's really what comes and becomes hard for this, is that, as you see here, almost 65%. A little bit more votes have been spread out, but it's you can have up towards of 8 votes, right? So everyone probably has a Twisted Mind vote, and then you're taking your bets on some of the other ones. But let me finish on Twisted Minds, guys. For them, the only thing I'm worried about is the pressure. Their motivation, their goal, their target for the year is PGC. And if the pressure comes to them, that's where they're going to be struggling.
Call a spade a spade. Take sat up here 2 days ago, and we asked about Twisted Minds, and he said they just don't perform when the pressure's on top of them. He said they don't win the biggest tournaments, which I think was a little bit cruel. But the fact is, he said this 64% alone, the fact that the entire world is watching, will weigh on Batu's shoulders. That said, I caught up with him after EWC and said what happened and what's going to change. And he said we weren't treating every game like it was our last. From now on, we will. Since that moment, they have been unstoppable at almost every stage except for Circuit 3, which I don't think you can really hang your hat on. So I do think if they fix that and that's how they're approaching every single game, this may be you have to believe it's going to be them. But I said that I said it at EWC, and what happened to us there? You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, they did not even make it to the grand finals, but those 3 PGSs back to back to back. That's
different
scary.
level. Especially in a game
We've never seen it.
No, we've never seen it before. Especially in a game where there's 16 teams in the lobby. There's 15 other teams, 60 players trying to win the game against you. It is so much harder to do. To win 3 back to back to back global tournaments like that, that's just a whole different level there. And I love the motivation and the target of the year for them. And what a year it would be for them to be able to end on the very top, for them to be able to take this home. And, we've been saying, I hope it's not just win PGC this year and then retire. But they said we need to win 2 to show that we are the best in the world. And this year could be the year that they start on that 2 global championship.
Another contender is 17 Gaming, of course. So many second places.
We came in here, I was going to say, PGC is about the legacy. No one remembers who gets second, but that's not true because it's always 17. And that's got to burn, man. So they're here. They were a little slow in the group stages, but I think part of that was maybe there was some vindictiveness trying to take drop spots from them. Here, that's not going to happen. They've got their drops. They should be in a good position to start. Will they break the second place curse? Twisted Minds broke the 3rd place curse. Maybe it's 17's time.
Your thoughts, Martin?
Yeah, for me, it comes down to how the circuit played out, right? We had some of these teams that are getting fantastic and really good games after 2 or 3 games. If you don't, you have a target in your back. And that pressure gets to you as well. And that has really been the story through the whole thing, except for our finals. In the finals, it's like, you need to get top 16. It's actually not been that hard. It's been only 20 teams that managed to get into those circuit finals. So you just need to do okay-ish, and you were going to be in the grand final. Getting there was the hard thing. And I was surprised not to see other teams not aggressively focus and target 17, because they are a contender.
Oh yeah,
they have been throughout the year, last 2-3 years, they have been up there. They have been the team that has just been able to perform that well. And again, no one is contesting them in Picado Pochinki.
Win condition, real fast for 17. Lil Ghost has not been the poltergeist we expect from him in past tournaments. If he shows up here on day 1 and you see those Little Ghost numbers pop in, it may be 17's chance to win this thing.
There's so many other contenders as well. We saw as Kwangdong Freaks were able to pop off in that group stage to get things, circuit stage to get things really going. We've seen some amazing plays across the board, and it all culminates here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, gents, for joining me here at the desk. Thank you for setting the scene. It is time to get PGC Grand Finals underway across the next 3 days. We crown a world champion. Let's get to it. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, people tuning in around the world, it is time for the PUBG Global Championship 2024. We are in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and over the past few weeks, we have seen the battlegrounds lit ablaze. The best teams from across the world have congregated to try and challenge for the World Championship. 3 circuits to get themselves to the grand finals. They were grueling, and now only the strongest teams remain. We're here for the World Championship to celebrate the skill, everything involved to become a world champion that the players exude. We're going to witness clutches. We're going to witness spectacular strategy in the pursuit for the prize pool, the pursuit of this trophy right here, and the chance to become a world champion. Previous days, we've witnessed Sonics, we've witnessed Cerberus, we've witnessed New Happy fall out of the championship. The competition is going to be fierce, but my question is, in the Twisted era, is that already in jeopardy? We've got teams like Petrichor Road, who were able to top the charts, top the tables with 140-some points, and now they look to challenge for the international title that they have so desired across time. Lunar Galaxy, as well as Eternal Fire, have held their colors high and are looking to represent their teams and their countries for the first time ever in the PGC Grand Finals. Will it be one of them taking the trophy? Well, we're about to find out. Across the next 3 days, one team will immortalize themselves. One team will become eternal, as we are here for the PUBG Global Championship 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines and let the games begin.
At the start of PGC 2024, it was undisputed that Twisted Minds was the clear favorites to win. And if they didn't, it would be one of the other big 5, like Cerberus, Sonics, 17 Gaming, and Navi. The story through the 3 circuits, however, has been completely different. We've seen the fall of Sonics, the struggles of Cerberus, 17, and Navi, but we've also seen Petrichor Road coming together as a team without having to rely on iCliff. We've also seen the rise of the defending champion Salute with KDF, and the return of T1 to PUBG in a big way. But at this point, no team has looked infallible.
트로피를 올릴 때 이제 느꼈던 감정은 그래도 한 해 동안은 얘네보다 못한다는 소리는 안 듣겠다 였습니다.
Shock and okay, we just in history of PUBG and it's pretty cool.
Ну, это нормально, что мы нормальные результаты показываем, тому уважают нас сильную команду, все.
我的目标就是全力以赴，尽我所能的拿下这次 PGC 的比赛，然后我们也会在这次比赛里创造我们自己的传奇。
Can GPT teams maintain their dominance over the global scene? Or will the new powerhouse be born with the likes of TSM with Sparking's aggression, or the young talents of Tanvu and Clarice with the Expendables?
They needed the vehicles to be bait, but now there's no one to come up and punish them for going for this fight.
Nade could be good. Are they even expecting it to be even close? Good throw! 2 very strong squads. Can he manage to pick it up in the end? Couple of shots go over. Ferris steps out. No options, no cover. Summer peeking over and over. Finally connects, and it's going to be Petrichor Road.
Of course, we're still favorites. Like everything before the finals doesn't really matter. It's gonna be like best of 18 for every team. Every point gonna matter, not like in the circuit. So that's gonna be the difference. So we already have like 3 PGS tournaments won this year, and if we're gonna take the 4th, the PGC, the biggest one, no one would ever like not call us like the greatest team of all time in PUBG.
一年就是为了等这个 PGC 的决赛，3天冲这个冠军，然后有观众的话也更有氛围一点，然后我想说是冠军都别动，我没拿都别动。
I say at every event, I've said it 100 times, all I want to do is lift the trophy, and I really hope we do.
Я вважаю, що більшість команд будуть нервуватися, допускати помилки, а ми будемо цим користуватися і наказувати їх.
우승을 하게 되면 말도 안 되고 이제 또 저희가 또 열심히 해서 우승했다고 생각해서 좀 굉장히 좀 대격변이라고 생각합니다. 우승하면 엄청 말도 안 되는 일을 좀 해냈다? 그렇게 생각합니다.
I feel really confident that we could contend for top 5, top 3, or potentially even win the event as long as we can keep our foot on the gas. And now that Sonic's and Cerberus, two powerhouses, are not in the finals, I think it's anyone's game.
Let's go!
Nếu như mà bọn em giữ được trạng thái như ở 3 vòng sơ cất vừa rồi thì bọn em nghĩ là bọn em có thể vô địch.
就夺冠肯定是很想夺冠，但是这个 PUBG 项目并不一定就是你多么想你就能拿到这个冠军的。但是我们现在小组赛打得也蛮好的，所以说我也蛮有信心的，就是我会做好自己该做的事情，然后对得起自己就好了。
하루하루가 쌓일수록 더 실력이 높은 팀이 잘할 거라 생각합니다. 이번 대회 이제 저를 보시다시피 제가 지금 미쳤습니다. 왕관을 쉽게 지킬 수 있을 것 같습니다.
A full year of action, crossing multiple PGSs. Then we add in Esports World Cup, the Circuit Series to get to this stage, but finally, 16 teams we have for PGC, and destiny will be written. One team will walk out the winner.
Absolutely. This is what it all comes down to. The biggest moment of the year in PUBG Esports. 16 of the best teams in the world are going to duke it out over the next 3 days to find out who will be taking home that 2024 title.
We're done with the Circuit Series stuff. We saw momentum being a key factor for a ton of these squads. But now we go back to the tried and true super system that everybody knows, and we've got 3 days of action to figure out who is the best.
Well, I think this is the biggest thing on everyone's mind, and you saw it in that interview with Batulins where he's pointing it out that, in the circuit system, a lot of times it was just about having that one big game per day, getting yourself into that circuit finals, getting some points, and then you're here. Now we're back to the normal kind of format. So all of those kind of things you had to do, all of the changes, what you were seeing from the teams, it is going to go back to normal. So how is that going to throw off these teams? How are they going to be preparing for this grand finals?
You've got to go back to the basics that got you to this stage after dealing with a grueling gauntlet series to get. So a lot of different variables coming in. It felt like we had everything kind of destined for Twisted Minds. But no, instead, whenever we looked at the last circuit, there was a bit of a fumble there at the end. We still have high expectations for him, but we've seen some superstars step up, really navigate the circuit series very well, but also a couple of known factors drop off, and it's led to, now that we're back in the Super Series, do you know how to navigate it? Have you made sure to make the modifications? Have you learned anything going off of the circuit series as well?
Absolutely. It's going to be really tough because a lot of the things that you were seeing from teams during that circuit series isn't necessarily going to be what you're going to be seeing in the finals. So now you're going to have to go back to kind of the old school prep, things that you're seeing from the PGSs, from EWC, from events like that, to know exactly how and when are teams going to rotate, what are their tendencies, what are their styles, things like that. It's going to be a little bit more challenging, and certainly every team is going to come in with some new ideas on how to approach this lobby. Like you mentioned, we've got some of the big names out of this event, so it feels like the door is opened up a little bit more for some of these squads.
A little bit, but it's so ready to be slammed shut. I mean, there is a couple of teams, most notably, whenever we look at the circuit series, we had the Freaks that just absolutely popped up one day. We had, it was also Petrichor Road with a phenomenal run. But there's always the ever-present 17 Gaming looming in the background as we are now in the PGC final, and we know that those guys can pop off at the end as well.
For sure, for sure. I mean, that's a team that you can't count out of this. Yeah, the circuit stage didn't go the way that 17 would have hoped. They were one of the weaker teams, 10th place overall from the circuit finals. So you're looking at them to kind of go back to normal form, looking to be that dominant team that can really frag out when they need to. But we've had some other big names come into the fold here, like Na'Vi, a young gun team that has looked pretty good all year, has looked really, really good at this event. That's a team you have to be considering. They're putting up tremendous amounts of damage per game, which is one of the biggest indicators that a team is playing well at an event.
I mean, statistically, they're so strong right now. It just feels like they've got to get that last little bit of gel figured out.
and really Perpetual carry themselves into the later stages of the game, because we've seen them regularly touching that area. But now that we've got the top 16, can those squads that were having their, I guess, come-up days, using that momentum of what the Circuit Series provided, can they replicate that here across 3 different days? Because I don't know if we've seen that. I mean, we did see the Freaks pop off on one day and then had some pretty good performances the next day. Same thing with Petrichor Road. We haven't seen a cemented, dominant performance from one squad to really take control of this yet.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show you how good all of these teams and all these players are, and the challenges they had to face going through that circuit finals to get here. So all of those things put together are going to bring us into our PGC lobby. But I mean, I think you got to look back to kind of the old standards, the teams that have been doing well throughout the PGSs. I think they're going to have the best ability to feel comfortable here. You're going to, you know, Twisted Minds.
There's one that you should probably take note of.
Yeah. It might be Twisted Minds.
It might.
Might be.
Well, we'll have to see.
Maybe. Maybe.
You know, they gave themselves a little bit of a vacation coming into this tail end of this. We've also seen a couple of little sneaky plays coming up from squads I wasn't expecting, most notably squads like T1, who managed to just navigate, pick up a couple of points here, really assert some control in some situations that I wasn't expecting them to do. But it is time. We are taking off for game number 1 of PGC. Let's head over to Miramar.
I can't wait. This should be really, really exciting stuff. A lot of these teams going to be looking for those early points, trying to find their way to get that first chicken dinner, to get that big win underneath their belts, to get that confidence flowing here. And as we look at the playing path, relatively fair. A little bit southern shifted, but not too much at all. And I don't really see too many major hot drops. I think Puerto Paraiso, that's an alt drop potentially for the Falcons there with FaZe, usually going up towards the north, towards Cruz de Valle. Everybody else seemingly, there are some teams that are going to be close to each other. We'll see if there's any scrapes over some vehicles or maybe some of the smaller loot compounds. But other than that, it looks like things have been pretty well settled here for the grand finals.
I mean, we saw so many little intricacies on drops and hot drops going into this stage. I think everybody just wants to come in safe, prepared, control. Even the teams that could be a bit spicier could have some issues going on. Well, I say that, Flood, that's not the way you want to start it off. And of course, it's going to be Haven, Luna Galaxy picking up 1 right off the get-go.
Yeah, Flood just trying to get away from Haven there, gets run over. Bit of a unfortunate start for the Falcons. Maybe expecting that this car on this road would be left to themselves. And instead, Luna reaches out a bit past Valle del Mar, their normal drop spot. Gets taken out for it. And wow, we're going to start way over on the east.
Something's changed.
Impala. Yeah.
Something's changed, but the circles being absolutely wild this event, it has not. So Azahar in play, Puerto Paraiso, and then right in the middle of it is Impala and Impala Fields.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these circles tend to move away from Impala to the west, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what it's going to do because, again, circles have been very hard shifting this event. So it could go south, it could go north. That's the most likely options that you're going to see. Really curious about how this one will all shape up. But
what about East paper?
I'm not going to start talking about that until at least Circle 3.
Good. Okay, so there is a lot of no man's land inside of the circle as well. So early rotations, very, very strong. We might see a couple of squads try to sneak in. There's a couple of them that already have an inside track on positioning. We were talking about statistically the strength of what we saw coming out from Na'Vi and their players. They've got an opportunity right off the get-go. They've got center of circle, they've got Impala, they've got the capabilities to really juke out, get some control over this. But let's not forget, pretty close to them, they already actually have the Freaks that are playing around position. They have one of their members in Salute that has kind of navigated this in, gotten kind of close to where VP is going to be playing from.
Yeah, the Freaks have been leaning into Salute to be a point man from time to time. A lot of teams will have their IGL be a point man, like TSM, for example. Yeah. Curdy often out there by himself. The IGL for the Kwangdong Freaks is actually Yumin, but he's often more in the back line. So they allow Suit to be that frontline fragger, that recon guy, because he's so stellar at that role.
And you lead into an interesting point, because a lot of times whenever we're talking about like the breaching areas and how we see teams navigate it, the reason they have the IGL go first is because technically if your IGL is the only person to die in a breach, that's not the worst thing, because now he can just kind of manipulate and like turn his other players into puppets and kind of dance them around and go do different stuff. So it says a lot about the confidence that they have in Salute to have him take in that position, because putting your star fragger in that role if he goes down, he could get instantly flushed before anything else happens.
For sure. That's a risk you're going to have to take. But, you know, already a world championship under his belt. You have a lot of faith in a player of that caliber. I could see that Virtus Pro already a bit on the move themselves to try to get a little bit closer to Impala. FaZe now making their way through El Azahar. Got caught up in a fight on the last day of the circuit finals in that very city. And in fact, I could see that a few BB team members are in this area as well. In fact, Bestalock was one of the players who caused FaZe some grief in one of those games in the circuit finals. So Petrichor Road driving a bit away from TE, and you do not want to start scraping with TE. They will absolutely come at you if they feel like they have the advantage.
Bro, TE will drag you down into the mud and make you play the game that they want to play. Everybody else is doing like crazy rotations just to try to get set up and play for the late game. TE is like, no, we'll just go ahead and play around this. We'll make you have to fight us early. Well, that could be a bit complicated for BB, but counter shots coming in, and uh-oh, FaZe are in some trouble. Jeems kind of leading the way and narrowly escapes with his life.
Yeah, I like this from BB. You're keeping FaZe from getting ahead of you in rotations. You're blocking off this rotation path that FaZe probably was thinking about. And this is going to give you the ability to get a little bit deeper into this next circle, a little bit closer to the center, a little bit closer to some of those really important spots in this circle, because there are certain compounds around here that are very, very powerful if the circle favors you in the late game. So being one of those teams ahead of the curve is good.
Big raps coming down to the south as we've got Eternal Fire pretty close to Day Trade, but doesn't look like either one of those teams want anything just quite yet. We also do have Vinny for Luna Galaxy already over here as well. Trying to get like a foothold inside the circle, I do believe. So outlier teams that are not inside the circle just quite yet, as we do have 4 Angry Men about to touch it in just 1 second. Twisted Minds, TSM, Falcons, Luna Galaxy, T1, and then, yes, Eternal Fire and Day Trade.
Yeah, that's kind of potentially going to be an interesting scenario with those teams. EF is pretty well split, so if Day Trade happens to catch 1 or 2 members off guard, they might be able to punish that. Is anyone going to be able to snag that MG3 anytime soon? We'll have to wait and see. Vinny settled up in a house. This is on the edge of Los Leones. Looks like he's just kind of getting some info. He's way ahead of the rest of Luna, so probably going to keep himself hidden. Just kind of let them know, okay, I've seen this amount of X amount of cars go ahead of me. Let's try and figure out what we're going to do off the back of that information. T1 as well, making their rotation quite late out of Chumacera. Going to be heading along that Los Leones road. So again, they're going to be close to Vinny, but so far it seems like Vinny wants to just hide in his house, not really give away anything if he can help it.
Got a bit of that skirmish still continuing as well with BB and FaZe. There's been exchange between the two of them. Jeems down, you can see smoke's going to be coming over there. It looks like Corexy's just going to go ahead and try to go for the flush onto Doozy, finish that one out, and they should be able to get the res as well. So it's going to be BB playing on the back foot for this one, but still has some vision, good position. Besto had one hell of a game whenever we looked at the last circuit series, just racking up a ton of kills in and of himself and just absolutely taking control of an entire circle and forcing everybody to play the game that he wants. He can't quite get that onto FaZe just due to the high ground advantage of FaZe's positioning.
That's a tough loss for BB. That's the IGL, but again, one of those players that likes to play by himself at times, trying to get that info for his squad. Losing him, not the end of the world, but he has been a tremendous fragger this event for BB team. They've been a big X factor throughout this entire series, so really curious about how they're going to regroup and resettle off the back of that loss. EF still going pretty easternly, heading towards the coast, trying to find their way as close to Impala as they can manage. Twisted Mind's going to be coming in a bit late from Power Grid. Falcons still a bit far out after losing a player early. TSM setting up just to the north of Power Grid. They're just chilling.
This spot that we see Navi playing from is really, really strong. If the circle stays along the coastline, and most of our teams actually right now are leaning into that eastern coastline. We really only have 17 and Freaks that are kind of playing more of the fields with TE just down below them. A lot of teams not believing that they should be playing along that western edge at all. Minas Generalis entirely open. 4 Angry Men, yes, they're rolling through truck stop, but a lot of teams nervous around this coastline and wanting to play for the safety that provides, just putting your back up against the ocean.
Yeah, you're really kind of gambling that the circle is going to go close to Impala. If it ends up going to the fields west of Impala, then teams like KDF 17, Twisted Minds are going to have really nice positions. The Expendables as well. Compounds in those really open areas are so valuable. Twisted Mind's going to set up on the crater edge, which is also really nice. Trying to go for the tire here. Luke 12, did he pop it? It looks like he might have got it.
Oh, couple of shots not quite connecting the way they wanted just yet. No, Snaker's catching some airtime and a cactus. That's going to be trouble mounting. Falcons, no idea where to go, and that's going to be another one down, just down to 2 at this stage. Roth, are you going to back up? Do you make the commitment into trying to save your friend? Jumping out of the vehicle. Not a lot of covering angles to work with right now. TSM has some control. They've got the outside of this one. You can see Kurt on one side of it. Roth really wants to try to defend this one up. He can't lose another member. He wants to start this game with some momentum, but instead he's in trouble of his own. He can't even make it up the hillside. TSM is unrelenting right now.
TSM, this was a plan from the get-go. They had this rotation trap set up from quite a while. Good grenade from Sparking is going to find Roth, and the Falcons down to just 1 member up.
That is pretty much it. Now, Falcons, what do you do off of this as you're just full on safety? Rello, the last one up, just heading for the hillsides. TSM, sneaky play, picking up a couple of kills, finding themselves in a position to start with. No.
It's okay, he got it.
Yeah, I know, but man, as the solo, please.
Don't do him like that. I know, I feel you. FaZe coming off the back of a little bit of a revenge kill onto BB team. Now has Virtus Pro, another EMEA squad, right ahead of them. 2-2 split there. Well, a 2-1-1, I guess, for VP, but Vex has the bolt. Looking to just try to get that opening knock. See if they can make a go of it, but right now VP not giving them anything. Gustav as well with a bolt, so the loot not quite what FaZe would normally take. They're not a team that's really heavy in the bolts. Occasionally you'll see Corexi with one, but...
I'll take it, though. Give me more bolty in this. You know, make the audience as happy as humanly possible. Circle's about to pop here in just 1 second. Where are we headed? Is it Impala? No! We are headed to the north. Massive rotations for a ton of our squads incoming.
This is brutal. This is a really, really nasty circle shift because a lot of teams are going to have to cut through some open area to try to get through here. There's only a couple roads that are going to run up towards the north. The Impala Road, you could go far east around Impala, over to the west by Minas Generales. Otherwise, you got to drive through terrain. That can be difficult. Rello's going to go down. Falcons are out.
TSM with the early momentum inside this one, but it's about to get wild over here on Miramar. Freaks making the rotation right next to Virtus Pro as well. Get some tap damage in, but not enough to stop them. 4 Angry Men are going to be next inside the gauntlet as the Freaks are going to be running ahead. BB just going to be to the right of this, so as you can see, Freaks pulling that direction. They might find themselves in a bit of trouble as well, but I think that they found a stop point for just a moment, so yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. I got nervous there for a second, too.
I got nervous that that car was going to go a little bit faster over that hill than they wanted, and it's maybe going to do some damage to the teammates, but now they're going to be watching 17 driving across this field.
Big log jam down to the south near Impala as well, as we've got TE, Petrichor Road, and T1 all stacked up on top of each other. Gatekeeping squad is going to be kind of Navi, kind of TE, but Petrichor Road just trying to find some pathing into this is going to be bumping into T1 back behind them. So this is going to be a bit of a problem for all of these squads to try to navigate from. They're so close to safe zone, but can't quite find it yet. Chewy's going to be taking a ton of damage, has to step away, but Raining, type 1-2 on top of each other, finding good angles in T1. Momentum galore at the start.
This is that T1 team we saw early on in the event. Aggressive, calculated, measured. EN trying to hold off some reinforcements, but it's Aches left, the hero, the superstar for Petrichor Road. He's got Raining down.
Never count out Aches left. Ming on the other side of it. He's going to get a new open angle right back behind T1. Gets some spray in, doesn't get the knock. Ian right up underneath of him, though, drops the nade. He's going to go down. Ming, the last one up, gets another knock. Does he go for the flush? Cannot get it before he goes down. Petrichor Road eliminated.
That's a huge win for T1 against one of the best teams we've had so far at PGC. Code Marco under pressure by FaZe. EF was trying to rotate around and getting caught in the open because FaZe was gummed up a little bit by VP earlier. They're still just kind of camping this coast, and they've done quite a bit of damage to Eternal Fire. Gustav gonna look for that bolt at shots, and of course the Expendables. They are the most opportunistic team we have here at PGC, and they know that T1's already been weakened up, seeing if they can finish what Petrichor Road started.
Bro, that is a long nade trying to connect. A bit too far, but the follow-up coming up from Duck Juice is going to connect. Ian in a bit of trouble, but notice the pincer position. We can see Delwyn playing around the outside of this. This is just distractions, big explosions to draw the attention this way so Delwyn can make something. But if Ian pops off fast enough, that side flank is not going to matter. Already picking up Duck Juice. Ian doing a great job on clinging to life and being a distraction in and of himself.
Now the fragging IGL is going to get caught in the back by Delwyn. He continues to be brilliant on the flanks for the Expendables. EN gone, just Type and Zenith remain for T1.
Look at this, surrendering position and gatekeeping on the circle to step out and make a very sneaky flank onto this. This is the way the Expendables play. They find so many fun ways to play around it. Chloris still up on this high ground, knows that T1's gonna have to be making some movements. Keep in mind, it's still just circle 2. The circle has been so compressed already, they can take some blue zone damage. So no big rushes having to happen just yet, but nobody wants to eat it for too long.
And they've already got Tanvu quite far ahead, and the circle's just gonna keep going more north. But TE kind of getting ready to make a move eventually. How long are they going to want to sit here and camp on top of T1? T1 doesn't really seem to want to make a move. They're kind of expecting, based on that, that the Expendables might just crash them, which I don't blame them. That is a very Expendables thing to do.
Who would have thought, right? The Expendables making a push at that stage is now it is going to be Eternal Fires the Mad, getting the flush onto Vinny. More and more collapse along this point. FaZe playing along the coastline has been very, very strong for them, so you can see them out in the distance right now, just kind of juking around over there. TSM going to be in control of the north, while to the west it's going to be Twisted Minds. The south still having a lot of trouble. Day Trade as well as VP and of course TE having to make some moves with T1 back behind them.
A little bit of a replay here. Some nice grenades, some nice shooting to open this up for T1, but then Aches left getting some big damage in, and then EN, the veteran IGL for T1, able to find a huge perfect grenade on top of Aches left to knock him out. And that opened the door for T1 to at least finish that fight. Gyumin has found Hakatori, so Na'Vi out in the open a little bit. The Freaks starting to make their move.
Bit of high ground to work around, but it's going to be Diffex trying to find a new angle to work from. Just caught out in the open. The Freaks at least do some harassment, get the suppression down, force him away. Heaven does get the knock on this as well with a solid nade getting tossed over. So Na'Vi in some trouble right now, and they have to be careful. There's a lot of people that could be eyeing this and finding new angles in. No opportunistic plays just quite yet, but instead it's going to be Diffex just trying to slow down the pacing that the Freaks are trying to bring.
Yeah, this could be interesting because I can see Virtus Pro starting to take some shots, starting to angle in this direction. So the Freaks not really able to capitalize off those two knocks in time to get some points. They're just going to have to back off. In fact, they've already lost Salute along the way. So Heaven being Gyumin, going to have to regroup, try to find another way to deal with this situation. But you did a lot of damage. You might have stalled Na'Vi enough that other teams might bump into them, might clear out some space behind you. Glory's driving ahead, taking a bunch of damage. Type, it's going to be the blue that actually gets it. Type trying to go for the flush, but can't get it. Tanvu stops it.
Trying to see if he could pick up the point in the end, but gonna get denied out. So with this Tanvu, good defense for the rest of his team as they're going to be trying to regroup. Delwyn already inside the circle right now, so not gonna have to make too big of a concerted effort to get into the circle just right now. So looking around, everything's kind of calming down. Everybody's getting positioned. We still have that weird situation going on with Na'Vi, 17, BB, as well as VP right on the outside of this one. Long wrap coming up from the north. It's going to be Day Trade, but a lot of options to work with, unless they go to the east, where there is a very strong gauntlet position being played from TSM.
Yeah, I love the way TSM is setting up their web here up on the north. One of those teams that is happy to play edge, happy to spread out, happy to try to trap you as you rotate in. However, for Day Trade, the good news is you do have a little bit of cover. It's not the best spot in the world, but that was the spot that we saw Posa earlier, able to work his way out of and get into that position where Luna was able to qualify. Just going to center up this time. Nothing super crazy. Just a lot of teams, though, on that southwest edge that are going to have to make their way in.
That is a vicious death funnel of such strong teams. I mean, Freaks only have to shift in a bit. Twisted also going to have to do the same thing, but notice the fact that right down in the thick of all of this, BB's got a compound with its back right up against the hillside where we see Na'Vi, VP, all going to be trying to rotate from. We saw FaZe earlier getting control over that eastern coastline. They're going to be looking back into what's going on with TE. Everybody trying to rotate if they opt into going a bit more east, and they are already prepared. So FaZe locking down one side, but Freaks with one area that they've already got under control. Twisted over there in the west. I don't know if your team that's outside this, how you're even going to come close to making it in.
It's going to be very, very difficult. You're going to have to find entries in a different direction. Out in the open, Saucid has Beamy. And VP trying to claw their way through, but Na'Vi was able to regroup, recover. There's another big knock. Fair is going to be traded. It's actually Delwyn from the Expendables who are looming just to the southeast of this fight.
They're just vulturing everything that they can get into at this point. You can see VP, not a lot of options like we were talking about. I think that this is just making a commitment into what you can get if you're going to be Na'Vi playing from position. Instead, using this trench line, slowly creeping around with a couple of different options to work from. VP looked like they should be able to get at least the res onto one. Blue zone is going to be coming up in just 1 second, but should have time to probably get the meds up as well.
You got to be really careful here as TE because you know that Navi's got decent angles down onto this position. Diffex just dialed in this event, has been tremendous. You know, Hakatori's been the player that we've been really highlighting throughout this year, but at PGC, one of the biggest storylines has been Diffex's popping. He's been so good for Na'Vi.
I mean, just built different right now. The way he is playing, just racking up so much damage, so many kills, leading out on this one. Already here's where the footsteps in the rotation coming in. Notice the fact that BP is having to play from a lot of awkward angles, and that's because of where the Expendables are going to play from. Hakatori is going to make it a bit easier, though, as the Expendables are going to get removed. Now then, it's just going to be on BP and the angle of approach that they got. Lucarux trying to make a spray, but not going to be able to connect the way that he wants. Already down to just 19 life. Seeing if he can connect nades he knows are going to be coming in after him, but this is a lot of utility. Having turned, so said, does line in on a Lucarux, and that's going to be all she wrote. Virtus Pro is eliminated. Na'Vi, now you have to contend up against 17 Gaming, Twisted Minds, Freaks, and BB.
Not going to be easy, but still, Na'Vi doing a great job there on that edge, controlling that space, picking up the points where they can. There's going to be some blue zone, some grenades coming out here. FaZe is wrapping in behind this as well, so 17 going to get Besta locked down after he knocks Xiao Wu. They're trying to get through. They're trying to get into these buildings to get some kind of safety, but there's a lot of damage being done.
BB is just a brick wall right now. They've gotten a couple holes inside of him, but does not matter. Meanwhile, an independent fight going on between the Freaks as well as Twisted Minds. BB team is going to get eliminated. Twisted Minds finding success inside of their firefight as well. Just going to keep rolling around. Finally, a counter knock coming into it, and it's going to be Heaven that does line it, but he's going to go down, and Twisted Minds take that one. Na'Vi now have a path where they did not maybe 30 seconds before.
Yeah, they're trying to wrap in behind Twisted Minds right now, but they're taking a lot of damage along the way. They're already out in the open. They're already taking scrapes of bullets here and there. Grenades are going to be raining now from Twisted Minds. If those are anywhere near, they're going to get that knock. That one's going to roll behind, and it's got it. Lou with a nice trajectory there, even with that foldable cover in front of Hakatori. Finds the angle, finds the damage. Now Na'Vi left trying to figure out how they're going to break in.
I mean, these guys have just been fighting for so long, and they had to burn so many smokes, all of their nades, just to try to deal with what was going on with the firefight just down to the south. So now it's going to be more and more control coming over here for FaZe, playing all the way down into a southern location as well. To the north, we have a potential firefight that's going to be going on, and Luna Galaxy is trying to be the gatekeeping position against 4 Angry Men, Daytrade, and TSM.
TSM did a good job of harassing Daytrade as they tried to make their way into the next circle. Took a lot of members down, so Daytrade with just one player left trying to navigate. It's just Belmont, and he's going to let 4AM just kind of rotate ahead, but they're under pressure from Twisted Minds. It is going to be Belmont spotted out, taken down by HS from 4AM. So Daytrade out pretty early.
This is interesting. If 4 Angry Men continue on this path and down to the south, they're going to be bumping into Twisted Mind. Remember that Na'Vi is still holding on. They have not had to make a concerted push just quite yet. That means that there could be a focal press onto Twisted Minds where they could find themselves pinched, and Na'Vi could jump up and try to exploit that. Already sitting on 6 kills, they're after any points that they can find just to kind of balance out everything. The more and more points that they can get, even if they end up being gate kept, it's not going to be the end of the world. So let's see how this all starts to brew. It looks like Twisted is aware of what's going to be going on in this outside position, while TSM is starting to creep in more and more. It's just going to be the Mad holding him out. There is a side angle coming out from BB, but that's about it.
Yeah, both players a little beat up. Oh, what a shot from the Mad. Gets Alo as they try to pull the drive-by. Luke's going to get taken down as well. Ruin and the Mad combining here to maybe ruin TSM's round. Purdy Curdy with the up and over. Can't quite get the knock. The Mad's going to pressure him, but it's actually from behind. He gets taken down by FaZe.
Nice play coming out from that. Sparking now trying to run in, see if he can support, but Luna Galaxy hears it. They're trying to run down the hillside. 4 Angry Men just pouncing on top of Twisted Minds, while Na'Vi was trying to make a concerted push as well. Here comes the push also from 17 into Na'Vi, so this isn't quite done just yet. 4 Angry Men, at least inside the circle right now, content for the time being, but Luna Galaxy so close, creeping back behind this one, are about to backstab on top of TSM, while Ruin is still creeping up on this as well. But still, it's the consistent movement coming out from FaZe. They've got Jeems all the way down here next to 17, but also pushing up next to TSM. They are everywhere.
Yeah, I love this from FaZe. They've taken a lot of control of some really powerful positions, especially on that northern side with their 3-man split. Purdy going to get caught by a grenade, going to get eliminated from the game. Luna with 3 players up, full control over the plateau on the north, but 4AM is wrapping in their direction.
Okay. Circle shifts away from 17, so 4 Angry Men does maneuver up. Their gamble back over to the north pays off, but it's going to be Luna Galaxy trying to defend. realizing, hearing the approach, already prepping up for it. ZP Yan going to be the lead point on it. You can see no aggressive peeks just quite yet. They want to make sure that they're prepped for it. Now one steps over. Nade's going to pop off directly in their face. HS going to go for some shots, but he has to instantly retreat. Kraken steps around the side and gets a knock onto one, and it feels like Luna Galaxy's got the momentum in the north.
That's huge. This is a good maneuver by 4 a.m. If they can take this position, they're going to give themselves a decent chance to get really far into this game, potentially even win it. But that opening knock makes it a 3v3. Kraken looking for more targets. Has one out in the open, and him and Haven going to get one. HS returns the favor.
Not a lot of good angles to play from, while we can hear a lot of long-range shots coming up back behind this. That's why we can see everybody from 4 Angry Men having to drop back down, having to be a bit more careful in it. Meanwhile, the down members from Luna Galaxy just crawling over to Haven, hoping that he's some type of safe haven in and of himself to get the reses in point. We also do have Sparking right next to FaZe, kind of stalling it down. HS not going to let it go, but Haven stops it, dead in its tracks. Bobo stepping up as well, reads it, goes for the spray, does finally get it. 4 Angry Men cling to life.
In the background, FaZe is able to spot out Sparking and take him down, but not before he took Gustav with him. Now it is 17 Gaming's moment. They have a great opportunity to potentially win this, playing patient from the compound on the south, watching all these other teams on the west, on the north, tear each other apart, and now they're able to break out, control the entire western edge for themselves.
17 Gaming perpetually chasing after that PGC victory and becoming so close, coming out. Tons of gusto, tons of control inside this. They've got Xiaowu all the way down to the south, but let's not forget FaZe, who's been control over the east for so long. 4 Angry Men on the outskirts. Any knocks right now could be absolutely massive against 17, as it is going to be FaZe just waiting. Bobo goes first spray across it, gets some damage. HS trying to follow up. Can he at least get a knock out of it? He does, but he goes down. FaZe trying to crouch in as fast as they can. They've got Fex on top of this one, but it's going to be Kurexi. Jeem's already spotted. It's going to be Xiaowu down to the south.
This is so tough, but they get Xiaowu. That was the danger position here for FaZe. They've eliminated the flank angle, so now they could take a fair fight versus these 3 players up on the north. They're trying to get the res onto Xiao Bei, but FaZe trying to get the smokes out, trying to cover this approach. They have a really good opportunity to put the nail in the coffin here in game number 1.
Phase 6, we could see the slow back down, but FaZe does not want to give the opportunity for it. Cresting in the 3-3 situation. Fex had a massive circuit series, and it continues. Following in, he's got a new angle to play from, and it's going to be vicious against 17. They've already read it, trying to see, but there's just too many members coming up. FaZe Clan in complete control. Now just Little Ghost, the last one up. He's going to go down, and game number 1 goes to FaZe Clan.
Just absolutely brilliantly navigated from the beginning to the end here by FaZe Clan, controlling the eastern side of the coast of Miramar very well early, using that to propel themselves into good positions into the late game, doing a great job boxing a bunch of teams out early, and then using that terrain to their advantage as the game rolled on.
That was a hard circle to play. There was pretty much a donut of the fields in Impala that nobody wanted to go to, and then the hard shift into the north where everybody was just having to chase after it. That is a hellacious start for some of these squads, but there's still plenty of opportunities left as we still have another Miramar and tons of games to play at PGC.
No need to wait for Sunday when FaZe looks like that for game number 1 of the World Championship. Wow, what control of space they had on that east flank. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one. Toffees, this was FaZe textbook.
It was. FaZe was looking good, and honestly, when that last shift moved up north so that 17 just didn't have an option to stay in that compound anymore, FaZe had to know this is our game. Yeah. They spread out, they managed space, they slid in when anybody else was fighting, and then they just closed it out beautifully. This is what you're scared of if you're other teams. When FaZe starts strong, they have so much momentum. We saw that in the circuit stages. This is going to set the pace for today.
This felt like Esports World Cup FaZe.
Yeah, it did.
It felt like a different level. That's good. And this is exactly kind of the stability that we're looking for a team like this to potentially take something home in the grand final, right? And for me, even though we had insane amount of hardships on the northern side, right?
Yeah.
They still managed to get around it. They had a 2-2 split on the east and southern side. They put pressure on the rest of the teams on the big compound there, and they managed to get back together as a 4-man. Even though they lost Gustav to Sparking or to make it a 3-man,
yes,
they still took on 17 Gaming in such a good and well-executed manner.
Well, I think that phase 6 shift south kind of even a little bit of that out, right? So, and then of course, over on that coastal side, having that barrier for anybody to try and enter forward just carved them out so much room on the east that nobody was challenging. They even had so much room that they moved up north and started checking out what was going on up there, leaving James behind.
It was, and I think part of that was that wide open space where you saw 17 and then you saw that wide open gap to Luna. There's just nothing that's playable in that area. So FaZe, once they know that everyone's sort of congesting up on the top and being forced together in circles, they're able to just, like you said, spread out and own their piece of the pie, if you will, and make sure no one can backfill and it's a straight shot to the middle section.
All that said, Avenger, this is why people may have wanted to target 17 Gaming in the circuit stage. They get to second place, they take some good fights. Yes, okay, they don't win out the game, but they're already starting
it's
off
about the
well.
consistency.
Yes.
And that is exactly what they've shown us so far in this first game here. And yeah, and they're going to continue to do so. But we're also going to be seeing them winning games. We haven't really seen Logos turn on just yet. It's going to happen at some point.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, it's got to be a little bit frustrating for them. A team so famous for second places start off game 1 in second place because they did have an excellent send. They slipped through a couple of teams. They used the map to their advantage. And if that shift had gone the opposite way, I think it'd be a different chicken dinner winner here. So 17, I think, has to take the yes, we found the right spot. Yes, we sent to the right location in the middle.
Yeah.
No, we didn't win that, but that's okay.
Is it an omen of things to come?
Exactly, right? That's where I think the stressor is when you're a team that's used to that sort of experience. That has to, weigh a little heavy on you.
You got to be a little bit careful, a little scared. 18 games overall. We'll see if 17 Gaming can kind of shrug that off their shoulders. But at the same time, other teams trying to perform well, of course. TSM had a huge amount of space up in that north side here, Avenger. And for the most part, they were able to do quite a bit with that. I thought that, I didn't know how some of those fights were going to go. In the end, Sparking tries to kind of middle it out in the end, but
it was more of a salvage game, right? They were camping, first of all, camping Falcons, rotation, right? Getting some points into that situation. And then later on, those northern ships really helped them. If it had been anything else, they wouldn't have had as much space. Our top 4 teams, though, here, 12 kills for FaZe along the win. That's 22 points. That's huge.
Yeah, so to touch on that TSM thing real quick, because I do think that camp was really relevant, is they saw the circle shift so far from where they were that they knew it wasn't a game that was necessarily win condition for them, right? So they camped the 4. They know that that means they can do a wide north rotation safely and sort of maybe salvage anywhere from 8th to 6th place with a couple of kills to go on the back of that. Walking away with 7 kills in 4th, they're going to be very happy with that in terms of what you said, a salvage game. 17, 7 kills, so I don't think there's any world where they go, we're still second, because at the end of the day, that is a huge kill number. For me, 4 AM was impressive because they somehow used the sandstorm in a way that allowed them to get to this position. They had at least 3 teams that could have fired on them if that storm wasn't there.
It shouldn't be allowed, though. I will allow it, but it shouldn't be allowed for them to have the saloon split with the longhouse compound in the canyon. That should not be allowed. Someone else should have sniffed that out, but yeah, here, the winning team, of course, FaZe, all of them contributing somewhat equally. Fex had some few crazy peaks there, and he's able to get 4 kills for this.
I mean, it's not just, as we take a look at the numbers from them, of course, what you were saying about EWC FaZe. It's also, let's look back to PGS6, where they had a bit of a disaster at PGS6 until they suddenly turned it on one day at the beginning, and it will be Fex taking our first man of the match here in the grand final. And then all of a sudden, that day was plain sailing. They were smashing kids left, right, and center. It was terrifying.
But that's FaZe in a nutshell. A big game has a knock-on effects when it comes to these guys, and they do manage to always turn that in to a big day. So I think if you're at home and you're watching, expect FaZe to continue putting up big numbers the rest of the day today.
22 points for them in first place right now, because we've only played 1 game. 17 Gaming, of course, getting themselves 13 points. 4 Angry Men. I think that is a testament to a strong showing from them here to start things off. 11 points for 4 Angry Men to get it rolling, but they will be tied for TSM for now.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that they're able to kind of turn around what we saw at Nations Cup, right? They struggled a little bit in terms of how Godby played on the team, and them now with 4 AM, with how Godby's been playing so far, he's really kind of had that resurgence that I was hoping for him on a personal level to really see, and for them to come up here and perform. It's really top 3, 2 Chinese teams. It's huge.
You're talking about top teams. Let's talk about a bottom team here, Team Falcons. I hope they can get their headspace in the right. That was a very tough start for them. They landed. They lost a player right off of the drop. He got run over by an Expendables. Then they get camped in a really uncomfortable position. TSM shot out the tires like incredibly, like, so well. They just locked them down. Falcons could do absolutely nothing, and they need to sort of get past that, get their heads right, and come back into this match.
Two things. What a pace this game set already. You could really tell that there was intensity there, understanding that all of these teams realize it's now or never. Nothing else for 2024. The second thing I want to point out, Avenger, this crowd's fire. This crowd is loud for all of the action that's going on. So that's exciting for this 3 days.
Yeah, it's going to be insane here. And especially for how these kind of mechanical moments, we've seen how well these players are able to play. When you see those 1 or 2 knocks back to back, it's popping off, and I'm loving it.
Even to the point where they're getting crazy with it. I mean, we saw the Expendables using Clories with like sort of peek bait while Delman was doing sneaky backstabs. Like, these teams have come in with, I don't want to say set pieces, right? But like plans in place that take their gaming to the next level.
Let's talk about that a little bit, right? Because you could see how fast we see the third party coming in, right? And that's really the scary thing for a team, especially like Expendables. Smash Mouth style, just playing, shooting, trying to get as much in there, but still, then it comes back to, okay, there's just going to be a team third party, and you're going to lose players, you're going to be down to 2, while everyone else is so hard focused on trying to stay 4 alive while still squeezing out as many points as possible.
It's exactly right, and you're going to see the third parties, but we were comfortable with that from the circuits. The thing that I think is really going to start to make people mad here is we saw magpies left and right in this thing, and that's those little birds who want to come out and steal as many kills as they can. We saw sparking in that game. Exactly. That literally they're setting people out with the sole purpose of just trying to steal away as many points as you can, because how many times have we seen first, second, third place determined by just a couple of points? And when you look at that payout, that is insanely different. So really, these teams that are focused on just stealing what they can, maximizing in game 1 are the teams that I'm excited to see as they go forward.
Another team that got slightly whittled away at, but did have a central spot, was of course Lunar Galaxy. I mean, their spot that they were able to garner from these circles was a great spot, but kind of the slow bleed out. But they looked fantastic at the end of the circuit.
Yeah, for me, that E-pick up into taking a high ground is just exactly how I want to see people play in a second phase like that, right? Okay, circle goes away, we have an E-pick up, and you know, some players, some teams are complaining a little bit about E-pickups. I think this is exactly how I utilize it. If you do it early game, first 2 or 3 phases before it gets too crowded, that's where you really want to do it. We're going to see it in military games as well. We saw it, 6 or 7 E-pickups onto the military game. We had a wrangle in our circuit final, right? And it was just a whole different level. The thing for me, though, I want to see them stick a little bit tighter together. I don't want to see them losing 1 or 2 players in that kind of mid-game. I want to see them fight together and make sure they kind of catch up on them.
I agree with that. The only exception is the reason I saw them split in the early game, right? This idea that they had that wide spread, because I think they knew they were going to need to E-pick up if that shift goes north. They sent Vinny to South Los Leones, where they know there's nobody's looting. There's a couple of good prio buildings with good spawn rates there. They spent the rest of their team into Puerto, and they spread out, I think, to find those E-pickups because they knew they were going to need it. Then when they collapse in Los Leones, they know, hey, if it shifts south, we're cool. We're going to work out of this area. We're going to fight. But if it goes north, we have a backup plan. And I love the idea that they came in with a backup plan from the jump and sort of a lot of these teams have been reactionary. Like Expendables, they're a reactionary team when they see the circle. Luna seemed like they had a plan from the get-go.
I feel like you have to, from circle 2, 1, 2, 3, like no matter where the circle goes, I think the vast majority of these teams, they're going to have a plan, or at least talked about what's going to be happening here. Like, okay, you lose a player early on, like Falcons did in the last game. Okay, we're going to attack a slow rotation. Unfortunately, that slow rotation into the northern side, there's a TSM there, right? So you have a plan, but there's so many external factors that's going to change and impact the change of that. And if you're not able to both be proactive about it and then react to if something bad happens to you, that's really where we're going to see our difference between champion favorites to our mid-pack teams.
Yep, seems like Roth not dampened spirits.
That's exactly what you want to see, right? I think sometimes the fun part of this is we get to look at all the teams up close right after the first game. And you saw Na'Vi is a very different style of play. They want to save their energy, stay focused. Roth is having a good time. They're trying to be lighthearted. Eternal Fire is still Eternal Fire. I mean, they're excited, they're proud. They're the first full Turkish roster to make it to PGC Grand Finals. But also, their rotations were incredibly clean. They're not always the most flashy of teams, but every time you look at them in these end games, they're in the right spot. They know when to take the risks. Their rotations have been very, very clean and excited to watch, but not as exciting for me as TSM. You just saw Alo there. That is a team that has been so consistent, and their willingness to game 1, come out, make some enemies, and punch a team in the face actually tells me they are looking to have a very aggressive series.
I think it has to be a hallmark of almost all of the teams that want to become a world champion, right? you've got to be willing to punch another team in the face on these battlegrounds. And you've got to do it hard, right?
Yes.
Like, for when it comes to the very pinnacle, the very top of what we're about to witness across these next 3 days, you've got to be the complete package. And that's why we marked it as the Twisted Era, right? We saw them across 3 PGSs. We saw them get that victory time and time again. And then from there, how do you compete with that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team that is solely focused on minimizing mistakes, minimizing those blunders, losing one player here, there are so many situations where teams are fighting each other, and it's the team with one more guy alive that is winning it, right? And you're able to tactically get in, take one player out, and get out with 4 alive. You can always get a new vest. You can always get more utility. You can always get more first aid and other heals. So I'm not too worried about that in overall. What I'm really looking for is how do they perform with the pressure coming on throughout the tournament?
That's it, and that's the answer to that question. There's a saying in the fight game that, you know, you may not always be bigger, you may not always be stronger, but you can be smarter, you can get in their head. And I think that's how you stop a team like the Falcons, who've looked very good in the group stages or the circuit stages. That's how you stop Twisted Minds. You get in their heads, you shake them off their game. If you know Batulin traditionally gets pressure on his shoulders when his back's against the wall with a lot of people looking at him, that's what I think you do. You go after them, you maybe pick them off a few times, you make the game not make sense, and that makes your top teams shake it. And if you can shake someone in PUBG, it can cause a domino effect their entire day.
I'm very familiar with this concept, actually, being, you know, the shorter of the 3. You know, I have to kind of bite at your legs to try and get to you guys. You're a bit too tall for me, Avenger. It's a tough time, but taking a look at how all these teams are kind of factoring in here, one thing that's interesting for me for FaZe is that, of course, all of these teams, they come into the World Championship, they come into the Grand Finals, and they believe, yeah, okay, we've got a shot at this, right? But for FaZe, suddenly, if there were any doubts whatsoever in their mind, suddenly they get a start like that, they may be thinking to themselves, this is reality. We can become the world champions here.
A 22-point lead, well, or 15 points, whatever, depending on who you're kind of comparing yourself to at that point, right? To start with 22 points, you cannot underestimate how huge of an impact that is in a best of 18.
Yeah.
That has a huge impact. We're talking, again, remember how close almost every single PGS, every single PGC historically has been in terms of points on the last day. You know, players tweeting out, all right, guys, I guess it's time for a best of 6. They play 3 or 4 games, 1 or 2 games in the end for the final day. They're tweeting, all right, guys, I think it's a best of 2 or best of 1 to who's going to be winning the whole thing because it's so close, right? So it is just insane how tight it is. And, you know, there's those 22 points. Mentally, that could just put you on a whole different level. Like, it's going to take you up multiple floors in confidence and a moral boost for the team.
I was getting an opportunity, because we've got our Chinese casters here as well, talking to them. They were like, Chinese GPT above all GPT. And I was like, is that true? Is that true? And they were like, well, EMEA GPT is kind of good too.
Well, America's GPT is not doing great.
No, you don't.
Well, it is what it is. You know, and that is, I think, some of the shock of this tournament is there has been almost a shock for a lot of these teams. Seeing teams like Cerberus and Sonics going out, I think, can also cause a little bit of questioning of, like, the norm is not necessarily working. You know, we heard it said, Tickleton was actually on the desk with us and said that these scrappy teams seem to be really thriving. These up-and-coming new players that are willing to go out there and take that fight, sort of go mid and hold a compound and play the numbers, are doing well at this event. And so far, I think that we're seeing that emerging right now. Teams seem to have embraced that willingness to get scrappy early on.
Well, I would frame the circuit format as not dissimilar to the chaos that we expect in something like unusual group stage that we have, except it's even more uncharted territory for these teams, right? So some of that chaos, I think, maybe proliferated through those days.
Yeah, 100% agree. And that's, again, we've been talking about it again and again, but that is the thing that I'm worried for, right? These teams that are not used to how much stability these top teams, experienced teams, that they're not here out of comfort zone. They're here because they're like, this is our job. This is how we're playing. This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
In a way, though, I think that in a way, the circuit format may help some of our teams who start strong here, because the mentality among the teams has been you have to have a big game 1 and a big game 2.
That's a good point.
And they've been training for that for the last 3 weeks. So a team that does come out and have those sort of big 1s and 2s, now FaZe goes, hey, we got all these points, and it's not going to get erased tomorrow. We get to sit on top of this. So I think that could benefit some teams. FaZe, I'm curious about. FaZe to me has always been a team that when they're chasing, they're stronger. When they feel like no one's got their eyes on them and they can come out and just catch you. So being ahead, I wonder what that'll do. If that'll keep them aggressive or if they pull off a little bit.
I mean, imagine for a team like this, imagine they suddenly get a good game too.
Yeah.
Then all bets are off the table for the day. It could be terrifying for a lot of these squads. But yeah, we are just waiting a few more moments. You're here with the Kuala's Toffees and Avenger podcast.
Hey,
we keep things going. We don't get too much
like
time to actually talk. No, not like and subscribe.
Oh, thanks to our podcast sponsor, Koopa.
Lovely, yeah. And as you can see here, FaZe boys very, very focused getting ready into these games. I mean, a lot of our teams are still focused even during the slight downtime that we have here. They understand the severity of the situation now, Avenger, considering they're coming into this. We have a situation where we had lots of favorites go out, as we were previously mentioning, and that does open things up a little bit. It just kind of says to the rest of these teams, Avenger, especially with the fact that you had some teams like Rise at the very top that we didn't quite expect to get number 1 or say number 3, for example. I'm ignoring Navi because we kind of like them. And it is very, very doable. So anybody become the world champion here across the next 3 days.
I think this is the time for PGC, or one of the first time we have had that many, not just dark horses, but actual potential winners, potential favorites.
It's very
close. Going into the last couple of years, it's been like, oh, everyone's been talking about 2 or 3 teams, Then at PGC Dubai, it was like, okay, we go into the last day, and like, okay, it was a 3-horse, kind of a little bit of a 3-horse race.
Sure, yeah.
Then Na'Vi comes out and absolutely pops off and win everything from 4th or 5th place. Like, there's just an insane level for them to kind of go in and do that. And then here, from the start, we're looking at it's like 10, 12, 14 teams can win this thing if they perform to the level that we've seen them being able to perform at this year just alone.
Yeah, this year alone. And what's interesting about that is we were mentioning like the idea that nobody remembers second place, but they do remember 17 because they get so many second places.
So many seconds.
One interesting second place about this year. Do you remember who got second place at EWC? It was Petrichor Road.
Right.
They won 350k, but nobody really remembers the fact that they got second place because everything was about Sonics, there was lights all everywhere, it was going crazy. But the fact that Petrichor got second place at that, I think they were maybe flying under the radar a little bit than we should have expected throughout this year. Do you agree? Or?
Yeah, and I think that's what we saw in the circuits. And, they came out and absolutely just smoked everything.
Yes.
Opening.
Yes.
And I do think they flew under the radar. But that also puts a very big point on these players know that. No one remembers second, right? You want to come out and win game 1 because at the end of the day, you need to get first at PGC. If you're not first, what really is the point? A team that I'm excited about possibly as we look at Petrichor right now because they have looked good is also Kwangdong Freaks. We've mentioned in the pre-show. We really get a time to dig into this team. They are one of those teams that also seems to just be getting stronger and stronger. I mean, you talk about having Human been together since 2022. Yep. They added Bean to the roster. There was sort of a growing pain period. They've always been, let's say, chronically mid-tier.
Yeah.
But right now, and I think on the back of Human playing better than I've ever seen him play in my life, this is a team that looks like they could easily be a top 5, if not a contender to win.
Well, they disproved our theory.
Yeah.
We thought that the power in South Korea was too divided across too many rosters. And then actually multiple Korean rosters have come out this time around and really showed that they're kind of strong guns across the board to be able to do what Kwangdong Freaks did.
And especially what we heard from Salute, right? It felt like when we've been interviewing him, what we've been hearing from him, feels like there's no pressure on him.
Yeah,
right. And if you can play carelessly like that, the team you trust with a former PGC champion, then that's really what's scary for me. But I cannot stress enough how much I believe in like circuit for me has been how the players can put themselves in a different level, in a different situation, and if they can bring that player mentality, how they're playing into how they're playing together as a team, and how they are able to kind of strategize around, they're going to be using their tactics and how they're going to be playing into the final, and then adapt to what is going to be happening in the final. That's going to benefit you so much. And KDF is one of those teams, right?
Yeah.
Even though it was an insane start and it didn't really replicate it as much kind of in the later stages, still, you win 2 times 3 games in a day. That's just insane. And if you're able to replicate just a little bit of that, then you are one of the favorites to win this whole thing.
In terms of Korean teams, maybe the fans' kind of expectations for South Korea was a little bit misplaced. We saw that Gen G was the forefront leader when it came to the Pick'em Challenge, but Kwangdong Freaks and T1 as well have been able to show. Gentlemen, we are just kind of waiting a bit more time before we actually fix this, so we're just going to go to a short break, and when we return, we are going to have PGC 2024 well underway. See you soon.
but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. Then the evening comes and the stars appear. It's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
That FaZe victory so strong it broke the computers. We have to take a second to recoup from the awesomeness that was game number one. But FaZe really impressed me inside that series. Whenever we saw them starting off, really kind of just jumping onto what was going on with the fights that were down to the south, and then just shifting into that 3-1 split to get control of the north as well. It felt like they were playing, I don't know, just full confidence with the squad that has been sometimes not finding that competence inside of the circuit series.
Yeah, absolutely. This was just a really well-positioned, well-thought-out kind of beginning-to-end game for FaZe Clan. And I really want to talk about the end of that game because that was extremely smart. So, right, 17 has 4 players up, but there's a knock there in that final battle that they had. FaZe says, okay, well, we're going to have to try to maybe fan out a little bit, but they find that knock on a Xiao Wu, the solo player who's anchoring the southern side for 17. There's already another knock for 17. So FaZe knows that if 17 is going to stick that res, that means there's only one gun up. So we need to push now. We need to make a move to try to finish this game. They're able to use a few good smokes as well to cut off any angles potentially that 17 would have had to kind of thwart their attempt at ending the game. It was beautifully executed by FaZe from the beginning to the end of that.
This is also going to be the test of mental fortitude for a couple of these squads, as we did have VP, Falcons, Daytrade, and BB all walking away with 0 points inside that last round, and then Petrichor Road and the Freaks only really finding 1. So a lot of strong squads just not really capable to ride the wave of chaos inside that last game.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a lot of the teams who got to Edge first had some trouble potentially. Like it felt like, you know, even like VP was kind of gate kept a little bit by FaZe there. It seemed like if you were kind of playing on the outer edge of the circle, looking for some of those moments to catch teams before they were necessarily getting, were necessarily expecting to get hit, you were finding some value. Petrichor Road wasn't really fully prepared for T1 to show up when they did. It looked like, based on what we could see, you know, when we jumped to that fight, things like that seemed to cause some of those teams in the early parts of the games a lot of problems. And of course, the Falcons as well had a really tough go of it in the beginning, from the very beginning of that game to the end.
Oh, 2 different teams from North America beating up the Falcons made my soul hurt there for a second. But momentum has started. Who can continue to ride it? Who can counter the negative momentum at the start? We got another Miramar, and it is time to go. Playing path pretty friendly, up around Alcantara and ending up over the island down to the Middle East, so not too terribly scary all considered. Really just southern teams in some trouble. If they're going for some long drops, they can potentially get there, but these circles, dude, it feels like circle 2 and 3 with these hardships have just been so brutal for the players to deal with.
It's been really, really tricky, and that means teams that can play Edge well are going to have some good opportunities to do some damage in those moments, and that's something that FaZe excels at. All of their drop spots on the maps are on the edges. That's where they like to play. That's kind of their MO, and that particular circle, that particular situation as well, falls right into their wheelhouse. So all of those things combined made that a great win for FaZe, as they are going to head up to Cruz de Valle again. T1 going to be going the most southern, it looks like, towards Chumacera. It looks like Alcantara is going to be Luna territory. The Expendables, though, we know that if you drop near them, there's always that chance that Clories gets a strange idea and thinks, you know what, I think I'm going to go run somebody down. So you have to be aware of that as Luna.
Okay, I guess a bit of a stretch for a vehicle, if I had to take a wild guess on this one, is it is going to be 1 member for Na'Vi and 1 member for Petrichor Road, but inside track look like it's going to go over to Sosed, so he's just going to instantly jump in, pick that one up. Circle also lands pretty centered in this one, where we're going to have Graveyard, Cantera pretty much centered up, and that puts the Freaks in a phenomenal position to start with.
So pretty likely that this circle is going to go pretty center, based on some of the land ratio stuff, but it doesn't have to.
I don't believe
it. Yeah, I don't believe it for a second anymore. I mean, I just kind of stopped thinking about land ratio in this event because the circles have been so absolutely bananas. But KDF, who knows? Maybe they can lock some of that area around Kantara down for themselves and kind of propel themselves to a good win. 17 is going to have great pry out from Picado, and certainly Salute is going to be that early rotating player for KDF, just like we saw in the previous game, just like we've been seeing a lot in this event, that he's going to be that scout player, the one who's going to go out, claim you that territory, and is so reliable in situations like that. Because he is such a strong fragger, he can just kind of defend things. You know, if there's one, it's a one-on-one, you have a ton of faith in him to win that. Even a one-on-two, you're going to give him pretty good odds.
So no real big drop contests going on right now, as we did see the Falcons lose a member early due to Luna Galaxy, but Luna Galaxy went for a shifted drop up next to Alcantara, so shouldn't be too crazy for them. Twisted Minds also in a pretty good position as well, to where they can get a lot of vision on what's going on inside the circle. We know that this is the way that Twisted loves to play. High ground advantage, information, and the more that they get, the more control that they will get of the game.
Yeah, you'd be shocked not to see Batulans up on one of the tall mountains to the east of Power Grid. unless they're trying something a little bit different. But Lou already out pretty early for Twisted is an interesting choice, but let's hear from example from Twisted, see what he's got to say about this event.
It's nice to be back. I feel confident and I feel a lot of energy. I see KDF doing pretty good job, so I think they will get us a fight. Pretty good fight, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, I mean,
you feel that? You feeling it?
It's what they do.
It's what they're a pretty good team.
Yeah,
as it turns out. I mean, I think for KDF, for me, like the biggest question mark I have is their macro game in the early part of the game, because they're a team that likes to take really wide splits. And I was talking to Tig in the back room before this started about how even, you know that they're doing it, and sometimes you just don't feel comfortable punishing it because of how good they've been this event. He said they have some regret, Tig and the Sonics had some regrets that they didn't crash one time. Oh, I love that. That is amazing.
Chain repeated. But yeah, it kind of goes back to what you're talking about as well, with Salute kind of being like the entry man as well. There's a lot that kind of falls onto his shoulders in that, and
sure.
It makes it to where if he goes down so much, I mean, the squad itself has a lot of skill and a lot of capabilities as well, but you can never talk down the capabilities of what Salute brings.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, and then these days, you've got Heaven as a really strong backup fragger for Salute, so even if Salute goes down, you still have quite a bit of firepower in your back pocket. As KDF, it's just, my biggest question for them is, can they lock down these early splits? They do a lot of 2-2 splits early. We're seeing it right now on the map. Our team's going to start to take chances, try to punish that in the early parts of the game. You're going to have pretty good reads on where the Freaks are, what they're doing, especially in a circle like this. And a team like Na'Vi, who knows, they might be feeling some confidence. They had a good game that last game. They were able to essentially keep the Freaks at bay from wiping them out, took a bunch of teams out behind them, got a bunch of points off of kills, and now they're sitting in a pretty nice spot after one game.
Petrichor Road has moved into a strong position inside the circle if it ends up going to the south. Teams that have yet to touch the safe zone really are going to be TU1, Falcons. The Expendables just crossed in just the Midwest. So then we've got Luna Galaxy that's going to be doing a far southern pathing, and BB as well as FaZe and Daytrade kind of bumping into each other up in the north. But I think that they're kind of separated out. I don't know what's going on with Daytrade. Gustav and Dex have had to slow down to kind of let them pass.
Yeah, a little bit of a timing situation there with FaZe and Daytrade as they're kind of taking turns crossing paths in different 2-2 formations that they've got running. See if anything comes out of that. As FaZe is taking a moment. This is the tail end of the FaZe rotation line, and they've got two players that are just going to stop up, use some of this high ground to maybe get a little information. Daytrade still coming out of Watertown, so let's see what they want to do. I mean, I think this should be relatively safe for both squads. Fex might, if he pops a tire though, it might be a different situation.
Yeah, this is more just about trying to, oh, hey, nice shots coming out from Flash to immediately shut that one down. Flash is going to be paying over more to the west. And
Anadol got the knock.
Anadol, all right. Well, Fex, I mean, what can you say? Going down early, should be able to get res those. Gustav should be able to retreat back. I think it just allows Daytrade for some more options, but Daytrade wants this. They're sending vehicles over here, and they're running it. Gustav's got to be prepared for it. He does have tools to work with at this stage. Are the rest of FaZe going to come in? And yes, Corexi and Jeems are both inside of vehicles as well. This has turned into a full committal fight, but it is too late. Belmont has already taken down Gustav, so that's probably going to be a retreat coming up from FaZe.
That's crazy. That's just PUBG for you. You win one game, the next game, you just kind of start losing players early. Things seem to go completely the opposite direction. But
well, you were just talking about the danger of these 2-2 splits and how it can happen. And a team like Daytrade will just go out of their way to exploit something like that.
Well, I think Daytrade also got the info that the other two players had already crossed ahead of them, so they knew that that FaZe was split up. So once they got that knock, it was an instant call. I mean, I was looking at the map. All of a sudden, all the vehicles turned towards where they got that knock-in effects. It was all hands on deck for Daytrade.
You can see a rotation coming out from BB, and this looks like this could be a bit risky as they have 4 angry men holding down a 2-2 split of their own, and this is just going to be the west of where we see the southern part of the FaZe 2-2 split. So 4 angry men playing up on top of Hacienda. I think that BB's kind of smelled this one, so they're going to retreat away. Perfectic's now down. Expendables, the early game fighters, are finding some successes already.
Well, and you got to be so careful now as Twisted Minds, because of the team who got this knock. I mean, that is 100% you know they're going to commit to this. So you got to either decide right now, are you going to try to take this fight? Oh, Lou, that was dangerous.
Delwyn a bit nervous, though, aware of the fact that that high ground could be problematic for him. Good nade toss. Vehicle already moved, though, so the Tulin's up on the high ground. But look, Duck Juice just running in. The rest of Twisted has to step away from this. They realize that they just don't have the tools really to navigate it. The high ground just being a bit too hard for them to deal with, is everything for TE is a bit more controlled.
The Tulin's trying to find the range, trying to find the shots, but just can't quite get there. Meanwhile, we have Chewy. It's creeped up right by 17 very quietly. I think this is just a staging setup to try to find the moment where they can pounce on this split that 17 has set up.
This is a weird 2-1-1 split from Petrichor Road, and they are right next to this, and you can see Left playing back behind this one. He's going to make, I mean, if something presents itself, they can definitely try to exploit it, but 17 also running a 2-2 split. They've got the other two members just over to the west of this one, and there's also several other 2-2 splits, most notably Eternal Fire, that's kind of in between it all. So if this firefight does break out, Petrichor Road should be able to regroup just a bit faster than 17.
Yeah, I agree. I think Petrichor Road has done something really, really smart. And if they can find that knock, like if somebody gets up on the roof or something, and one of the players, like Left from afar, can get that knock, then that might spring Chewy into action.
I think Little Ghost is trying to be a ghost in an attic right now. Since that Chewy is around and is just looking down on anything, we can see that FaZe is now running a 1-1 split. You know, hey, the 2-2 split didn't work, so let's just break it down in half. And so going to have James making his way over to Minas Generalis, as Day Trade is actually going to be coming up back behind him. But a 2-1-1 for VP means that Nixie might be spotting out Day Trade in just a minute.
I like this a lot from FaZe. I think if you're down to 2 players, there's not much hope outside of just ratting and salvaging as best as you can. So why not split? Why not try to do what you can? Circle is going to hard shift up towards the north again. And so, yeah, that compound that TSM is in looking really juicy.
Nurenzo, Nixie already reads it. This is such a strong position to play from, but makes it into the cover. So now it's just Peaks. Nixie not a lot to work with, but does manage to get the knock onto Nurenz. Should be able to flush him out quite easily. Now, how high ground control is still going to be favorable for them. See how well that they can exploit for the time being, because they are going to be playing over into the east vehicles. Now already in movement as the circle has popped, and yes, it is going to be a regroup from Petrichor Road. Right up on top, Little Ghost already down. Oh! The exploding vehicle almost takes down Left takes down himself.
Oh no, Left just thought he maybe had gotten away from one of the exploding vehicles to walk right into another.
I'm telling you, this place is haunted. Little Ghost in the attic, man. You killed him, and now he's just here. He's harassing you and following you the rest of the way.
I like it, but what I'd like even more, despite the little bit of a whoopsie there for Petrichor Road, is their overall strategy in that moment to get themselves a really nice point, to get Chewy snuck up next to 17, to take that position. Now they've got control of that edge, and they've already knocked a player out of one of the heavy contenders that's going to be facing them potentially in the next couple of circles. So overall, a really well-executed plan and strategy, other than the cars. Other than that.
Other than
explosions. But it's fine. You can res.
I'll never be sad about explosions.
No.
Even that, I would love to see the camera for Left whenever that happened. You know, just having to juke between the two of them.
I think
there's probably a little bit of surprise happening in that.
Might get a recreation of our fans, iPad moment there.
Going back and forth, yep. Okay, so quick updates as we've got rotations to the south. It's going to be 17 Gaming wrapping in pretty close to T1. Shots coming in on to them 17. It looks like they've managed to make it through the first hurdle, but they're heading pretty far south. Just trying to wrap entirely away from this one. T1's raining, has a vision in, trying to see if he can connect the last little bit, but is getting shoot away. There's some support coming up from the other positions. Let's also note that while this is going to be going on, T1 wants to make it back inside the circle, but their eyes are going to be set on where we just saw Petrichor Road playing from. Luna Galaxy was also rotating over here, heard this, and has shifted back over to Picado.
I think Raining's going to be kicking himself there. He had a really good opportunity to ruin 17's game. There's the moment when Chewy strike, you could see frustration.
Give me the,
He's just laughing.
Yeah.
He doesn't even care. He's just, whatever. They did what they needed to do. And at the end of the day, you don't lose any, armor or helmet from that explosion. So, yeah. Oh, Godvy's going to snag a Mark 14 for himself. Nice pickup for sure. Still darn good gun in this game. You'll absolutely take one of those anytime you can get them. I'm still keeping my eyes towards the south. T1 was like chasing 17, but 17 retreated all the way into Los Leones for some safety.
But so is T1. They're still like,
they're hunting.
They're just roaming around. They're like, you know, the circle.
Unless this is a rotation where they're trying to move over towards like Minas Generales or something.
Maybe rotate in from the north around water treatment or truck stop. Maybe eat some blue zone damage. I mean, it is pretty open up over there, so it wouldn't be too surprising. But this is going to be a long wrap for Circle 2.
It is. It is
technically
a bit
about to be
risky.
Circle 3 in just 10 seconds.
Yeah, Circle 3 is about the last circle where you want to be messing around in the blue. So they have a little bit of time. Kind of curious about what T1 is thinking there, as there is an emergency pickup popped by EF. Let's see if they want to grab in this or not. There still is some room on the mountains by San Martin that they could potentially launch themselves into if they feel like that's a better spot, or they could try to play edge.
So I want to talk about the firefight between the Expendables and Twisted for just a second. With the way that the circle is now formed, Twisted usually loves to play around the high ground control over there, and the Expendables kind of bullied them out of it. The Expendables aren't leaning into, they're running into a 2-2 over there with a lot of control over the circle, but also Twisted now, also kind of mirroring that a bit more to the south, means that playing in open areas and the valleys and some of the dips that are open over here, not going to be too feasible. Hard cover going to be a lot more of a requirement for these teams if they're going to venture anywhere past Graveyard.
Absolutely. I mean, for Twisted, it's now you're trying to play that edge control style, that spread out formation they like to set up, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Losing who has been your best player so far this event in Perfectix. Daytrade trying to cut through a couple different teams. VP, 4AM, having eyes on this. Tanadol and Belmont making the desperate run, but VP now turning their attention to 4AM, who's out in the open. They've got enough, but Cipion going to return the favor.
Shots over at them right as Daytrade was trying to wrap in, and Daytrade just absolutely feasting off of that, getting so much position inside the circle. Falcons having to deal with Luna Galaxy yet again, already caught up amongst each other. Going to be Vinny that spots it out, does get the knock, but there is the counter on the opposing side of it. Rello, Roth, other two that are going to be up, playing right up next to the blue zone wall right now. Roth trying to come and provide some reinforcements. Kraken just dropping all of the utility that he can right on top of Rello, but Rello making some very good peeks. 3 members still up for Luna Galaxy, and now it is just going to be Roth alive for the Falcons. Petrichor Road's Chewy also hears this. All of Petrichor Road is trying to creep in. There's 2 other members, and I believe that Ming and Akeslip that are going to get vision on the approach on Roth if he crests into the east. But even Luna Galaxy is going to be in a ton of trouble on this.
This is a phenomenal setup for Petrichor Road. Great angle to cover for there with that 2-1-1 split, just leaving Chewy on his own. Ming is going to confirm that. And you do have the Falcons knocked out early once again. It has been a real struggle to start the grand finals at PGC for them. 2
goose eggs off of the go. We'll see if Luna Galaxy can maybe benefit off of the Falcons going down. Looks like they're playing a bit more into the west. The north is getting a bit more violent, as you can see VP having to fend up against 17 as 17 is just rolling down the hillside. Not having quite enough vision on it, VP can't do much about it. So it is going to be on to 4 Angry Men with a bit more vision in it, taking a couple of shots.
Daytrade.
Oh yeah, this is all right into Daytrade's positioning. Xiao Wu getting forced off the side of this, has to be very, very careful. He's going to crest right up in front of him, and Daytrade with a beautiful spray right along the horizon.
That was nasty, Belmoth. He has been another player who has stepped up huge here so far at PGC. 4AM getting cut down, trying to reach out to harass 17. VP's high ground really giving them some big points, big kills. 17 left just scrambling, trying to find some way in. T1 has finally cut into the circle somehow, some way. I saw them flirting with Petrichor Road over towards this fight with Luna that is still going on.
Petrichor Road in full authority of this fight. I mean, there is not much else you can really say about it, but notice the high ground positioning coming up from TE. Twisted, still going to be strong, but also add in VP. That's why we see so many of the teams playing over into the east for the time being. Now, with the shifts in, there's not a lot of options, so the teams are just going to have to crest in, just try to find something to go. 17 in a lot of trouble. It is going to be jumping out, and now TSM just trying to pick up the shots on it, try to see if they can get the flush, get the points, and no, it is going to be Guman that picks it up.
It's a bit unfortunate for Luke. He had a player come in to try to back him up there, and it blocked him at the door. Might have been able to get that quicker, but Ming and Akeslep are still ridiculous with their DMRs, doing more damage to Luna. And now, Kraken, the only player alive for our Brazilian team, is trying to find some way to survive a little bit longer in this game. Not sure that Petrichor Road is going to give him the opportunity. 4AM cutting across towards the middle. You do have 17 Suju out here. I mean, there are some dips you could play, and that's classic 4AM.
T1, they are going right up next to him. They have to be careful. 4 Angry Men does shift back down, but that means at 17 could get some vision in. Nades are going to be prepped up. That shack already occupied. That dip is not as safe as you think it is. 4 Angry Men shots connect in. TE, and it's going to be TSM double teaming right on top of 4 Angry Men. There is nowhere for them to go, and Purdy Curdy going to pick up both.
Yeah, nice pickup there for TSM. Finally able to get those DMRs to ring a little bit louder for them. Get those kills instead of having them getting stolen away. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road has some teams on their side. Oh, BB's falling apart. Clory's Tanbu combining. Spyro goes down to the vehicle, and all of a sudden, BB team just runs into the Expendables and is almost eliminated.
Just a shack, 1 member up, a doozy, clutching down, trying to survive. But I mean, it was a good read on the circle to try to find some good, I guess, vision, but it's going to be so under lock right now. TE, it feels like they're the catalyst for all of what's been going on for these first 2 games. And it's, while it's not led to a ton of points, it's led to everybody having to play around the way that TE wants to. EF over here going to be right on top of Na'Vi. Let's not forget about the fact TSM's also over here as well. Freaks can get some vision in it, depending on if they crest out of their a little bit of a dip, but we'll have to see. Outside teams, Jeems as well as VP going to be finding some type of pathing over into the east, while a Corexi for FaZe is going to be coming up on the similar pathing that we just saw BB.
I'm kind of curious how Na'Vi got ahead of EF. EF was the ones playing Gatekeeper earlier, but Tulin's going to punish Petrichor Road's aggression. You can see Chewy once again trying to be that point man. Summer gets caught out by Twisted Vines. Let's see if they can do some more damage, or if Petrichor Road is just going to try to play a little bit more position. They have a hill line to keep a couple of their players safe. The real question is Chewy underneath them, unidentified. The Mad, though, finding some nice shots onto Nixie. Return fire, though, going to prevent the flush for now.
And here comes Jeems right back behind it, ready to pounce. See if maybe he can pick up a couple of these kills as well. Once he crests up the back of that hill, he'll just have a great set of eyes right onto VP's positioning. Daytrade going to use this opportunity to make a rotation as well. VP in a lot of trouble. Nate's prepped. How well it's going to roll, connects, but not enough to get the knocks. And now everybody from Virtus Pro looks back, realizing that Jeems is in a very dangerous position. So with the new circle popping over into the west, there's a lot of shifts coming in. Daytrade trying to make the run right up next to where TSM's going to be at, but you can see Daytrade can't really cross due to the position coming up from the Expendables. While all of this is going on, it's just a cluster of firefighting around Graveyard. Anybody scrapping for anything that they can find.
Yeah, Belmoth there trying to dodge and duck as best as he can, but gets taken down. Sparking out watching EF, trying to hold off this flank for TSM so they can recover here at the Graveyard. Oh, EN just sitting there. Easy pickings for Sparking.
I bet the problems are going to continue to mount. Jeems rolling in, taking the zip line, just looking down at the rest of everybody going, nah, I'm going to dodge out all of this. Who needs emergency pickups? He's got his own way to get over there, but he has to be careful. Whenever he drops, he's going to be landing right in front of a ton of people. So he's going to drop off. Looks like he might be able to regroup pretty close to Corexi, though. 17 Gaming have to contend him with the fact that EF is right up on top of them. Twisted to the south has to go with Petrichor Road, who's trying to make their approach. Batulin's on no life. Example doesn't have vision in it, but it's going to be just a continued rush. Ming taking some damage, but does manage to make it into the longhouse.
Yeah, if he can get in there and get the first aid, he has a chance to at least do some more damage, but some really good DMRing from Example, starting to find his form, starting to be the best player in the world that we have seen throughout 2024. Gonna look for the grenade, trying to get the finish onto Ming, but Ming a little bit deeper than he was expecting. More grenades here, try to set up Example, but Example knows that that room is likely clear, so he's gonna try to guess that maybe he's in the middle rooms. It's actually gonna be Ming just trying to use his utility to buy a little bit more time.
While this is going on, the Expendables has sent Delwyn all the way across. The crossfire are going to continue coming in, just jumping into essentially the frying pan. No fear coming out. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro making the push into TSM. Multiple members down already, so looks like they're going to try to crest in. They do have an angle of approach that's pretty open and safe. TSM just having to hunker down while there's been so many firefights going on around them. Just a matter of time before they get spotted, and there you go. Virtus Pro gets control over here, but now they have to move. Guess who just heard that, though? It's going to be Na'Vi just moving in. They've got a gatekeep right on top of VP, and there are no options for anybody from VP.
Varus is even going to reach out into the blue here, try to take down Ibiza, kind of expecting each other around that corner. Varus with an AK trying to put that to good use up close and personal, but the blue starting to tick too much for him to really commit to this fight just now. And he's getting harassed by that split that TE has from the other side.
But on the other side, yeah, it's going to be TE popping off, trying to see if they can backstab into this. And it's going to be Delwyn down for the time being. Na'Vi realizing that there's a lot of threats way closer than they were expecting. Duckjuice now all by himself, cresting around. But let's not forget the Freaks. Still 4-man strong over into the east. Circle has popped. It is going to favor the position coming up from FaZe as well as Twisted. But let's not forget TE, who's just had control over the north for so long. All they have to do is just collapse.
There's so many awesome things going inside of this game in terms of the way the players are positioning. FaZe with their wide splits, now able to group back up. TE with this 2-2 split across the road, across the valley to take control of their territory. Twisted Minds holding on for dear life over on the southwest. So a lot of really smart stuff coming through here in game number 2, but I think all eyes are going to be on Twisted Minds. They have the compound, they have 3 players, they have a really good position to potentially take a win.
And they're going to deny out so many sight lines and angles of approach, specifically from the Freaks as well as Na'Vi. So the Expendables have the hillside that they can play and kind of collect in next to each other, while they do still have Duckjuice that's going to be in the front. Freaks look like they've got to read the fact that the southern part of the circle is a bit more heavy than they wanted to. But so said, just lines in. Theorist is going to get the knock on Salute and have it both. But a couple of shots now coming back from Tanvu, shooing him away from that angle. So said really wants to try to find some more out of it, getting the shots in. But no, Na'Vi is going to go down. But the Freaks are in shambles.
It's just Yumin. He's on his own as a solo. He's wiped out. The Kwangdong Freaks maneuver does not work. Too many players still on the high ground for them to contend with, and they get absolutely torn asunder. Twisted Minds going to try to pop those tires onto the TE vehicles. TE now under pressure from Jeems and FaZe Clan. Tanvu, will he be able to get to Clories to get that res?
Okay, now we've got the usual suspects from the last game in TE and FaZe, who were just doing so much work around the circle. Add in Twisted Minds. This is about to be a very heady circle number 6 moving into 7. Smoke's coming out. The Expendables doing a great job of trying to navigate, but it's going to be the high ground advantages coming up from Jeems and Corexy. They're going to make it so complicated. Duckjuice really can't find any way to support, so it's all on to Tanvu to make sure that he keeps his member alive and also gets res. And it looks like with enough smokes, he's managed to buy it.
Yeah, that's really important for the Expendables. That could give them the opportunity to take the win. A lot of this fighting is going to be taking place over on the western side. There's a lot of rocks, a lot of cover that you can utilize in there to kind of keep yourself obscured from the safety of Twisted Minds compound. I'm not just going to take damage for free from them.
I'm still just broken in the brain right now that FaZe managed to regroup, using that zip line across the top of it. Twisted, trying to get the shots into Expendables, but that's close enough to the rock. I think that that's where they were wanting to make it to. Anyway, so now 3 members with the Expendables lined up against 2 from FaZe, while Twisted has control of the low ground.
That was a little bit of squeaky bum time there for Duckjuice. he turned that vehicle right into Batulin's angle. Corexy trying to use that Dragunov to keep T at bay, hitting some decent shots to do so. So for now, he's bought himself and Jeems a little bit more breathing room to try to wait out this next phase of the circle, not the team, the next phase of the circle. As let's see where we are going to go. Centering up, so a lot of this hillside still in place. So there's actually a fair amount in terms of like rocks and dips and stuff like that these players have to work with. It's just how much damage they're going to do to each other. Corexy hitting a big headshot, looking for another, can't find it.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got the Expendables that are hunkered down for now, but they're going to have to make a couple of meters more of a push into the safe zone, and that's just going to be right into the vision of FaZe. Twisted, perfectly content to let FaZe do all the work in weakening the Expendables and seeing if they can find an angle to pounce from at a later stage of this. The only 2 teams they have to contend with are lined up against each other right now, and so Twisted just vibing, chilling. They're keeping an eye on what's going on over there, trying to see if they can control, but now that they've got Example kind of playing the foreground position down into the south, nobody's going to be easily making it into the circle. Vehicles look like they're going to be the way the Expendables try to do it. A couple of shots to try to cover on that approach as well. So do manage to get in. But Jeems also just rushes down right up in front of Calories, and now it's just going to be on to Corexy. Back behind this one, he has to be careful and steps in. Oh no! At this stage, a mortar?
This is going to be tough for the other teams to deal with.
Where's it going?
Should be pretty close to the Expendables, I suspect, right by that car. Duckjuice knew it. An Example is going to get a knock on to Corexy while he's continuing to try to harass the Expendables. Not going to be working this time around. Tanvu left loose with a grenade to try to find the flush. Jeems behind the car. Tanvu with an AUG. Going to try to use that molly to open up a little bit of extra room. Still though, those mortars not able to find their mark just yet, but Twisted Minds, some level 3 gear, great positioning on the other edge of the circle. FaZe is going to be eliminated, but 1 member of the Expendables does go down in the meantime.
Okay, Expendables, You've got to fight your way through this one, and you don't have a lot of strong angles to work from. It's just going to be all on your firepower, but you almost think that that's the way the Expendables want it. The issue is that it's going to be Example, already at 4 kills for himself, that is going to be the point man, up on the hillside, looking down into Tanvu and Duck Juice's positioning. He's trying to see if he can spot out anybody just retreating from the fire that the other 2 members for Twisted are going to try to pop up. But Tanvu doing a good job of just trying to control for the time being and allow Duck Juice to regroup.
No matter how you slice it, this is a phenomenal game for the Expendables. Oh,
Oh,
goodness gracious.
Example!
That's just unfair. That's just unfair, man. He's so clean. But still, 11 kills for the Expendables. And now you got to drive in. Now you got to finish the job. All onto Tanvu to try to hold the line.
Just cresting up in the hill, tons of utility, everything on the tool belt that they would want to try to use. Nades prepped up, they know how long to cook them, and they're going to be dropping them right on top of the Expendables, but good juking coming out from the opposing side of this one. Tanvu still just trying to clean up, but let's not forget Example's got a new angle to work with as well. Batulin's going to be leading the way, but the Flash going to stall him out for just a second. Lou playing along the other side, should be able to spot it up, and there you go! Twisted Minds back on the groove.
Didn't take long for Twisted Minds to just take back what they have gotten so far this year. Many wins across many different formats. And they are once again in the driver's seat here at another international PUBG competition.
The sigh of relief for tons of fans that specifically maybe put their bet on Twisted Minds with their pick'ems.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad bet.
There's a small percentage of people that opted into doing that, so now going to have an opportunity, as well as Batulin's breathing a sigh of relief, as this is a squad that you know wants to come in. They want this one so bad.
Yeah, I mean...
15 teams at the World Championship saw that result and said, that's a problem. The Twisted era is here after the 3 PGS wins and game 2 down. Twisted Minds gets big points and a win on the board. Joining me, Toffees, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one. Toffees, uh-oh.
I mean, exactly right. I think that's, you nailed it on the head, is Twisted Minds, the rest of the lobby needed to have them a little bit shook to make this a race in the event, right? This is a team that has been working towards this as long as you can remember. PGC 23, 22, 3rd place, and then as VP in 21, 3rd place as well. And that does weigh heavy on them. But when you come out in game 2 and you walk away with a chicken dinner, yes, it was a Death Valley circle. Yes, that is a very difficult one for teams to navigate. Sometimes you're forced to even use zip lines out of desperation.
Apparently.
Right? That was pretty fun to see, though. You don't get to see those very often. James, the sneaky ninja, got them late, which I think was my favorite part. Is FaZe came away with a really nice salvage on this game, and I'm actually shocked with how many points they walked out with.
Slight amount of pressure off them at this point here, but this game they're supposed to win. I want to see them.
That's true.
I see them win games that they're not supposed to win. Here, you're able to sit on a roof, somewhat safe. You know, sometimes Critical Roads then drives to you and kind of offers you a little bit of points here and there, but this is the games they're supposed to win, right? That shift towards them, they're able to hold on to it, they're able to sit on the roof, able to just pepper bullets at every single one, right? This is the games they're supposed to win. Example turned on to, I would say, 80% at this point here.
Sure.
Once we see him turn on to 100%, that's what's really going to be scary for all these other teams here. They're taking the control they're supposed to. They're converting the games they're supposed to win here. But the pressure is off them a little bit now, and that's what's going to be scary for the other teams, because a confident Twisted Minds is a scary Twisted Minds to play against.
And I think you hit the nail on the head. It comes down to Example. He looked a little bit slow in some of the circuit rounds. Perfectix was kind of putting up the big numbers on the team, but I joked with Martin earlier that Perfectix is the top scorer when Example misses a shot occasionally, and that's not what we saw this time. He was hitting every single shot, and if that's him on the uptick and he plays like that for 3 days, I think it may be a foregone conclusion that Twisted Minds lifts the trophy.
Yeah, it felt like in a lot of those circuit games that guys like Example just looked like they were kind of having fun with it for the most part. We kind of kept cutting to them, seeing smiles, being jovial and things like that. It's probably all business now for the grand finals. And another team that were able to go into business for themselves in this previous game was the Expendables, man. I felt like if this was Twisted Minds to win, it was anything but the Expendables one to win, considering they're in the north and having to cross the road. But man, they made a real strong meal out of it and a lot of kills, Avenger.
Yeah, they were shuffling to get in there, and I loved how they're able to play with their control, they're able to take. But then again, it was hard positions to play. It was hard to put themselves into it, and they still got the most kills out of this game here. 11 kills to go their way, and you have to set themselves up for this. Obviously, it looks great, but it's a hard one to win, right? They had almost no hard cover, only slight slight advantage for Twisted Minds, but they opened up the late game, they managed to get the knocks, and then you can just send it in and really lock it down.
I mean, exactly right. This game was about salvage for a lot of teams. We saw FaZe doing what they had to do to get some points. The Expendables is an example of that. When Death Valley goes to that side and it's not the side that you choose, it's worse than crossing a river, right? There's no ways across. There's no additional cover. And so what they did is they had a nice little leapfrog. I think they moved both at that one split. It was kind of like, why didn't you move when James moved? But I also made sure that they were moving at the same time in cars. So anytime that one was targeted, the other couldn't be. And so I think their ability to do these leapfrogs and find those points where there are none is good news.
And also you can see here with the amount of utility used, they had to hustle. They had to hustle to stay alive. 4 times more smoke grenades used to just stay alive here for Expendables. 21 smokes, 12 grenades to try to lock down some of those kills here. So yeah, obviously 4 blue zones nade even on top of that used. But then again, I liked how they're, the split, trying to put pressure on some of these teams here and also having two, and also outliving FaZe Clan in this situation here. They got so much pressure from Corex's high ground, but Corexy overextended and exposed themselves to Twisted Minds that are able to lock it down here. 5 kills going the way of Example. That's huge.
Is that a 3 times PGS MVP right there, about to get a man of the match?
Is that a PGC 2022 MVP around to win his second PGC?
Uh-oh.
I mean, but so one of the cool things about this event is there's a fan zone outside, and inside of it they have a really cool display where it not only shows who won every PGC, it shows who the MVPs were. And so every player saw that because you have to walk from the players lounge here past the MVP and the trophy to get into the arena. And so every time they walk by, they see that MVP, and it's going to be scary to see his face out there as well as up here.
Yeah, it's really scary to walk out and walk by Soul and Ming Ming because none of them are playing here. It's only him. You're a man of the match for game number 2 here for PGC 2022 for the grand finals. And obviously with 18 points going their way, super impressed with Expendables. Again, this is what we were talking about. We're a little bit worried that they're able to bring their strategy to a change where how the grand finals are played. And so far, I'm really happy to see them play at this level here.
Well, of course, I mean, we've had a lot of surprises. We've had a lot of upsets already throughout PGC 2024, but I do feel like Expendables might be the biggest glow-up surprise of the tournament so far.
I mean, it's almost like, do we expect anything less from this region, right? Remember when Cerberus surged onto the scene?
They're pretty good.
Exactly. Everybody's like, where do these guys come from? Expendables, if they can find that adjustment, if they can show the ability to restrain themselves, and that's what we saw in that game. I think Expendables earlier this year would have thrown themselves at the building that Twisted Minds was in. They may have rushed up the hill towards FaZe. This time they waited. They tried to manage their timings, and I think that is the sign of what is going to be a very strong team.
That's why I was so hyped to see Vietnam play Nations Cup, and they just didn't come up to that level that we know that mechanical skill, right? And that's why I was a little bit afraid for Expendables because they have the mechanical skill. These guys are cracked. They are so good at the game. But if they can really come together in terms of strategy, in terms of what the tactic is going to be for the grand final and adapt to how much the grand final meta is going to be changing, that's where we're going to be seeing them in the top 5 at the end of the tournament.
Big salvage game for FaZe. Like, I mean, after getting 22 points and then all of a sudden losing people early in this game, I thought to myself, well, okay, that's the momentum. I don't really like using the word momentum, but that's kind of that trajectory shot a little bit. But the fact that we did get to see the zipline play and they found a spot on the west side was pretty crazy to see. So anyway, we can elaborate a little bit more on that in a few moments' time. We are going to go to a short break, and when we return, we are going to the wild card map. So it gets even wilder here at PGC 2024.
but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Circuit 3 was just a break because Twisted is back, baby.
No doubt about it. Right back to where you would kind of expect them to be in the winner's circle. So really excited to see what Twisted Minds has in store for us for the rest of this event. Is this just a sign of things to come? Is this going to be Twisted completing the best year we've ever seen from any team ever in PUBG Esports? Or is a team like the Expendables or FaZe Clan going to have something to say about it?
The Expendables have been, I guess, involved in so many major movements that we've seen in these first two games already. We saw them even stepping up against Twisted right at the start. That shows a complete lack of fear and a belief that they can take on the best of the best and they can win, and they did at the start.
Exactly. I mean, that's the great thing about the Expendables is it doesn't matter who they're fighting, when they're fighting, they are always a threat. And as soon as they get that first knock, they are going to collapse on you and they are going to try to punish you. And that's what makes them so scary. So credit to teams like Twisted who can disengage off of that kind of thing, understanding that Perfectix is just dead. We can't really do much about it. You know, in situations like that, let's just peace out and play for the win. And they nailed it. I mean, they did such a good job controlling that southwestern edge to make sure that that compound was theirs. That is a very powerful spot to work from the rest of that game, and they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it.
I mean, big unlucky games we saw coming out from the Falcons. 2 in a row, though, but we'll have to test the mental, see how they can do with it, because there's opportunities. It is time. We are done with Miramar, and now we make our way over into Tago. This is a mean plane path, as it is all over that northwestern island, ending up around Shipyard. This means that we can see some shifts down to the south, but you have to make an assumption that that northwestern island is going to be a key component of the first circle.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that may be kind of where the circle wants to go. We'll have to wait and see, of course, but kind of curious if there's any sort of fighting. I mean, you do have Twisted Minds and 17 that are going to be relatively close to each other early, but they don't usually seem to scuffle too much, except when Twisted was harassing 17 during some of the circuit finals and that kind of thing, or the circuit phases. And other than that, you know, teams like Daytrade that are going to be going all the way up to Wolsong, way up in the north, 4 a.m., going to maybe be going Kongnung instead or somewhere else. I'm kind of curious.
4 Angry Men eyeing going towards Army Base. They're running right alongside Luna Galaxy over here, and that's going to be an interesting dust-up right at the start of this, because it does feel like most of the members for Luna Galaxy are stacked on top of each other, and there you go, 4 Angry Men now starting to read it. They're going to have to shift away. Meanwhile, it looks like Airport is going to have FaZe getting control over that. VP going to be making their normal drop-off. Everything looks pretty calm, as it is going to be BB, the landing, getting their vehicles, and then just going to shift over to their normal loot spots. This is everybody navigating it well, but way closer than they want to be. Wait a minute, Beanie? You're running all the way over there right next to the airport. No shock on that one. Circle goes very hard to the north.
Yeah, that's one of the most early northerly shifted circles you're going to see on this map. So kind of curious how 4 a.m. and Luna are going to play it. Are they just going to kind of disengage from each other? Vinny was awfully close to ZP Yan in kind of a spread drop attempt, but instead it looks like he's going to be pulling back and allowing ZP Yan to just take this spot uncontested. So for now, no early dust-ups, but FaZe and VP are awfully spread out to close to each other, so that could result in some chaos.
I mean, this circle is kind of mean, but let's be honest, it's predominantly set. I mean, the whole thing is just beat it in on the northwestern island, not even keeping Shipyard in play. So the way the circle's been going, we've been seeing some baits here or there. At least you know. You're going to be playing the hillsides just south of Army Base. You're going to be playing over there just north of Godok. There's a lot of verticality, a lot of areas that people can kind of hunker down in and find ways to try to sneakily hide with a team right next to him, because this area can support a ton of teams. But VP, FaZe right on top of each other. Gustav's in some trouble. I don't think the other members from FaZe can support in time. He's just got to defend this all by his lonesome.
Yeah, he's going to try to take this 1v1 against Ibiza. Has a frag. Gonna think about trying to get it up and over there. I don't really think that's going to catch it, but the shots doing plenty of damage to Ibby. Trying to find the angle to see if he can get the knock. Not going to happen. Is he aware of Nixie?
Oh, walks right into the kill box. Gets the damage. Finally going to go down. Nixie going to pick him up. The rest of FaZe pretty much knew that that was done and over, so no support even coming out. Instead, just continuing their loot process, but that is going to be our first kill, going over to Nixie.
That's a brutal start for FaZe, who's at the top of the leaderboard right now with 29 points. Tough to lose a player that early, but with VP so close, them kind of trying to drop at the same compounds, and VP just has a little bit better positioning compared to the rest of FaZe. So Looked like they were thinking about trying to load up to bail out Gustav, but at this point, looks like it's going to be kind of back to looting as normal. But let's listen to Fex here, see what he has to say.
Hi guys, I'm joined by FaZe Clan's Fex. That was a beautiful Miramar to start off PGC 2024 Grand Finals. Fex, tell me about that beautiful rotation that you guys pulled off.
Okay, so in the first game, we knew on the east side there was only BB, and we saw them go in front of us, and we knew they were going to go deep and take middle compound. So we had all the space on like the east side, so we just took all of it, and it was good.
It was a clean game from you guys. All right, that was FaZe Clan's Fex, and we're going to go back to Rondo.
FaZe just chasing down BB, using them, picking up some kills. I mean, this is a great start for FaZe. That's all you can say. Yes, they did lose one of their members early, but this is a squad we know that can bounce back for something like that. Not too concerned for them overall, but Twisted nipping at their heels with the Expendables right back behind this. Any sign of vulnerability can be absolutely exploited at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Oh, for sure. And I think there's a sense in these teams now that whenever there's weakness, whenever you have a pretty good percentage chance to just beat your opponent in whatever situation it is, you have to take it. You have to get those points, because that's what this format is all about. It's about point accumulation. It's about making sure that you understand where you're at in terms of the circle, in terms of the leaderboard and all those things. But more importantly, it's just trying to maximize your points per game as best as you can. So teams like the Expendables, that's why they've been really successful this tournament. They have been ultra opportunistic.
Twisted Minds rotating right next to VP. No real big dust up for them just yet. They should be able to make it actually all the way into the hillsides pretty safely. 17 also trying to find a path. Theirs is a bit more hazardous. They're going to be close to Falcons, who, to be honest, Falcons just want any points that they can get. E-End on the opposing side of this one, but again, the trenches and how this hillside works means that a lot of teams can kind of just sneak their way up into it, and that's what we see going on right now. We've already got the Freaks over here in Falcons, as well as multiple rotations.
I think right now E-End is being very, very careful for a couple good reasons. One, he's out on his own, but two, the rest of T1 has seen Eternal Fire just come across the bridge south of Yongchun, where they hadn't really set up what I'll call a camp, but we're thinking about just kind of keeping control of that space, diverted EF's attention, so E-End had to be very, very careful. VP now trying to cross the bridge. There was Twisted Minds players out there. Lou, the vehicle, oh no!
He's in some trouble with the shots, put the other car on the side. Lou, can you exploit it? Goes for spray, but no! Gets the knock on to one. That's all he can get, but VP should be safe for now.
Oh, unbelievable. Heartbreaking for Twisted Minds to have your vehicle flip like that, and he still hit some good shots, but
that's the whole thing. VP having the car land on its side like that denied out any shots that he could get, so it was almost beneficial for him to have it happen.
The style points go in your favor sometimes. As T1, oh my God, that's a Panzer there. Oh, it's just a little bit off, but Type is good with the shots, with the AK. Get the knock on to Marco.
Eternal Fire have to continue their pathing, but that's just the start. We still have Ian back behind this. Falcons that can also get some shots in. We have Twisted that could be separated out. It looks like Eternal Fire are going to go for the same pathing that we saw 17 take just a moment ago. Defenses have already been set up, but whoa! Just going to go ahead and make sure that nobody else is in there. The glider sent off to the heavens.
Well, that is some fancy shooting from a couple different members of T1 with some, especially with that AK. And a Type with just an AK, it looked like he didn't have a DMR as far as I could tell. I mean, they cut loot early to make sure that they could control that bridge or something. That is a bit of a head scratcher to me. But T1, they're making the best of it, finding 2 huge kills along the way. They're still going to be stuck on the southern end of the circle, though.
I really love the fact that Eternal Fire does not push this any further, realizing, okay, we're the late guys here. Let's just stop off this lower section, hold this down for now. Meanwhile, over into the north, it's going to be Navi rotating pretty close to Day Trade, right up along the coastline. This is its own contained fight. TSM is kind of close, but they're not even looking this direction right now. They're still kind of caught up on regrouping, so this is going to be kind of by itself for the time being. But do note the fact that only Thanadol and Flash are over here. And Belmont are a bit further over into the east as Virtus Pro still having to contend in with T1, who's just trying to navigate right next to Yongshan.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrisome initially for T1. I wasn't sure how aware of VP's position they were, and then I saw some shots ring out, so they got alerted to that presence. Axlef taking a whole bunch of damage from FaZe. Jeems and Fex combining there to almost get the knock, but the first aid is going to come through, and it looks like the star for Petrichor Road is going to be able to make his escape.
West Shipyard right now belonging to FaZe. So with those shots on Petrichor Road, now FaZe can kind of regroup a bit more to the south. That'll give them a hillside to play from and maybe a couple more vision options to play as well. So it has kind of settled in. We have BB that's trying to make an approach very far to the south. So that's about all she wrote. T1 is kind of along that line and can replicate maybe some of the magic they did a moment ago, but they're more on their defense right now and concerned about VP. So VP should be...
Let's see this from the end's perspective. Oh my goodness, that is such good shooting with that mini. That's frustrating. Even at this level, it's hard to shoot players out of the gliders. And so for EN to find that is really, really impressive. HS taking some shots, doing some damage to FaZe. They're trying to get in with their coops. A little bit of a car collision though. Vex had a moment where maybe somebody could have connected onto him, but instead they are going to find the safety of a couple of these small warehouses for themselves with 4 AM. Still kind of leaning in their direction. Maybe. We'll have to see if they try to punish it. No, I think they're just going to stand pat.
This is very smart from BB. Stopping off right now, making sure that nothing's going on in front of them. Again, similar to what we saw coming out from EF, but stopping a bit earlier on that one, so make sure that there's no traps that are going to be in front of them. The hillside is pretty much clustered like we were talking about. We've got the Freaks, 17 Falcons, Twisted, 4 Angry Men, FaZe all playing along the hillside itself over here, pretty centered. But then Luna Galaxy still playing an army base. They don't have the ability to stretch out too much. So, Circle, are you just going to center up right south of army base, or are you going to make a maneuver a bit further off? And yeah, I mean, this is still keeping pretty much everybody in play. It's just going to be Navi, Petrichor Road, and 4 Angry Men that need to regroup a bit.
Now, let's see what the Kwangdong Freaks are going to want to do. They've got that 2-2 split right in the middle. Are they just going to group up right away, try to make a go of it as 4? It looks like they are. I'm seeing the 2 players up to the north loading in their cars, making their move. FaZe trying to cut through right ahead of Luna. Luna generally happy to play edge. Vex again under pressure, taking a whole bunch of damage, but somehow, some way, able to avoid disaster.
Just narrowly skirting that one through, but they have to be careful. They're getting pretty close to day trade now. There's a couple of stop-off points that they can play. As they're going to make the shift over, yep, they should be able to drop off. Instead, start walking up the hillside. It gets a bit more hazardous the further you go up, because look at the recessed plateaus as you make your way up here. It means that a lot of teams can kind of be hunkered down in places that you're not expecting. So FaZe just going to be comfortable with the position they're playing for now.
But I like what I'm seeing from Corexi and FaZe already. They're trying to push further to their west, opening up a potential rotation path away from 17 Gaming's angle. So that's really, really smart reading of the map here, reading of their scenario that they're facing. They haven't taken any shots from that direction, so they're able to push out a little bit further, avoid any early confrontation as best as they can. Petrichor Road going to be coming in very late from the northeastern side. They're going to have to be playing an edge-style game most likely, unless they're setting up for a late dive into the center. We have seen that from time to time. Kind of has been their MO a bit. Well, they'll kind of mess around on the edge for a while and then wait for their moment to strike. Zipian did get a bunch of damage here into Xiaowu. Xiaowu does have the cover of that porter on the side of that hill, but you can see the 4AM players trying to angle, seeing if they can get this knock.
It gets really scary to try to push up this hillside over here because of just how many open sight lines you can get and then how instantly it ends up closed again. There's probably like 30 little mini valleys over here where teams and solo players can be hiding out at. So it's going to be a slow and steady wins the race kind of approach for 4 Angry Men. And 17 Gaming doing a bit of a counter shift. High ground is definitely king over here, so you have to be very careful. If you take these early skirmishes as you're cresting the hills, that means that you're just going to find yourself opened up from new angles, and it looks like that's what 17 is trying to set up.
And the nice part about this map, part of the map, is there's a, oh boy.
Rello
ultra close there. The grenade not really connecting the way he would have liked, and he knows that if he pushes too much further, he's going to be in open space where some of those other players that are likely behind Xiaowu would have angles towards him. So that was just a feeler, seeing if they could get the knock, maybe get a freebie. Not going to connect, so for now, Xiaowu avoids any serious damage. Petrichor Road just going to take the edge, and they're kind of waiting. They're looking to see if one of these fights kicks off in front of them. You know, if there's a couple knocks on the 17, you may see Petrichor Road get on their horse and make a go.
Well, they're going to have their own independent problem in Luna Galaxy that is also keeping eyes this direction. They are going to have a bit of army base to play from. So Luna is going to be regrouping. They still have Poza over into the west for the time being. TSM, they're pretty much they're chilling. I mean, they've got the area over into the west. They're right along the road coming out from Godok into the north, headed into army base. So a lot of good sight lines to be playing from, but it's not necessarily anything that they have to be too concerned with for the time being. They're playing specifically with Alo and Purdy, to defend up those hillsides to make sure that nobody is trying to sneak in. You can see the way that they've got their markers in. They know how people could be approaching them, and they want to make sure that they're cutting off any of the paths so that way their compound stays safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are keenly aware of especially Day Trade's position. I can see some shots towards Na'Vi as well as we ping pong over to the east now, right towards the Falcons, who are currently kings of the mountain. 17 right there with them. 4 a.m. as well has scooted even closer to the center around the edge of 17's formation. So good job there by 4 a.m. putting some pressure on 17 to give themselves the ability to rotate into a more favorable position for the late game. BB team gonna have to make a move towards the rear end of where the Guangdong Freaks have planted their feet. TE just doing what they do, driving around the edge looking for fights.
I dare you to take a shot at me because that means I will collapse in on you. So Luna also a bit hesitant to take these first couple of shots. They're waiting to see if anybody's going to be cresting in front of them. Instead, patience playing off as it's going to be Posa that is going to be able to come up right back behind them. Day Trade pretty much maneuvering forward, very far in advance. The Kraken reads it, gets the drop onto Belmont. Easy spray for him to pick up one. Looks like Flash is also going to be regrouping over here, but now that's exactly what Luna Galaxy wanted. They just set up a crossfire position. Posa on the outside. Flash is going to go down. Luna Galaxy played this so clean.
Phenomenal patience there from Posa. The Kraken going to take some parting shots here at Day Trade. I think they're out. I think those two surviving members are okay momentarily. I mean, you still have 17 and FaZe looming on these edges.
And look at the high ground. This gets scarier the further you go up. Vex is going to find another one. Day Trade, nowhere to go. Then Adult just trying to run to the hills, but the hills have too many people in them. He's got to retreat back down that and just stop off. But remember, Petrichor Road is coming over here, but they've been stalled out by the other side of Luna Galaxy.
The hills have eyes, and it's FaZe Clan who have eyes onto Day Trade. Tanadol stuck behind the porter, doing what he can, but he is in a really tricky position. I mean, you could potentially just blow this porter up, try to remove his cover, so he's going to put the smoke down, but it's actually Vex still finding angles, still finding damage.
Oh, this is going to be so hard for Thanadol. I mean, there's just so few ways that he can get himself out of this with the smoke wall down. Yes, he can retreat down the hill, but there's going to be more teams. He knows the guys that were just shooting at him are going to be over here. Shots from Vex do connect through the smoke as he's running away. Also, a big wrap come up from Na'Vi. They've crested all the way into Army Base and are going to be coming up back behind Petrichor Road and Luna Galaxy both. So Thanadol running for this position is going to be able to sneak in right back behind 17, but just narrowly.
I'm curious. I don't think he's made enough noise that they're going to hear him. He has to be super careful with how he does this, though. He might be pushing his luck just a little too much. He just wants the bush. But Chalbei heard him. Yep, I think they heard him. I think he went just a little bit too far.
Plays it safe for now. Luna Galaxy now leading into the west as Na'Vi is going to be coming up right next to Chewy. He's playing in this position, tail in behind Petrichor Road. Kind of held out over here due to the way that Luna Galaxy is playing, but it could be a big problem, or at least be able to feed that information back over to the rest of the members that Na'Vi is going to be coming over here.
I don't know if Chewy knows they're over here yet.
I don't think so either. I mean, Petrichor Road is still very focused in on Luna
saw
Galaxy.
him. I think Na'Vi just saw him, or maybe they missed it. They had the opportunity.
Circle shifts, and now Death Funnel in the north is going to be very savage. It's going to be FaZe, Petrichor Road, Luna Galaxy, as well as Na'Vi all making their push into this specific spot. The Falcons are going to be perched up on top of the mountain, looking down upon.
This has gotten really, there's the links for Aches left. Can't connect with those first two shots. Only a few more to go. Still can't connect. Aches left just a little bit off, but it's okay. Chewy's there to strike from behind. He's taken down Haven from Luna. Gonna try to claim that point. Can't get the spray under control just quick enough, but Aches left. Now he's connecting with that links.
Ho, 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 ho. Aches left putting in the work, but it's going to be Na'Vi that spots out what's going to be going on with Chewy. Shots now coming into him. Petrichor Road, they had the momentum in the firefight, but 17 also aware of this, cresting back down. They know that there's kills to be had over here, and they don't want to walk into the meat grinder. They're just going to crest up, look down, pick up easy kills.
Yeah, now 17 didn't like the fight on the other side. They'd rather use this high ground advantage while they have it. Don't want to try to fight uphill against the Falcons just yet. Try to, again, claim these points. It's all about points per game. It's all about maximizing your score while you can, and you have the favorable position against Na'Vi, against Petrichor Road. Luna gonna hop in a vehicle, two people in it, trying to just drive away. They don't even want any of this fight.
Oh, they're going to have their own problems to deal with. Meanwhile, over into the east, 4 angry men moving down the hillside. They're going to be cutting off the positioning that Twisted Mind's trying to play from. Example trying to deny out anything, but it's going to be T1 coming up from back behind them. That's going to make this just a firm pinch onto Twisted Minds. So few options to play from, but look at T1. They're rushing in. Type playing back behind this one. Knows perfect angle. Goes for the shots. Does get the knock on him. Example now revealed. Very few options for him to play around.
Oh.
He's going to go down. And Twisted Minds is eliminated in 14.
Dude, that AK is doing work for Type right now. That is a tough gun to control, but he is looking like it ain't that hard. And he's going to get another one. He is absolutely on fire.
Type doesn't care about the verticality. He is just fighting anything that moves over here. 4 Angry Men have to deal with 17 coming up back behind him. Good defense for the time, but now it's going to be Falcons also jumping in onto 17, making it even more complicated. There's nowhere for anybody to really get any good sightlines on this one. It's just going to be Type walking forward and just popping head after head. No concerns!
Unbelievable. 6 kills now for Type, and he doesn't have any signs of stopping. He's going to have to go for the first aid here eventually, but the rest of T1 is reinforcing, looking to wipe 17 off the map. The grenades are deep. The grenades have hit Xiaowu one more, and he's going to go down. Not quite able to get him under that kill line, and he's at half.
The hype for Type is going to be continuing over into the east, but up in the north, you can see Petrichor Road in a bit of a shambles position to be playing from. Na'Vi still trying to make the push up, but it's going to be Ming coming in right up back behind Corexy. He's going to flush onto him, and that's going to make it a bit more complicated for FaZe. We do have Vex that's going to be next as a Kraken for the time being, but Petrichor Road, you can see, still has a lot of movement that they have to do, and taking those shots now means that the Expendables want to start playing up into the north as well.
Yeah, they're looking to sweep across that western edge, maybe take out some of these weakened teams. The Falcons are taking out Na'Vi from their high ground. 17 stuck in the blue, T1 gatekeeping them. The Freaks have complete control over that western edge. They've maintained a wide line split for quite some time. Jeems now trying to outlast Ming in the blue, has 4 more first aids to go. Ming thinking about the grenade. Jeems trying to tap away with the shots to see what he can do. The grenade is so close to eliminating Jeems, but he's going to get another first aid.
Med battle. That's all we're looking at right now is back and forth between them. Vex doesn't have any way that he can support. Seeing if any peaks are going to go, ooh,
that's a
still
problem.
leading up into Ming's side. But remember, Ming's all by himself. His last one. So sure, even if he does win this, Jeems is going to go down, but he goes down to blue zone, so not even providing the point. Ming wants this one, so he's going to have to rush back down this and try to go for a side angle to at least get the taps in. Can he get the flush? Uh-oh.
Blue.
Slowly creeping down, and no, denied. Ming can't find it.
And he's got no more first aid, so he is out of the equation. Vex was barreling down towards him just in case. Now double checking to make sure there's no one else back there because of how wild this has been. Meanwhile, the Falcons have eliminated Na'Vi, doing a great job using this high ground to their advantage. Still have Vex out there a little bit further. The Kraken for Luna has made their way in. The Expendables eyeing potentially that high ground themselves. I could see them at least considering it. But for now, they're just going to be happy with that compound, happy holding it down. Hume grabs a P90 meanwhile.
Oh, that is big. But the Expendables eye everything. You never know where they're going to find the fact that they want to go to. Falcons going to continue to press down on everybody below them on one side for the time being. But T1 over in the east is still a problem for these teams to deal with. Down to the south, we still have BB as well as the Freaks, but this is starting to settle. But it's only phase number 5, Paper, with 24 alive.
This is why this is the best part of this map, right?
Yes,
There's
1000%.
so many angles to play from. There's all kinds of interesting terrain. There's a lot of trees for cover. There's a lot of soft cover because of those trees with the leaves and the foliage and that kind of thing. There's an extra little bit of grass as well. So it makes it a lot more playable for these players in terms of finding different angles, finding abilities to rotate, changing directions, changing ideas. But Falcons do have T1 relatively close to them. Xiaowu's doing the blue. How many more first aids does he have to try to get deeper into this game is my big question right now.
And if we see Xiaowu backstab the Falcons, T1 will turn on it in a heartbeat. These guys are just absolutely massacring everything that is over into the east. But Xiaowu has to be careful. He's got to make sure that he's playing down inside that trench. And I don't know if Falcons, I think, are a bit more nervous of what's going to be going on in front of them as the new circle pops, moves into the no man's land. So that's going to be a very wide open section that teams are going to have to deal with. Just pretty much trees for cover, a couple of dips, but that's why nobody's playing it right now. It just does not feel good.
Because of T1's positioning, while the Falcons were checking their northern flank, that's gotten them ahead. A little bit of the Falcons, that's diverting them away from T1's position. So T1 has taken really nice control over this eastern edge. Falcons, though, still being diligent. They still know their players back here. But still, I love this from the Falcons because they are extremely aware of the kill feed right now.
creeping in. I think the Jawu just managed to touch the safe zone, so trying to get his meds prepped up. He just wants to use the Falcons. Let them cut a path for him. So Kraken's just going to be over into the west, so TE going to be the big commodity over here. Delwyn right on top of the Freaks. We've seen success moment after success moment come up from Delwyn playing this very wide flanked position. If he pops off, gets a knock, maybe two, the rest can just open up from that other firing line whenever somebody tries to go for meds, but you can see the Freaks not going to allow anything. They're holding every single angle, waiting.
Scary for Delwyn there, especially with that P90 that he's going to be facing potentially. Still crawling. He's going to see a couple players.
Is he going to be able to juke away to the rock?
Oh my God.
Did they hear it? I think that they heard it. Looks like they're just moving back over here. Jawu in some trouble. They're just going to run back out in the blue, pick him up. Good read from the Falcons. The snake's not going to bite him this time.
Yeah, you can hear players running up to about 50 meters, so plenty of distance between him and the Falcons where they could hear this, but the Freaks, they're starting to back off. Oh, they're faking it. This is all bait. It's all bait. Salute still got the knock. Yumin springs into action, and Delwyn is down.
Other members for TE now aware, okay, the trap did not work. They've got to be careful. They also have some Kraken on one side of them, the Expendables. Crest slowly shifting down that hillside, I should say. And it means the fact that they have to be cautious. BB is also harassing the Freaks as they're making their way up the hillside, but it is Korea on one side of the circle and Korea on the other, and it's going to be T1 with a bit more momentum, maneuvering up right up into where we can see Falcons trying to play from, so shift down pretty quick. I don't know if they're going to be able to position this in time, but TE wants to make sure that they get rid of Luna Galaxy.
Yeah, this is really nice from TE. They realize that they don't have a favorable fight. Out in the open, EN's got blood. Rello goes down to Justice. There's another type coming to life with the AUG, and all of a sudden, the Falcons are down to one player.
I mean, T1 is just playing out of their freaking minds. 12 kills already. We are in the top 4 at phase number 6. New opponents, though, are going to be challengers, as the Expendables heard this firefight and looks like they're maneuvering to try to counter push.
I love this new aggressive T1 team. Since Sonic has become the coach, they are a different breed of player. A doozy is going to get the knock on the Bean. He does seemingly have that tree for cover. Raining hits a big grenade. Ian hits a big grenade. T1 is a wrecking ball.
Just rolling over every single squad that they encounter. Type leading the way. He knows the fact that there's only one left. Raining's gonna finish it off. 14 kills for T1, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Zenith, though, in some trouble. He's got all of BB. They're counter-flanking back behind it. They are gonna pick him off.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, what a great game from T1 regardless, but this is a great moment for BB team to strike. They know there's a knock on to T1, and they know they have an opportunity to hit their flank when they're really not ready for it. Zenith tried to do what he could. Gyumi now getting involved, and all of a sudden T1 is crumbling.
I mean, it's once you get up on top of that, you just feel so vulnerable, and now T1 getting pinched. So few options play. Nice nade's gonna land on top of him, but Freaks now making their way up. They want the top of the hill, and it looks like they are just got everything that they need to manage to make it happen. Shots now coming out. Raining's trying to see if he can get something to counterbalance, but Human, he's got himself a big boy gun to play around with, has to be careful, but you can see already spotted out. Just jukes between all around the vehicle, but he's just gonna continue to try to harass this one out, and Heaven now going down. This is a very interesting play coming out. The Freaks feel like they might have overstepped this. BB got a good sight line into this.
Yeah, they lost control over their eastern edge just enough, so it's gonna come down to 3 players. You lose Salute, your big-time fragger, for KDF, but you still have that P90. Yes, the grenade comes up short of Gyumin. More being let loose here by BB team, spraying into the smoke, seeing if they can find any damage, but this fight seemingly going to take place over this small hill at the top of the circle.
4 up for BB. They are also getting the inside track on positioning. Human now down. Phil first is going to be the one that finds it. Ammo just getting a bit low. Bean looks like he's trying to provide some support, but realizing the fact that he has to control this other angle. Cannot let BB get control over everything. Slowly maneuvering away, but he's going to get spotted. This is just BB in dominant form right now. Best of luck, running back over where there is just one Freak left over. No angles, just a tree, and it is going to be BB team that takes the round.
And a nice high five there between a doozy and Best of luck. BB team cannot count these boys out. They have been around for a long, long time in PUBG Esports. The doozy one of those players who's been to every single PGC, a brilliant mind for PUBG Esports.
And I mean, we saw him exploiting in back behind what T1 was doing, realizing the fact that there's some vulnerabilities up that hillside, and really stopping the juggernaut inside of that game that was T1, and specifically Type. My God, man, he is just being all over the place, and I love it.
Maybe the AK should be his main gun from now on, because he was disgusting with it.
Any other AK lovers out there? I love the AK. Best SMG in the game is what I always joke about, but looks like we've got everything set to get everything to maneuver into our next game.
It's a classic BB play here as they're able to cordon off, make sure they've got their defenses set up and good to go, and then strike when the iron is hot towards the end. They get themselves a perfect victory here against the rest of the teams, and it's EMEA wall-to-wall, Avenger.
Yeah, it is. You see the frustration there, and Lou not being able to get VP in the very beginning there. That's a rough one, but yeah, what a circle here. That northern circle on Tego here, it's just so hard to make any plays because there's so many small trenches, small dips, small areas you can play in, so much terrain to accommodate so many players on that northern side. You can see there is just mayhem on that northern side. So many teams trying to get into a position. Falcons looked like they were actually having a good spot, but there's just two teams slightly above them, elevated above them, both looking down upon them, and they got eliminated in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, Falcons, I think, is going to be reeling after 3 games. It's a tough another one for them. But really, it comes down to that northern circle. You got Big Rock Mountain, and a lot of teams trying to find those sort of like valleys to get into. And then once those shifts start, I think it was a fun end game because the fighting never really stopped. But that's what you expect up here on the north side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. This was, I mean, this location, I'm agreeing with you guys, I'm agreeing with the casters as well. It's one of the very best locations on Tego. This hill range can inhabit so many teams at the same time. They've got to be very aware of every single angle they've got to look through and be able to know exactly when they can transition to the next ridgeline against some of these teams. And you saw it towards the end here, right? BB team just knows exactly when to hit this third party. There was so much third party going up on that north side.
And that's exactly the name of the game in this area here, right? You got to just third party. If you engage, you're gonna get hunted, you're gonna get third party because there's just, it's so much room to accommodate teams. And when you have a higher amount of teams towards that late game, they're just gonna wait until they can strike at the perfect time here. You saw KDF, you saw Freaks do it, but they had that fight.
Yeah.
But BB just had a perfect third-party timing, and BB go bye-bye for those last 2 teams.
BB go bye-bye. It's a fascinating map for me in the way third parties work, because if you've ever sat up on that mountain, it's not your traditional high ground. You can't just have a team up on the high ground shooting down on everyone because of the way the trees are designed. So third parties almost always come in a parallel line, and that's why you kind of get to see these 3-way fights. You're not seeing 4, 5, 6 teams, which I think if it was a more wide open mountaintop, we would see that, because the amount of ridges up there is shocking. There's plenty of places to tuck in and hide and hope, and we saw that with 17 and Eternal Fire. But really, I think it came down to a good last fight. I thought KDF was going to pull it out, but BBT got those early picks.
The loot died too early, man.
Yeah, true.
That did happen a lot of PGS6, and then they had a hard time, but not really at this tournament. So, yeah, I mean, we can see it getting rolling, but there's quite the juxtaposition as we take a look at the numbers coming in from this game, because yes, you've got Kwangdong Freaks as well as BB team sitting, laying low, waiting for their opportunity to strike like a panther, but one that was just striking like an absolute tiger throughout the entire game was T1.
Yes.
Type. Oh boy, I'm sure glad I have him on my fantasy team, because geez Louise, Avenger, he was popping off.
Yeah, what a performance for him for this one here. Like, he's just popping with the MK on everyone. 7 or 8 kills. He ended on something crazy like that, like half or more of the kills in the team. For them to get 14 here, eventually actually take the most points in this game here is just on a different level. But it's going to be BB team that is your winner of this one here.
Yeah.
Most of the guys getting kills here. Phil First getting 3. It's good to see.
That's the thing. Phil First is going to get man of the match here, but for me, Type's the man of the match.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think we give these guys some laurels. We talk about their man of the match, but I want to go back to T1 after that, because this has been a really interesting glow up from a team here at this event. BBT, on the other hand, too, is a team that came in without a ton of expectation. They don't have a huge performance history on the international stage over the last 6 months. They have actually been a breath of fresh air, and I do love they were underpriced so much in fantasy that I feel like a lot of fans who didn't know these players got to know them well over the last couple of weeks. Because Phil First in particular, they were just super valuable, and we've all been watching them.
How can you not know Aduzi, the GOAT?
Aduzi, yeah. The first PNC champion, if I recall correctly.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, there you go. So 19 points for T1 at number 1. Again, though, BB team getting themselves 18 points. I think for a BB team, of course, Martin, we look back to kind of the question mark era. Obviously, a slight chip on their shoulder when it comes to that, but they've never relented when it comes to that hunger, right? A guy like Aduzi only pales in comparison in terms of leadership to a tiny degree to someone like Abatulins, who we consider the actual GOAT, or in that conversation. So, yeah, extremely strong.
And honestly, for me, how well they've been able to look and how well they've been able to kind of have a standout performance throughout this. They struggled a little bit here and there, but their first circuit final was actually really good. They got 45 points, looking super strong for that. But for the total leaderboard here, after just 3 games here, is really stacking up at the very top just that early.
I think it's very impressive watching the teams that came out at the top. Expendables continuing to put up good numbers. FaZe Clan somehow, again, finding some points. Yeah, we saw Fex fighting Ghosts in the blue for a while. I don't know what happened with the kill feed. And
Little Ghost was dead already.
Yeah, exactly.
What Ghosts?
Exactly. He was trying to fight a Ghost that didn't exist, but they still managed to put some points up. Twisted Minds grinding. But T1, this is a team that has been less than lackluster this year, right? We got 19th at EWC, 21, 16, didn't even qualify for the first PGSs. Then they show up here with one major change. Type is brought in 3 months ago.
He brings the hype.
That brings PGS and the new coach. And I think that's what they found, is they had individual fragging power. They needed a system, and the system seems to be working.
I completely agree. And if you take a PGC championship winning coach like Sonic, you're going to be able to have that experience, have that tactic, have that strategy that has the recipe to take home a PGC championship. And then you bring on along players like this, it's just going to be a completely different level.
Well, that's the thing, right? We saw even in the circuit stages, obviously T1 looking to pursue 4 AM. They wanted to be able to take those spots away, the classic Danois spots, and be able to kind of implement that playbook from that. Regardless, they've got the firepower, they've got the chops, as we are now moving into game number 4 of day 1 of our PGC Grand Final. We're rolling into Rondo, and maybe there may be a condo involved. Let's go.
Yeah.
They're never going to let the condo thing go, are they?
Apparently not.
They love it too much, but hey.
I like rolling into Rondo, though.
Rolling into Rondo is good. I'll give you that one, Gene.
That one I can, that one I can abide by.
It's just the fact that Avenger gets so happy about the Rondo and condo thing, man.
Him and Toffee's both just absolutely love the condos, but it is time to see where we are going to be going here on our 4th map of the day. A little bit southern shifted playing path, so things like Zhao Tin for T1 might be a bit of a stretch. See exactly what they want to do. I mean, if they're going to try to get cars, they're going to have to contest with Petrichor Road's drop spot, seemingly, to try to get to where they want to go. I'm also curious about EF. You're going to have to drop pretty far to get your spot, 17 as well. So 17 out a bit later. Looks like they might be thinking about trying to wrap a little bit further north of Test Track to try to find their drop spot. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi still continue to have their little bit of a duel for the Test Track position. Now, it usually doesn't amount to anything too spicy between the two teams, but this time we'll have to see. It's a grand finals. You never know, especially with Twisted Minds kind of playing pretty decently so far. Maybe Na'Vi might have something to say about that.
We've only got 3 rondos to really play through the grand finals, so if you're going to try to mix it up a bit, you don't have a whole much more options to work with. It's going to be Type yet again coming in clutch for his squad, picking up a vehicle. Circle is pretty far to the south, actually, so nice little bit of exchange. So the vehicle going to be able to regroup with T1, feeling pretty good about it. Falcons yet again find themselves pretty centered inside the circle.
This is super nice for T1 because the edge of Zhao Tin is going to be in this phase 1 circle, so they can make their way in there, do their looting, take their time, use that high ground to the southeast to do some scouting if they so choose. So a lot of those things are going to be available to them now, and I'm really liking the way that they're playing. I mean, you can see that Type is absolutely a monster. You know, yes, he's stealing kills, but we saw with our own eyes what he's able to do.
Yeah, okay, so he stole 4 kills. But he popped out so much damage, and in this lobby, this is the best of the world. Stealing kills from somebody after they get a knock is so difficult. You have to pretty much make sure that you're tapping damage on somebody that is knocked, on another person that's knocked, and then shooting at the person that was shooting at them to make sure that you can actually get those kills. So, I mean, it's its own skill.
It is. You're 100% right. It is really a different part of the game, a part of the game that every player is keenly aware of, trying to angle for those opportunities. Jadena City actually going to be where the Guangdong Freaks end up dropping because of this plane path. And they are going to have some work to do to get into that next circle, because there's going to be a lot of teams, I think, kind of congested towards the southern end because of the way the plane path went, because there's that Crook River towards the southern middle of the circle as well. So like Hungshan and that kind of area might be where there's some teams just kind of chilling, just waiting things out.
And we did see a circle that did play around here right along that hooked area, and it was very hard for teams to navigate. Specifically, it's one of the death knell moments for the Sonics where they just could not find a way to approach in this. But we have ourselves an interview with Summer to give a breakdown what's going on with Petrichor Road.
我负责运营方面嘛，运营方面有很大提升，然后思路稍微要多一点，然后场上能随时提醒队友注意枪线啥的，我们非常有信心，然后会继续保持这样的状态。我们的目标是冠军。
With the momentum that they had in the Circuit Series, goal to be champion, not a bad idea. But they haven't been able to quite replicate that same level of play, sitting in 14th place right now. But these first couple of circles, specific games inside the circles, have been very, very difficult.
For sure. They've had some tough situations that they faced, and it looked like, you know, they'd have moments here or there where Eggsleft gets some kills, and maybe they can springboard off the back of that, but hasn't been the case. Now, they are nicely positioned sort of in this first circle. However, you do have Eternal Fire very, very close here at Yulin, but it looks like Petrichor Road is mostly already finished their looting phase and into the, let's claim some of these compounds that are to the southwest of our drop spot and then move on from there. So for EF, it's just kind of a watch and say, okay, well, they're leaving the city. Now what do we want to do? Do we want to set up ourselves there or near there, right behind them? Kind of curious to see what Eternal Fire's plan is. Vinny spotted out by Virtus Pro, but I don't think that's going to amount to much. I think Vinny's just going to use that information to say, okay, well, we know where some players are. Let's set up around them potentially, as it's another early wide split. You do have Zakraken way out on the southwest corner of the circle.
EU Minds think alike, rotating right next to each other, as it is going to be Na'Vi just to the south and then Twisted Minds to the north. A couple of good stop-off points for both of these teams, so no real skirmish probably going to come out. If anything, just going to be stopping, trying to shoo somebody away, as the rock facings do provide a lot of information, and we know that that's something that Twisted loves to play from. Instead, we're going to have to continue their pathing into the circle. They have a couple of good stop-off points in front of them, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Petrichor Road still does have EF. It's going to be back behind them, as the split coming up from Petrichor Road's pretty strong. Falcons running a 2-2 split of their own pretty close to that. Day Trade also going to be roaming in, but has to be very careful. They're going to be next to TE, and boy, TE loves to fight.
That they do. That they do.
And I love them for it.
Yep, me too. I mean, that's one of those teams that you just, when you're doing your prep for this event, you're thinking, okay, how can we rotate so we never run into them in rotations? Because they are really good at on the fly adapting. Like the desk was talking about this, that they're so good at thinking on their feet, at reactive gameplay, right? Like Toffees was saying, they're really good at that kind of style. So they're a team that you really, really don't want to mess with in the early part of the game.
And you could almost define that as like the purest form of PUBG, right? Is the just being able to constantly react to what's going to be going on around you. And I make jokes every once in a while, but it almost feels like they just go, what's the most fun idea to do right now? And they do it, and they just, every single time it feels like it works, man.
It's classic APAC PUBG, man. They're just so fun to watch, this event. And the last couple PGSs as well. They've been really just a treat. You know, I know a lot of Vietnamese fans are going to be heartbroken that Cerberus isn't in this grand finals, but you do have the Expendables. They're in second place overall on the leaderboard right now. So there is still very much hope alive for Vietnam.
Almost everybody inside the circle right now is TSM FaZe, 4 Angry Men, and Freaks, the Outlier squads. There's still a lot of territories to work with. Eggsleft. Ooh.
Oh, please. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. 2 ships passing in the night.
Oh, my God. He snuck right in between Summer and Eggsleft.
Oh, there we go. Eggsleft did spot. Now the shots. Nowhere to go. Mad's going to go down.
Yeah, and now Aches left immediately turning his attention in other directions, expecting that there could be another player. Has to make sure that there isn't going to be a trade off of his knock. So really keenly aware of his space is Aches left. Going to finally find that flush, yes indeed. But look at that, Ruin did find a knock onto Ming.
And that, you could see a moment like he just looks over there like, over there? Not over here? Where exactly are these guys at and how are they approaching it? Petrichor Road, they should be able to get this, but they've got to be pretty careful. They have another unfriendly neighbor in T1 very close.
Yeah, this is tricky now. Something fell apart in the information game here for Petrichor Road because EF was behind them at Jiaolin at the beginning of this, or Yulin, excuse me, and then they came in like through the middle of Petrichor Road's formation. So something with this split that just was left open that Eternal Fire was able to exploit. However, a good recovery for Petrichor Road to not suffer any critical damage.
And I mean, that's one of the key components of these 2-2 splits is the fact that they get sight lines to control the area or vehicles that are trying to encroach in on one of the 2 splits, right? So that way you're pretty much just running 2 different squads supporting each other, and the area in between should always be yours. Sometimes if you just make it a second too late, somebody can squeeze in there, and I think that's kind of what's going on with EF. They just navigated that very sneakily, got into a good point, and now there's just this giant thorn right in the middle of Petrichor Road.
At 4 a.m. settling up on the edge of Hungshan, you do have KDF rotating just to their south towards Rinjiang, trying to get across to one of those bridges. Not exactly sure which one they're going to end up taking. Doesn't really matter either way because as far as we can see, there's nobody anywhere near them except 4 a.m. who is now sort of driving in that direction. I'm kind of curious, with Salute stopped up on this hill, he might see 4 a.m. and they could set up a trap here if they felt like it. They've got the ability to have the drop here.
They've got their eyes really set on positioning, so you can see, yep, Bean's got that hillside for now, but 4 Angry Men coming in very, very quickly. Could be its own potential problem. With the way that this hill's kind of set up, it gets really hard to defend at both sides, but it looks like 4 Angry Men might have realized, I don't like that. They're going to step away. Gliders now coming in, and is it going to be Jeems up on top, feeding information all the ways down below, as they're going to be very close to Twisted. Not Twisted, but sorry, TSM. That's going to be pretty close to them, but there's a full compound in between them, so this should be fine. Lots of information to gather, just not really much to gather right now for FaZe.
Funny thing about this little kind of standoff between 4 a.m. and the Guangdong Freaks is that it sent 4 a.m. towards the Expendables.
Oh, no.
Expendables are just ahead. Now, they're making their cross to the other side of the river already, so it doesn't look like the fight will kick off necessarily, but you still have to worry about Delwyn. Delwyn is out on an island by himself, watching the rear flanks for TE, and you know that if they feel like they can set up a trap, they're going to go for it.
Right. Circle is going to lean back down into the hook in the river like you were talking about just a moment ago. Teams up in the north going to be in some trouble. Regroups look like they're going to be popping off pretty quickly. Dog is going to be pretty careful on it. Twisted Minds also taking the shots onto Day Trade as they're going to be rolling right next to them. Day Trade, though, has inside track on positioning. Navi's going to be in front of them, though. There is a split coming up from BB that could be a bit of a hurdle to deal with for Navi, so they have to be cautious on it. Meanwhile, up into the north, FaZe Clan going to be right up on top of the tail end of T1. So lots of little bitty skirmishes that could pop off at any moment.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see Day Trade find better moments to rotate and take fights, because today so far they've been getting caught in these spread formations, these moments where they're rotating, where they can't really respond the way they would like. Sparking, I think he's okay. Again, pretty hard to shoot those gliders out of the air. Good glider flyers will often be able to angle the aircraft so that the bottom of it can block the bullets as well, so that you're not going to get hit as much. So there are things, little things you can do with maneuvering the gliders themselves to make sure that you're safe, and Sparking is able to get away relatively unscathed. Na'Vi now trying to make their move a little bit further towards the center. They are going to get to their first stopping location. Day Trade, not really much they can do about that. Twisted Mind still looming behind both of those teams.
EF, meanwhile, going to stop off at the convenience store, grab some snacks, kind of chill for just a moment, as they've got Petrichor Road pretty close to them, and that's not too much more of a move that they want to make. FaZe is still gate-kept by T1. Has to be careful as TSM, while we did see them close to FaZe earlier, has separated a bit further into the east. They didn't like that pathing, and looks like TSM could be approaching back over next to FaZe yet again. Petrichor Road's positioning could be vital of importance for a couple of these squads, most notably Twisted Minds, but Day Trade looks like they're rolling right into the solo for Twisted.
Okay. I mean, Belmoth has loose stuck. A good grenade here could be devastating. Did it bounce in? No, it bounced the wrong way. He didn't get it to bounce towards Lou. He knew where he was, but now he's taking damage from Batulins. He's kind of maybe overextended himself here.
Got to be cautious. Nade's now going to start coming out, but it's opposing side of the wall. Belmont all by his lonesome. Everybody rolling up right now. Batulin's making sure to control distance. Nobody from Daytrade can come over here. And now Belmont, the odd man out. He is in so much trouble over here. You can see Flash cannot find any angle to hold it back. Twisted comes in, but it's going to be the firing lines for Daytrade, trying to keep Belmont alive so he can make something happen. Nades, utility, anything that he's got, but you can see every single peek cost him almost 4/5 of his life.
Only if he had a blue zone. If he had a blue zone grenade, he could really make this a different fight. He's got a couple players that have angles to try to cover him. Tries to smoke it out. Example, not having any of it. Sniffed that out so well, and that could very likely be a point going over to Twisted Minds.
Daytrade doesn't look like they want too much more out of it, realizing the fact that the fight is now done. Knows the threat is going to be Twisted to the north, and that's at least some information to work from for the time being. See how Batulins wants to handle this, because while he was taking shots into Daytrade, Petrichor Road did hear that, and looks like they might be prepping up an emergency pickup. They don't want to deal with any of the firefighting over here on this flatter terrain.
I like that Daytrade wants to get aggressive, but I need a little bit more coordination from them a little bit sooner, because the backup from Nurens and Flash was too late to really bail Belmoth out. I mean, the good news potentially is that you made Twisted Minds use a ton of utility to deal with him.
And there was a kind of a sneaky little play there where Belmont crawled out very wide out in the open, so that way you couldn't go after his crate, regroup anything, so all the tools are going to be a bit more hazardous to go for. Circle does favor Falcon's positioning, as that emergency pickup from Petrichor Road probably not going to be taken. Meanwhile, to the south, you can see it is going to be several big movements, and specifically coming from 4 angry men, as they're going to have to press along that ridge line. And the patience pays off, as that is going to be EF finding 2 real nice and clean.
I don't think Petrichor Road had any idea. And I think EF there, like you said, was getting some snacks, just waiting. Now Akeslef trying to punish them with the mini. Still not really much they can do. Smokes are out. Vehicles are here for Eternal Fire. They don't have to make a move. They're inside of the current circle. I can see Twisted Minds. They saw that kill feed. They heard those shots potentially, and they want a piece of that action.
Right along the edge for it. So now it is going to be Daytrade. They have themselves a compound play from for the time being. The Expendables, though, the moving factor going to be roaming through the circle. Nobody's taking too many shots at them yet to scare them away from the angles that they want to play from. But it looks like they've got their eyes set on a TSM's compound. They're rolling in right up onto this hill. Can we see them play around it efficiently? And that's a sneaky approach in, but it's going to be very well defended coming up from Alo. Now a couple of nades also rolling back down. Delwyn is down, but not going to get flushed just yet. The Expendables realize, this might be a bit too much. They're going to jump back in vehicles, but going to get picked up. Nades do connect.
Yeah, that's a really tough position to crash, and it looked open from their angle when they were driving in, and they just said, well, if there is a team there, we'll just try to take the fight. It's about one of the only positions left in this current circle, because there's so much flat, wide open space. It is actually going to be Beamy who's going to steal that point onto Duckjuice. Tanvu Clory's going to set up a mini car fort here in a very narrow, very low ditch. So it's not going to offer a ton of cover, but it will be enough for now.
I mean, it's not the best, it's not the worst, but my concern is it's so close to the Freaks, and the Freaks can't exploit that. So they've got to defend up, and they have to be so cautious. VP on one side of them, you can see car fortifications not even set up exactly the way that they'd like it to be. FaZe, though, make a push into Type, and I don't know if you want to do that with the way he was playing inside that last round. Can you take down the Behemoth early, but Type's going to go ahead and drop down to his belly, already pretty low on life, just trying to hold in E-End, trying to find a new angle to hold down to support his teammate. Raining on the opposing front, slowly creeping up this hill. Does spot up, goes for a bit of a spray, but has to step away as well. FaZe so far getting the damage out. E-End not really finding what he wants either. It's just about the fight for the top of this hill.
Love the formation that T1 is taking. E-End finds one. That could be another. He's got 2, 3 down for FaZe. Just James left.
Finally, the angles lined up, and it's going to be Type up on the top of it that gets in the work alongside E-End. So with Type now going down, James has to run away. Not a lot of good options for him to retreat from, as it is going to be 17 that has a bit of vision in this. But it looks like they're trying to regroup for the time being, as Zenith couldn't get too involved in that firefight. He had to deal with 17. New circle pops, and it maneuvers itself down into where VP is going to be in a strong spot.
James trying to find some level of safety, but T1 knows that he's the last player standing for FaZe. They want to eliminate him. Yet Raining is going to be the one to do so. The formation, the way that T1 takes that fight is so good. Type able to hold the line long enough for Raining and E-End to find flank angles around FaZe and just destroy them. Simple. Easy.
End and Type together just feels like it's cheating sometimes.
Nasty, dude.
These guys are a very mean duo. So, For Angry Men, you get some vision on the Expendables. Remember that they're not living their best lives right now, but that's fine. We know the Expendables can play from a bit of a disadvantaged position time and time again. For Angry Men, though, in some trouble as they have to be very cautious. So off to the northeast, it's going to be Na'Vi, who's got their eyes set on the BB's position. So a lot of kind of third and fourth parties that's going on, but meaning it's kind of stopping out a lot of the pushes as well because nobody can really cleanly like crest any of these hills.
And there's just not a lot to play in this current circle. You can see it from some of these perspectives we're getting that it's relatively flat. There are hills here and there, but they're not big hills.
Wait.
They're small hills. 4 a.m. Oh, what a shot from HS. Gonna hit Fairist, so Navi's anchor player down. If they were gonna go to him, they're gonna have to drive back and try to pick him up, and BB team is right there in the way.
Exlef trying to get vengeance back for his squad. He's gonna go down. Eternal Fire continues their path, but they're now gonna have to run through Twisted Mind as well as Falcons. Falcons already taking some shots in. So, quick reposition. Looks like it's going to be T1 going for TSM's position, but it's already red. Nade's going to be lined up right on top of him. Vehicle's just rolling out. Ian's going to go down. Type gets some vision in. Does get the knock on to Sparking, but the other members for TSM run down. Type won't let it happen, though. He's holding it back. Finally goes down. Reigning Zenith still up, but TSM get eliminated.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy going to get involved. That might buy just enough time here for T1 to potentially get a few reses on top of that hill. 17 under pressure. Xiao Bei the only one alive, and KDF is going to wipe him off the map.
Just Korean firefighting all over this right now. Luna Galaxy saw a lot of what's going to be going on. Now stepping away from it into the east, we have a couple of issues. It's going to be Twisted Minds. They've got to roll up right next to Day Trade, but they're getting shot at by VP, Na'Vi, BB, Day Trade all, and you can see it's just a slow, steady push using smokes, and there are no easy options into this. They want this compound, they want this shack, and it is so hard to get into it.
I'd like to see Day Trade try to angle Twisted Minds more towards the firing line. Some of these other teams that are around them, VP, Na'Vi, really trying to pepper them. Oh my God, Perfectix goes flying, does a spin, and the car blows up on top of him.
Just nowhere to go, and it's going to be everybody, or at least half the lobby, just taking pot shots into Twisted. EF coming up back behind him. They've got the attention now. Looks back. Lou, the last one up, just trying to pick up the kills that he can, but it has come at a massive cost. Slow, steady, cannot find the path, but with the new circle popping, that means that VP is in prime position and a ton of control, a ton of vision. Everybody else not in the circle.
I don't know when Perfectix got his helicopter's license, but we may need to revoke. It looks so good there. It just happens sometimes. Eternal Fire gonna go down in 11th place. So Day Trade still clinging to life, but again, it's going to be really tricky for them to find a timing with just 2 players. Even just crashing the VP split is going to be rather tricky. Where are those mortars intended for?
I think that it's headed into Na'Vi.
To Na'Vi? Oh, they're way too far. I think Na'Vi's too close for the mortars, in fact. I think they've just gotten way too close. Now the smokes are going to come out. Now BB knows, oh, never mind, the mortar's not going to do it. Oh, a doozy just steps right up, knocks Typix down.
Hey, but it bought them exactly what they wanted. Taking those mortars over there forced Na'Vi a bit closer and now into their sight lines. 4 Angry Men, though, hear this. So if BB step out and they get aggressive onto Na'Vi, it's going to be 4 Angry Men waiting to backstab. Perfect opportunity being read. Nades now coming out. BB, do you know that this is coming? It looks like they're locked in. Day Trade also rolling over here. Even Day Trade's in position for the time being. Now, Na'Vi, you have to fight your way through, and you have got to be careful. You have an opportunity in front of you. Bestalock already realizes Day Trade's over here, gets the knock and the flush onto him, but it's going to be Flash. Then gets the counter knock onto Bestalock very, very quickly. While this is happening, 4 Angry Men doesn't want to make him too much of a move, so they get stopped off. Big firefighting happening in multiple angles on this one. Spyro realizing the approach. He has to be careful, but Na'Vi finds another knock onto Phil first.
Unbelievable. This is so tricky for BB team because Day Trade rolls in. I love the timing here from Day Trade. T1 in a skirmish with Luna. Some great grenades. Raposa take down 2 players of T1. Zenith and Reigning trying to get in here, trying to do some damage. Stuns are out. Raposa has such a good angle. He's got one. He almost has another. He steps out. He wipes T1 by himself.
Posa puts T1 in their place, locking them down, denied out any form of approach. Now the counter shots are going to be coming out. It's going to be Freaks just down to the south of it, and Falcons also getting some vision. BB still clinging to life over here. 4 Angry Men still on the outside, but Na'Vi has managed to get closer and closer by the second. Notice this great position that we've got for God V right now, but he cannot find enough of an angle down below him. It's going to finally be about flushing out a couple of these damage positions. Takatori tries to make a sneaky play back behind it, but Bobo is going to read it.
Phenomenal timing here from 4AM. Great patience shown in this fight. Oh, out in the open. Spiral goes down, and Doozy's so weak. He's cut to size, and BB team did a hell of a job defending this position, the best they could given the circumstances, but there were just too many teams, and now KDF is eliminating Luna piece by piece.
There's just, everybody from Freaks is just holding this one out. 5 kills for them right now. Falcons on the opposing front for this one, and it's just nowhere for Luna to go. They picked up the kills earlier, but at this point almost wishing that they could use the glider to get out of dodge. There are no options. Circle's going to pop yet again, favoring VP's position. TE is going to be with their solo down to the south of it. 4 Angry Men have to rotate yet again. Posa just still clinging to life, finally going to go down, means the fact that Falcons, already with the foothold inside the circle, now have to focus on the Freaks.
Yeah, this is pretty tricky for the Freaks in a way. Let's see if they just want to try to make a crash. I mean, VP has been holding this 2-2 split for forever.
True.
Everybody's been fighting around them, so they've been able to get away with it. And they're just turreting back and forth, just peppering all these teams. You can see Nixie and Lukaruk starting to get a little bit low on bullets. Not dangerously close, though. Still plenty in the bag, but certainly they are flying through all the ammo that's in these buildings. Somehow, some way, the Expendables Tanvu still has a role to play in this game. Rello, that's so dangerous, just able to get to safety.
Oh no, Tanvu, that's not the building you want. He saw them leave, and suddenly it's all the Freaks rolling up right back behind him. Can he make the hero play? Gets a lot of damage onto Heaven, but instead it's going to be 4 Angry Men making the crash on a VP. Mirrored on the opposing side, using the distraction. Lukaruk's trying to defend in, get some damage, doesn't get the knock just quite yet. Instead, it's a 2-way firefight. Opposing sides on this one all over the place. Got to be careful as Falcons also get some vision in, and VP managed to defend.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt from 4AM. They really don't have any other options, so trying to hit the backside of that house, the side that's the most difficult for VP to defend, getting a little bit of help from the Falcons, potentially the Guangdong Freaks as well. Heaven gonna knock Snakers out of the vehicle. Gyumin's gonna make sure that that point goes over to KDF.
This isn't fair. 2 different compounds, multiple members, 4 up for both squads, and then there's just the Falcons over there like, we got a rock, we got some cars, we're inside the circle, but boy, it does not feel good. Phase number 6 right now is we've been having some very early games, man. It is, teams are just wanting to make sure that they secure their victories close and fast.
Well, everybody understands their situations really, really well. That's why you're seeing these aggressive third parties, these maneuvers that teams are making because they have to, because they know that this circle isn't very good in terms of playability. There's just, look at it, it's so flat out there. Unless you have a bunch of emergency cover flares or something, you really can't make much happen. You know, there's a few vehicles, yes, but you need to find the rocks, the other cover, like the Falcons are doing, to get into those spots, to get some level of safety for yourselves. And now it's just a waiting game for the Phase 7 circle.
Freaks trying to assault the top of the leaderboard. VP just trying to make sure that they cement in a good position on the leaderboards, and Falcons wanting to climb out from the bottom of it. So a lot at stake for a ton of these squads. Falcons, though, definitely feel like the odd team out, where it's going to be VP with a much closer position to the circle, but we still have several to go. That's why we're just seeing a couple of just, I guess, harassment shots, right? Just, we're in full-on attrition war right now.
Exactly.
Burn off armor, burn off helmets, we get whatever you can. And specifically, we saw the Falcons already in a desperate position regarding their economy. Circle shifts to no one. Ooh.
I will argue a little bit to the Freaks maybe, because there's just an edge of that fence line around the outside of the compound that I think is in this next circle. So they maybe can wait this out just a little bit more than the Falcons and VP and potentially rock into that fight when that kicks off, but they're going to have to find their moment. I mean, the good news is you've got Salute rocking and rolling, hitting some good damage, some return fire comes through.
And this is, going back to what you're saying, you also have to be worried about it for VP because the Falcons are so close to their position as well. So going to send over. Human does manage to get into point. Got to be careful. Vehicle should be blowing up any second, so he has to be careful in the way we've been seeing these things pop up. It's been a problem for a couple of people, and
it's not good.
Just bails on his position, so he only has the tree for cover right now, and that's going to be a problem with Falcons playing one side of this one. Lots of shots, lots of attention being drawn his way, but that's allowed Heaven to kind of creep forward, also get a different position inside the circle.
He's going to need more smokes. There's not enough time before the circle closes, although Roth did find a knock onto Lukarux. What is that going to do for the Falcons? A return knock from Nixie. That was clean. They're going to throw some smokes, try to go for the res. Oh my goodness, Roth out in the buggy, gets to the emergency cover. He's okay for now.
How? How did he get away with that? All of the freaks were focused in on VP, and he just snuck that, but he's not inside the circle yet.
Gumin out in the open here. Roth, if he can get the shots to land, almost has the knock. So close.
He knows he needs to deny out anything on this angle because this could be the only way that the Falcons can cling to life. Maybe snake their way in, hoping the fact that there's going to be enough of a distraction coming up from VP because most of VP is leaning into the south and keeping eyes on the freaks.
There's still a few trees here for the freaks. Gumin does get the knock onto Flood. So that counter position that he set up, working wonders. Down to 4 HP though. Is there going to be an angle? I don't think so. With Flood knocked out in the blue, he is going to be taken down. And now Virtus Pro back up to 4 players loading up into their vehicles. They got to make a move, and they got to make it now.
Got to be careful. Jumping inside the vehicles, running in. Is it enough of a distraction with what's going on with the Falcons? It looks like it could be the case. Big shots going to be coming out from the freaks, but do not get enough out of it. At least taking down Beamy. That is going to buy some spacing for him, but it is just slow, steady encroachments coming in with the freaks now playing into the south. The Falcons entirely eliminated. Crossfire coming up. That is going to be massive. There is nowhere for VP to go. New circle pops, and there is just right on the edge of it. VP's positioning. Nades being prepped up. Salute's starting to rein in the damage. Going to end up just a bit short, but VP in a lot of trouble. Freaks now starting to storm their position.
This is all but over for VP. Nixie has a grenade and it doesn't matter. He is taken down. The freaks come through with an impressive victory in our Rondo match.
I mean, but you still also have to give it to VP and the Falcons. That is a hard circle to play, and they made it difficult. But man, I got to give it to Human. Playing along that tree, taking down the Falcons, staying alive, and he's the one that made sure he still had the angle to work up against VP.
He's the linchpin in that scenario, no doubt about it. And the fact that he doesn't go down is so massive to create that extra angle, to keep the Falcons from being able to rotate in that direction, to create the crossfires onto VP. So smartly set up by the freaks.
It has been a hard day for the Falcons. Those first 2 games not necessarily favorable, but we'll now make our way over to Erangel, and let's throw it over to James and the boys.
Kwangdong Freaks wants a piece of what T1's having by the looks of things, because South Korea is now stepped up to the plate. A great win for them, a brilliantly difficult circle for everybody involved, but it will be Kwangdong Freaks taking the victory, Toppies.
Our first non-EMEA win of the grand final so far, so it's nice to see the regional winnings start to spread out a little bit. But this is not a surprise. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when it comes to Kwangdong Freaks, and they played that end game so well. Human went out and found the spot. I think you yelled out, "No, that's what Falcons wanted." And he was there to hold them, and that's what he did. He actually got that knock on Flood, opened the door for them to focus entirely on VP. It was perfectly executed, and again, this is a player who's IGLing, who is not as experienced as a lot of the other players on the team, and is coming out here and playing just out of his mind.
Yeah, for KDF, especially after this last game, right? They got third-party here. They wanted to be that third-party factor. They wanted to take control of the circle here and maintain it all the way through, and they're able to do so with Human's clutch, being able to stay alive, putting pressure on multiple teams, multiple players at the same time. Yeah, stepping up here, and Freaks, they're showing up what they're made of, and they're showing what they're capable of and what they're capable of in our circuits too.
Just as an aside before I go on to the other teams, the Poser 1v4.
Oh my God.
Pushing on. I was losing my mind now here, boys.
That was insane, dude. Type is just on a different level, but Ian also.
Well, I was gonna say, that's what it is. This game, aside from the KDF domination at the end, was a game about outstanding individual moments. We saw that with Pozo, we saw that with Type, and we see that there's these teams that are understanding that maybe we're not gonna be able to salvage. This is a tough circle, very Erangel-esque. No cover in the central, so everybody's putting up those fights, willing to make those hero plays, and I'm not used to seeing this many hero plays this early in a PGC. Normally it's a little quieter at this stage.
Oh, it's been lights out already for day one of our grand final end. I mean, even when you look at what Virtus Pro was doing here, right? The 2-2 split so long into a game, abnormally long, I would say, compared to some of the 2-2 situations, because those two compounds actually have great lines of sight on one another, so they can kind of elongate that out for a little bit longer.
It's the perfect 2-2 split, right?
Yes,
they can cover each other, but also they're able to get together as a four-man without too much stress. Still, that compound, like if they're able to take the other one, it would have been a whole different one for them, right? But they're looking at it. They got 4 kills, they got some plays mounted it, but KDF to get a win and 12 after their last game, ooh, that's going to put them on a different level.
I will say, I was thinking that maybe it was going to be 4 EMEA wins whilst they were holding that 2-2 split, but yeah, only the 4 kills go their way. Guangdong Freaks are able to take the chicken dinner overall. 4 AM and Falcons surviving into those later stages. For Falcons, where they were, oh boy, was that rough.
They didn't have a lot of hope. The only shot they had, you could see them prepping up those smoke guns, was to try to get to that tree that Human got to. And had they done it, had they gotten at least one player there, it might have been a VP win, because that crossfire would have been detrimental for KDF. They did not have a great cover position to play that out of. That said, they knew it, they saw it, and I think that's what's making me so excited about watching the Guangdong Freaks right now, is because they are just at the top of their game across the board. Even Bean, who traditionally doesn't get as much hype, this is a player without a lot of experience. He came from the Eagle Owls, for crying out loud. How many of you watching right now have heard of the Eagle Owls in terms of international play for PUBG? Not a ton. And I think this guy coming out and playing as well as he is, 3, being a huge anchor on the team, adding to the other 3, it's incredible.
I literally had to look up if an eagle owl was a real creature back when I was watching Korea, and I was like, oh, it is. But let's talk about the man of the match here, as we have Salute. Of course, not only man of the match in this game, also when it came to the circuit, one of the very highest damage dealers, one of the very highest point earners when it came to fantasy, and the only current defending champion from PGC 2023 here on the field. This man has already said it, Avenger. He feels no pressure. He might in the grand final, but in the circuit, he felt no pressure.
It could be different, but yeah, the interviews you saw from him is just, you know, the calmness is really what is drawing me to really like this guy even more than I already am, right? And with the 22 points in this game they're able to accrue, yeah, I'm really looking at them and hoping that they're able to just replicate just a little bit of the madness we saw that they're able to do in the circuits.
He was an MVP in 2023, and he took that personal, it seems, because he is set on a track right now that if he keeps playing this way, that is going to be in play.
Well, as a man that is no stranger to bowing to our South Korean overlords, I will say impressive stuff so far by Guangdong Freaks, as well as T1 finding themselves in first and second place so far. Knocking FaZe off the perch. The Expendables, ever the constant apparently, number 3 currently.
But that's it. This is the first time, as a reminder, that not EMA has won a match here in the grand finals so far, and yet the top 2 teams are both coming out of Korea. And I think as far as the Expendables also up there speaks to the fact that this is an event that is going to reward teams that are willing to get active, that are willing to get aggressive, and are willing to take those fights around the edge whenever they're challenged.
A sidebar stat for T1, out of the 34 points, Eant and Type contributed 11 and 9 kills to those 34 points. The rest of the team is the rest of the 14. That's just crazy. Different level. 11 and 9 kills after 4 games. That's just completely unheard of.
Well, the commentators did say it felt like cheating when the Type were together. It looks scary. And I mean, going up against that kind of firepower, that kind of duo potential that is there, who'd have thought, again, we would be coming into the final and thinking to ourselves, T1 is a big contender here.
Yeah, and then Poster comes in, hey, calm down. I want some famous, bang, 1v4's T4. That's a T1, that's just crazy.
Absolutely. No, I didn't expect it, but it's exciting to see. There's a lot of teams that are coming up that I didn't expect. I didn't expect to see the Expendables in a pole position coming out of day 1.
Expectables.
The unexpectables, because they have caught me off.
I gotta get it going here. This is ridiculous. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, it will be the grassy pastures. 2 of them, in fact, here to conclude day number 1 of PGC Grand Finals.
Raffle time.
Welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruiser Chaos. We've set the stage and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be back down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rubble.
Follow my lead! Shut up! You can't even run properly! What the?
Momentum from the Circuit Series not to be stopped. A phenomenal showing coming up from the Freaks, as this has just been an overall stellar performance coming up from them. And I would say not necessarily one of the squads that we had in talks to potentially win this whenever we were coming in, but definitely now that we've gotten into the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, everybody behind the scenes now is just like, the Freaks are a team to watch. The Freaks are a team to watch. And you can see why when they're playing games like this with that expert late game control that they have shown, not just in the Circuit Series, but now here in the finals as well. They are a force to be reckoned with for sure. So a big win for Korea. I mean, now you've got T1 who's playing out of their minds. They're just taking great fights, being so aggressive as well. So all of a sudden, the PWS is stepping up.
There is a lot to look at inside of that last game. We saw really good performances also coming up from Na'Vi. I mean, it was a no man's land in that end section. So really it was just making the best of a bad situation, and so many of the teams realized the secret for success that their squads needed to exploit on. But defense was so hard because we had multiple pinches onto compounds so early in that.
Yeah, no, it was one of those more difficult circles on Rondo where it's pretty flat in the middle of it, so a lot of those edge positions, those little hills you're going to find, those extra tree or rock or something like that to give yourself the hope to get into that late game are so, so important. And, you know, the Falcons did a good job holding on as long as they could on one of the worst sides of the circle that was left between the compounds that VP and the Freaks had.
And it's time for our first Erangel of PGC Grand Finals. Can you find your keys to success? Because now we are on the oldest of old school maps for PUBG.
Absolutely. This is the original, and we'll see which teams can find some more success today. It's still very, very close towards the top of that leaderboard. Nobody's running away with anything today. It's been a lot of different teams stepping up. I know, me too.
I love it.
Oh, me too, dude. It's been just a really good day for PUBG so far. But this playing path, not so good.
True.
For anybody who wants to go to the eastern side of the map.
Hard day to be Na'Vi, so we'll have to see how they opt into going for a secondary or maybe even a tertiary position. Even that, T1 also could probably do a stretch over to Yasnaya, but Stalber is going to be probably pretty interesting to see how many teams we might see make a committal into it. Noticing the fact that we have not seen too many of our teams that might go for different angles just yet. Instead, they're just going to go ahead and commit in. We do have Day Trade that is going to go over down to Morris. So yep, 4 Angry Men, BB. Looks like the 4 Angry Men might have a bit of a better pathing option, so BB, they're going to be shifting away.
So we've seen this from Na'Vi in other bad plane paths where they can't get to Milta Power, that they will just kind of go towards the northern coast of the map. So that's what they're going to do in the Kameshki vicinity. T1's going to be the closest team. BB dealing with some 4 AM players trying to drop past them towards the military base proper. And we'll see if they opt to continue that harassment. My suspicion is no.
Whew.
They're just going to go look for some loot. And yeah, that circle very north. And certainly Na'Vi, VP, T1, potentially Kwangdong Freaks as well. Going to have some really good opportunity for some prio locations here. Kind of expect these to maybe end somewhere near Severny, but maybe we'll get lucky. I mean, hardships have been the name of this event. Stalber in play.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Stalber in play. We've got Yasnaya. We have the shooting range hillside. Tons of great spots. I mean, I really even enjoy in competitive whenever we get the Badlands that are just to the west of Stalber. You know, just those couple of like warehouses, and there's a lot of interesting pushes that can happen out of there. And it just feels like, I mean, that's like the PUBG that I remember is all like the end games up there. Like there's so much like emotion tied into a lot of the positions that we can see inside of Erangel. So we'll have to see how the teams navigate it and where the circle is going to be taking us.
And it's going to be VP's Beamy, who reaches out really early for one of these prio compounds for the warehouse. He wants to lock this down for his squad, have this available as a potential split option. The crossroads as well, and the shooting range is going to be where VP is currently fanned out. So they could, again, have some good early game position, able to lock it down pretty well previously, but Flash, pretty close to Luna. Vinny seems somewhat keen.
Does he want it? I mean, there's a potential knock, but I don't know. Looks like he might just go ahead and let them drive off, takes a couple of shots. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Gets a good one off the start. Looks like that might be it. It's going to be a bit of a reveal towards the end, but nope. Instead, it is going to be Luna Galaxy capable of regrouping, even though it got dicey there for a second.
That's still mega scary.
Yeah.
That one shot, and you're like, oh no, certainly not like this. Not like this, but Luna.
Oh, do a kickflip.
Why not? And they're putting up a super early emergency pickup. So there's a ton of space actually open on the eastern edge of the circle for Luna to potentially utilize. So I kind of like this. This is the previous game where Posa roasted T1.
Dude.
Just crazy good stuff. The grenade is really nice, and then Posa steps up. You see Haven bigging up his teammates there.
I mean, yeah, that squad's got some energy to them. If you haven't interacted with them, all of them are just ridiculously nice guys, but they get really excited when they play.
Oh, they're a great team to watch because of the energy that they bring.
And the first team from Brazil to ever qualify for a PGC.
For the finals?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
They were really stoked on it.
I don't believe that. Yeah. I can't imagine. There's been so many good players from Brazil. It's hard for me. It's just hard for me to imagine.
There's actually a lot of Brazilian love in this event, if you count in sparking as well. So
yeah,
we've been seeing a big rise coming up from Latin America.
Yeah, dude, I'm very happy that Luna's here. a great team. Play with a pretty unique edge style compared to some of the others. They were so opportunistic in the beginning of the event. And after that, you know, they really just couldn't quite find enough gas to make it clean coming into the grand finals. They got through, I think, 4 points ahead of Gen G to find their way through. And they did go for that emergency pickup. But let's listen to Phil first, see what BB team has to say about their win.
Hi guys, I'm standing with BB Team's Phil first and our wonderful translator Vlada. Nice to see you guys. Slow start, but BB Team is warming up. So can you tell me about that last crippling moment against KDF?
Было медленное начало, но все-таки одержали победу в битве с KDF. Расскажи, пожалуйста, о последнем моменте.
Ну, мы увидели файт Т1 и КДФ, там команды дрались. Мы решили подойти и убили их. Было легко.
We decided to come up to them, just kill them.
All right, that was amazing. Best of luck to you, Phil first, and we're
Thank
gonna
you.
go back to the game.
We love you, Phil, first, but we've got TSM that was doing a bit of a, I guess, a bridge camp. It's hard to say. This is just kind of a catch-out trap location that we can see. Does manage to exploit over onto the Expendables. Expendables kind of now forced to stop off and figure out how they want to handle the rest of this one with the way the circle's lined in. But it's going to be Party Cardi that just denies Duck Juice any options.
Yeah, I love this from TSM. We've seen it on the first game where they set up a trap for the Falcons. Now they're setting up one for the Expendables. This might be a little bit of revenge for what Clories did the other day in the final circuit finals, where Clories just drove down Alo, ended up getting one before he was taken out, and now you forced the Expendables to take a very different path. TSM, sure, they suffered a knock, but they got a couple points, and they need some momentum here. I like this kind of play from TSM.
I mean, this is a squad that has been messed with around Georgia Pool enough, and I think that is trying to make sure that they don't have to worry about that anymore. If anything, that feels like the TSM play might be an extension of what we saw during the Circuit Series, where we saw the Expendables just kind of roll up right on top of Purdy Cardi to start the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it is 100% a bit of that. And here's the funny thing is, for TSM, there's the potential that even another team tries to make a go of it.
Yeah.
See if they can lock and load for another bridge camp. There's Day Trade starting to drive in that direction themselves. A couple late trailers, of course, from the military base proper. 4 a.m. BB team down there still making their way in, but still plenty of time to go in the first circle. Luna did drop Stalber. Kind of
Raining, you have one job, and you do it well.
He does everything.
He does everything well. We actually saw him pop off on a couple of very nice clutches.
Him and Zenith, again, a longtime duo from various different teams in Korea, are really solid players. Really have flown under the radar globally, but I've had the pleasure of watching them quite a bit over in Korea. Just really, really strong individual players. And you've seen that Zenith in particular today has been called upon to do some heavy lifting in terms of that solo play for T1, getting the info, being the anchor, and relying on EN, Type, and Raining to kind of be that tip of the spear, kind of break things open in those fights.
This is a bit of a skirmish that's going on very far to the northeast around Kameshki, more up on the Stalber hillside itself. Multiple members for Luna Galaxy are up on top of the Stalber in the compounds, and Petrichor Roads just kind of roaming around trying to use the pathing options. There could be another encroachment in on this as Eternal Fire is going to be coming in. Update on the potential bridge camp from just a moment ago. TSM did leave the compound, the quads that they were playing a moment ago, so it's allowed Day Trade to rotate pretty cleanly.
Yep, that's a good point. The Falcons already in position, so TSM drives close, but says, oops, nope, never mind. There's already some folks there. Let's get on out and try to find a different spot to hang out for now. 17 will be another team that's ahead of them. EF driving
Poor Vinny.
Stalber.
Vinny's just like, I want to go hang out with my friends.
He's
Please
like,
stop. Please.
I just went to get a car. Leave me alone. Well, okay.
Go back down the hillside. Let me have up here. And it looks like EF is going to let him do it.
Yeah. No, I like this a lot from Luna Galaxy. Again, using that early E pickup, getting a lot better loot in Stalber proper to make this setup for these next couple of circles a lot easier. There is an emergency pickup I see from the Expendables, the last two members from North George, that might be used. But TSM just going to maintain control of the western edge of this road. And for now, looks like things might quiet up a bit unless something weird happens with like BB Team and 4 a.m.
We do have an emergency pickup that was called by TE, not wanting to deal with any of the craziness that's going to be going on inside the circle. Looks like it's timed pretty well, so they should get picked up right as the circle is going to be coming in. So I think that they might be just a bit ahead of it. So now they are going to get lifted, and the blue zone should finish collapsing in about 20 seconds. So they should have some decent options. Way off in the distance, I think that we've had as well EF. After getting harassed a bit by Luna Galaxy, they've called one on the opposing side. So if the circle hard shifts, we wouldn't be surprised if we see them take that. BB is also not yet inside the circle, as well as 4 Angry Men, but they have pretty open paths. So nothing scary for them just quite yet to have to contend with. New circle about to pop right now. Where are we headed? And it's going to be a bit of a split right along the river.
Kind of curious about EF because they've already driven their cars away from that helicopter. So are they going to be able to drive back in time if they want to pick it up? I doubt it. Maybe just use Code Marco as a scout.
But wait, we've got Petrichor Road Phase all running right next to Na'Vi. Well, it's going to be VP with some vision in it. Freak's already in pretty much center position, trying to defend up as well. This is going to be just pretty much a drive-by fiesta as everybody's just going to be cutting a path in. Phase do have the inside track, so it looks like they've managed to at least get some distance away from Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road has to make a stop off. They're getting a bit too harassed. Don't like what's going to be going on in front of them. So Phase at least managed to buy positioning onto this, but VP has to be careful. They were running a split of their own. They're trying to regroup. All eyes back over into this compound, and yes, VP has a foothold in it, but they are very heavily outnumbered. Nixie goes for the spray out, does get the knock on a 1, and that's going to be a quick follow-up. So well-defended. Phase almost managed to make this, but a second too late.
Yeah, the rest of VP now desperately trying to get there, see if they can back up their comrades just in case that fight kicked off a little bit more, but we know now that FaZe is seemingly going to be peeling off of this fight, don't really want to get involved. But that being said, I do see T1 somewhat angling in that direction, potentially. Oh, all of a sudden, 17 just dying. Falcons are gone. What?
Yeah, 17 was going for a stretch down onto this position where we saw the Falcons playing from, while Twisted was also doing the same thing. So that means that while 17 got authority in the firefight against the Falcons, TSM just backstab right on top of that. Twisted also eyeing this position means the fact that it has now just been absolutely picked clean, and there is nothing left over here in the East.
That's crazy. TSM, 5 kills in this game already. They are just choosing violence this particular Aaron Gell.
Delwyn.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Ian, this is exactly what he wants, man. While we have seen the Expendables do some crazy plays, T1 is just, they're just fighting out of their minds right now.
They aren't afraid of anything. They will take any fight, any time. That grenade just came up short. He saw Clories as he was going for the flush. Gonna be able to come in, scoop up some extra utility, some extra loot, find some more frags. It's thinking about trying to wipe the Expendables. And Clories?
Oh, parachute saved his life right there. Also, a quick update on FaZe. Remember how they got shoot away from VP a second ago? James is still just driving around, man.
Fex got knocked.
That's no good.
Fex is dead. You're absolutely right. That is no good.
Sorry, I had a flashback to old school PUBG since we were talking about it beforehand whenever Clories fell off the side of it. And it's just like remember the car send coming off on the side with Banana Man and being like, just have to hide the evidence. So.
It is nice to have those parachutes though. That is for sure, so you can make those escapes these days. TSM out on the gas station, actually. They're kind of just trailing Twisted Minds, but Twisted Minds with that hill underneath could opt to take a fight. They've got control of the compound that's to the east of this as well, so they're pretty well covered if they want to try to make a bit of a harassment play onto those TSM players that are inside of the gas station proper. BB team, very late entry, but the good news is a lot of space has actually opened up because of this hardship, because a lot of teams trying to stay on the north side of the river, and there isn't a ton to work with. It's opened up a little bit of extra room to snuggle in on the north side of Razak.
EF pretty far into the north still. New circle now about to pop, and it leans into the Badlands itself. So that area that TSM's in control of going to be a bit feisty, as it looks like BB is going to be rolling in pretty quick. Up into the north, we also have Na'Vi that needs to regroup. Petrichor Road not inside the circle. EF on their approach might find some spicy approaches to deal with, as it is going to be day trade while they're trying to regroup. Into the east, T1 looks like they still have a bit of angles that they can play from coming out from No Lean, but Luna Galaxy, the odd team out.
Emergency pickup number 2 for Luna Galaxy potentially here. Ooh, a nice knock onto Purdy Curdy from Phil first. Na'Vi loses a player in transition to the Kwangdong Freaks, who've settled up 4-man in a compound kind of northeast of the circle. Petrichor Road driving for something, anything, and they are going to take this kill onto Susset, it looks like.
This has gotten crazy over here because we also have Day Trade that's also wrapping in right next to EF. EF does go for a stopover and goes for some shots into him. So Petrichor Road does get position to play from for the time being, but Freaks get vision on this compound as well. Absolutely harassing Petrichor Road, but with the amount of vehicles, there is some cover to be played for the time being. 4 Angry Men was also making an approach over from Yasnaya, but got kind of shooed away based off of the positioning coming up from BB Team as well as Twisted Minds. Luna Galaxy T1 still need to make an approach. James and his car still just living the best life that they could possibly find, but I don't know where they can choose to stop off at. And James, you sneaky, sneaky man.
I kind of wonder if this was actually Petrichor Road's original intended landing location. Here's the fight, hurdy-curdy. Nice job. And then it's the last member, Luke, gonna find 17 there. But I kind of suspect that this might have actually been Petrichor Road's initial intended kind of place to land. We've seen it in the past where Aixleft loves to get inside of these and just wait it out as long as possible and try to break out from them. But instead they got caught up at the shack because they really wanted that point, and they're stuck a little bit ahead of James now. See if they can get out of there. It's really tough because that shack is under fire control from the north and the east, and it's really nasty to try to get out.
Oh, Nuren's all by his lonesome right now, but luckily EF doesn't want to push too much more out of this. They're just content to be noisy neighbors with each other. Into the east, we still haven't seen T1 make a committal into where that they want to go. Still in the no-lean area, playing down type, still next to the lake itself, coming out along the river. Luna Galaxy still needs to make their approach, but they've got a couple of hidey holds that they can hang out with for the time being. VP now regrouping a bit more, pretty centered as well, so should be able to survive for now, but boy, it does not feel good. You can see just hunkering down and hiding.
Yeah, that is not a part of the map that is super easy to play in. So certainly for VP, you're just trying to hunker down and hoping that a lot of fighting happens around you and that you're going to be able to find an edge late game, play from there. Luna is going to wrap all the way north towards this open compound. Good scouting, able to at least find a starting point for the next circle. Should cut out a lot of the water. It does, but it goes pretty heavily towards the Kwangdong Freaks. T1 as well, going to be able to sit up on the hillside and just kind of wait this out. I mean, Clories is thanking his lucky stars as well. He's alive for TE.
This is a very strong compound for the Freaks to be playing from, and it is going to be a catastrophe for the other players right now. 45 people outside the Freaks are just praying for a little bit of a divot that they can hide in. It's going to see a collapse down from TSM as they're going to try to gatekeep out. BB has some options to rotate from. Day Trade looks like they're going to be sending maybe Belmoth back to see if he can pick up Nurens.
Ooh.
I'm curious to see if that's going to work out.
Luna did get a knock there. That's up towards the warehouse. Luna has an opportunity maybe to try to push Na'Vi, see if they can claim that top circle spot for themselves, but it looks like they're being a little bit cautious. T1 is fanning out over the east, VP getting close to the Freaks. The Freaks compound is just a grandma's house and some other junk on the outside of it, so that's actually can be a little tricky to lock down if a bunch of teams decide that they have no other choice but to crash you. There's a lot of opportunities to get grenades in there to really flush that house out. Blue zones as well, really, really effective in scenarios like that. Looks like we are going to see emergency pickup for 4 a.m., but I don't know where you go with that one.
Well, they just know that they can't go forward. They've been testing that angle, and Twisted has absolutely held it on lock. Eternal Fire realized the fact that there's some friends for Day Trade, well, at least one friend that has regrouped over here. Luna Galaxy actually eyeing the angle that T1 is making an approach on, so that might be a problem for them. They've got a dip that they're trying to play from, but it's going to force Type a bit further away from it. So the shack looks like where both teams had their eyes set on, and that's going to be 2 full squads eyeing a shack at this stage. Dangerous. Ian up on top gets a ton of damage on a Luna Galaxy, and they might have to rethink it.
Well, this is tough, especially with that crossfire that Ian and Type have. Code Marco does a drive-by onto Flash, takes him down. Tanadol around the door, around the outside. No, he's taken out by Rern. Hello?
Eternal Fire jumps out of the duo up into the north, down into the duo in the south, and Day Trade. No options to work from. Eternal Fire just playing for points right now, and Day Trade in some trouble. Where are you going to go? It's going to be Belmoth, Nurens. They're hopping inside of a vehicle, but all of Eternal Fire knows that that's the weakened duo. Good shots connecting. Ruin is just absolutely pumping damage, and Belmoth is going to go down. Nurens looks quick to follow, just narrowly missing the shots. Finally connects, and that's going to be Eternal Fire killing all of Day Trade.
Filthy, filthy stuff from Ruin.
Meanwhile, James is like, just don't come
James is like, please no, please. Okay, 4M's the one's taking the fight to Na'Vi. They've got Divix down. You've got a couple players inside of the warehouse proper, trying to throw grenades at the door, see if they can buy a little time. Doesn't matter. Zipian gets up into the windows, finds Hakatori. Fair is gone, Navi gone.
Meanwhile, down to the south, we've got BB and TSM up on top of each other. Twisted also taking some shots in. And you can see hard to defend right now. Twisted Minds just trying to see if they can find some way to get a couple of points out of the situation. Well, it's going to be TSM hunkering down for the time being. New circle has popped. It's going to go again over into the Freaks Petrichor Road's positioning. GM's going to have a big problem. Full squad going to be right up on top of them. But BB team entangled in right on top of TSM. It's going to be very hard to deal with. It just needs blind over yet again, time and time again, right up on top of each other, but not connecting.
A few more are going to be thrown. Sparking's hit the edge, and it bounces perfectly.
That was such a beautiful bounce. I don't know if it was intended or just happenstance, but it comes up in TSM's favor in a big way. Sitting at 6 kills right now, and BB just an absolute shambles on the outside of this one while Twisted is starting to maneuver in. Looks like they're trying to line in, and yep, Example gets the vision, gets the knock, and that's going to be Twisted just picking one and stepping away.
What an angle that Example's able to find there. Doesn't reveal himself to BB team. The Freaks and others are just destroying Luna. The grenades from Zipian are going to finish the job after KDF got a few knocks of their own. BB's a doozy. Last player alive for them says, I've had enough of this. This ain't going well. Let's let Twisted Minds deal with TSM, and we're just going to try to lock it down with a small hill in the near edge of the circle.
While this is going on, VP counter moved right alongside of Twisted Minds, but doesn't have good vision to really harass them on this approach just quite yet. So very held gate cap position for TSM to try to deal with EF having their own problems as they still have Petrichor Road in front of them. 4 Angry Men finally having to leave their compound. Maneuvering down the hillside means the fact that a couple of people can take some shots, but that means that also with the way that the tree lines lock in, it's going to be a bit more vision for 4 Angry Men up on top of the hill.
Now this shack is very grenadable from up here. It's tough, but because the windows are narrow, definitely doable. And it's still Twisted Minds making TSM's life miserable. Zenith right outside of the shack of Beamy. Beamy pre-pops a nade, but Zenith quite far away. He bounces it in, but Beamy gets out in time. He steps out, he takes down Zenith. What an outplay by Beamy.
Beamy just plays it beautifully. Steps around, gets some damage in. There you go. Holds it together. Virtus Pro holding down pretty much the entirety of the East.
And the Guangdong Freaks have been able to keep anybody from crashing their compounds. Lots of fights out on the edges have offered them the opportunity to just continue to lock that position down. Twisted Minds drove away Purdy Curdy alive for TSM, but in the blue. Not sure how much longer he can last. Eternal Fire wants to make this move down on the Perro.
I like this, though. They're throwing down the stuns, assuming that somebody's playing along that ridge. Not being played for the time being, just due to the way that Perro's split is going to be kind of set up. It's going to be range defense, and any peaks are just getting absolutely punished. Akeslef, though, looking into 4 Angry Men, and you can see the path that 4 Angry Men have to take. They had vision on it, and they know that this is going to be a hard step down. There is just no cover to be had. But fortunately, with EF so close to the other duo for Petrichor Road, there's not a full committal into 4 Angry Men's position.
4 Angry Men gonna have to make a move eventually, able to prone it out up on top of that hill to keep themselves obscured from Petrichor Road's sight lines. But eventually, they are going to have to get out of there. Petrichor Road, probably going to see some attempt to regroup or something like that, but it's really difficult because the Guangdong Freaks have quite a bit of fire control over that space, and they have to worry about Eternal Fire from their west, so trying to make a move is going to be tricky. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds is on the move right near a doozy.
Yeah, just got to make the Sin play right now. Going to roll right next to him, but Tulin's going to be the one to pick it up. So they've at least managed to secure that for the time being, but it is not yet inside the safe zone. So this is just a quick stopgap to see if they can get some information on their next bunny hop inside the circle. EF can't really navigate, still caught out due to the shack that it's going to be Petrichor Road continuing to defend. Meanwhile, over into the east, it's going to be VP finding yet another way to get inside the circle as they're just making sure to harass Twisted further and further into the west.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to keep Twisted out of this circle, or at least make it as painful as possible to get in. Grenades are now exploding in front of Petrichor Road. They haven't really fanned out outside of this shack proper. Plus, they've got the cover fire. You know, you can angle yourself away from KDF here as Chewy to try to afford a little bit of extra room to breathe for Summer and Akeslef. Here we go, 4AM on the move.
Trying to make a wrap around. The Freaks have stepped out of the safety of the compound, trying to use the walls, but good spray is going to be connecting. 4 Angry Men instantly taken down, and that is a massive set of kills just rolling through the lobby. There is nowhere to go. VP VP still trying to navigate in. They have to deal with Twisted on one side, but Petrichor and Freaks are just absolutely dominant in the north.
Tremendous defense here from Petrichor Road and the Freaks. The way that they set themselves up was beautiful. Multiple fire lines onto the opponents, trying to crash towards them, and they just cut them down to size. Stellar work between those two teams, and they've given themselves a really good chance to potentially come through with the chicken dinner. Nixie, see Batulin's out in the open, but as always, Twisted Mind so quick to respond.
We've got the Freaks in first place right now at 48, then a drop down in T1, 36, but notice it's Twisted 33, TE 33, VP 33. This is a big game for these squads. And can they out-survive each other? Can they get the kills? Because that will give you some distance and give you a chance to start maybe catching up on the Freaks on the side firefight, specifically between these two. But TSM still alive. Kurt creeping forward, trying to finally see if he can get some positioning. He's going to go down, but here's our top four. It's a straight-up four-man squad in every single team.
This is a pretty fair fight in a lot of ways. I don't know that the Freaks can really harass this engagement, but this ridge line that Twisted Minds has to play is really, really nice. VP has one of their own, so it's going to come down to maybe some good grenades. I mean, the thing is Twisted Minds is a bit more bunched up, so these grenades are going to be really impactful.
But it's so hard to make any form of push. VP wants to try to do it, but good connection coming up from Lucarox. Now the momentum is in Virtus Pro's favor. They're starting to make the push in, realizing the sight lines aren't there for the other squads. But notice, while this is going to be going on, the Freaks have sent out Heaven. He's trying to flank in back behind this one, see if he can pick up some kills of his own. He might be able to backstab on top of VP, but he also might be biting off way too much. Perfectix gets the knock onto Beamy. Twisted Minds not down and out yet. Still trying to cling to life, but it is in absolute tatters over here. Avisa walking forward, gets the spray, does manage to take down Twisted Minds, but the Freaks are right behind him.
And now it's a 4v4, the Kwangdong Freaks versus Petrichor Road. Petrichor is fanning out, trying to take control of this hillside to cut off the Freaks. Some decent damage done here by the Anchor of Summer. Chewy now pressuring that tree. They saw Heaven move over there. They want to eliminate the flank of the KDF squad.
Petrichor Road with control over the circle. The Freaks went for the kills, but that could be its own problem. Having to be very, very cautious. Blue zone right up against him. It's going to be slowly forcing its way in. They've got some time to work with for now, but the 2-2 split for Petrichor Road provides a lot of good sightlines to play from. It's going to be Salute playing very far to the south, seeing if he can find some type of opening to give the rest of his team something to exploit.
Yeah, it's just the front edge of a hill line here for the Freaks is really about all that's in. Maybe the edge of that tree, but I think that might even be out potentially here for Heaven. It's Petrichor Road going to reinforce, find a crossfire angle. Salute driving out. They're going to hear that. He's actually wrapping right in towards two members of Petrichor Road, trying to hold down this southern flank on his own.
13th place right now. Big opportunity game for Petrichor Road. Ming takes a lot of damage. He has to juke down. Nade lands right on top of him. Human drops it perfectly. Can he follow up with a flush? Salute in a bit of trouble. He's having a juke around. He goes down. It's going to be Akelef that gets the better of him. Now with this wide split, Petrichor Road has to be careful. It's just a full 3 stack coming up from Freaks. If they can line in and slowly pick apart anything that Petrichor Road is bringing, it could be massive. But it's going to be Akelef coming up big whenever he needs to. Just one up for the Freaks and Human. Can he get anything in return? He's already getting shot. He has to retreat away from the angle.
It is a 1v1 now. Aches left. The superstar, the mechanical god from China, looking to try to pressure this situation. Q-Mean wisely taking this opportunity to go for the res. Players are starting to bleed out. Aches left has 4 frags. He's looking to finish the job.
The aggro on that one just runs by, picks it up. Freaks go for the res, but Akelef says, I don't need it. I can get it myself. Steps in, goes for the shots, and there you go. It is going to be Petrichor Road.
And he's letting the crowd know one of the best players in the world steps up when this team needs it the most. Petrichor Road is on the board.
That was just straight up ballsy coming out from Akelef. I love it. Complete confidence in his play, complete confidence in himself, and walks in, takes the victory.
He is unreal. Hands down, top 3 fraggers in the world in my book, and you just saw why, folks. The decision-making, the accuracy, all of the above is S tier.
I mean, and they were under duress for so long inside that game. Slowly fighting their way back, tooth and nail. Petrichor Road was given nothing in that game, but they took it all.
the pop-off, the atmosphere in the arena is electric as Petrichor Road gets themselves the first victory of the grand final. Ike's left. Oh my God, what a game for our penultimate match here, Toppies.
It was insane in the last 4v4. It becomes a 1v1. They both push forward. Human decides to go for the res. Ice Left runs up to Summer, and it was like an action, like you know that action movie where one guy's like going down, he throws his gun in the air, and you like grab it and finish the fight. He grabs some grenades off him and keeps pushing forward, and takes the boldness saying, you know what? Even if that res goes off, I can win the 1v2 while he's low health. That was incredible.
I love that, honestly. Just, I completely agree with you. And on top of that, there's just complete game awareness saying the best way I can contribute right now, Summer, is saying, I have 2 nades.
Yes.
They're in this direction.
Yeah.
Run past, take 2 nades. Doesn't even need to throw more than 1 before he actually spots him. Perfect. Then again, they also, like, the terrain was laid out perfectly for them, right?
Yeah.
KDF, they were forced into a position where they had to stack as 3, they had to put 1 off to the side, and Petrichor Road just had so good control of the terrain and so good control of that whole center. If it even came down to later stages of the game, they would have won that again. But here, huge clutch from Petrichor Road in the hands of Ike's. Look at that. I love it. Yes, listen to it. Oh.
There it is one more time. Ike's Left knows what he just did. And as you say, the information game was important. There was only one location they could have been. They're able to execute effectively.
Yeah, that memory is going to serve him for life. Yep. You know, that clutch moment, you're alone, you're winning a game, and that is going to put them so far up on that leaderboard.
And there's clearly some Petrichor supporters here in the audience. You can hear them going crazy when that fight broke out. And what I do think was beautiful is you saw Human and the boys had to get a flush. They had to make that flush because Petrichor had someone on the high ground knocked who was relaying back information. They didn't have anything to work with in terms of where is Ice Left coming from. But seeing that 2v1, the whole thing, it was, yes, they cheered for him. It was amazing.
Let's watch it again.
So good. It's so good.
And deserved.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Fantastic stuff from Ike's Left as well as the Petrichor Road as a whole to be able to get themselves that victory here. At the same time, though, we have to give a nod over towards Guangdong Freaks once again. That wraparound on the east side to be able to pressure the fight that's going on down to the bottom. Because if they come out of their compound and go anywhere else, they're in no man's land and they're going to die.
I mean, it felt like I was reading Game of Thrones. It was the North versus everybody. That circle closed, right? And that's what they did. They locked it out. They held everybody into the South. And when that shift happened, the KDF to jump in their cars and go into that third party, and for Petrichor to basically say, like, great idea, guys, go for it. Like, they didn't try to stop them. They let them make that push, and then they came in the back, so they said, we can force a 4v4. We both get placement points. This is the right play.
Yeah, so perfectly executed for that. Obviously, again, the awareness of how everything is happening. Reading the kill feed is just so crucial. VP also obviously standing up here with 11 kills, but that clutch for Petrichor Road. Look at the utility used, though. It just talks to how much that late game was just pure gun skill, pure mechanic gun skill, right? And they're just completely outshooting.
Virtus Pro with 11 kills, getting themselves actually so far up the leaderboards already today here. It was a slow start for 1 or 2 games, but since then it has been a meteoric rise for the Polar Bear.
Which is exciting because when we talk about their journey here through circuits, a lot of that was done on the back of Beamy crawling and healing and sort of desperation recoveries.
It was a lot of healing.
Barely eking through it. Yeah. That's not the same VP who's playing here right now. This is a VP that's playing bold, that's playing confident, and that is winning gunfights.
I want to add to that, though. It was in a case, oh my God, look at that, 900 damage, almost the 1K club, but 7 kills for Ike's Left. You would hate it if you don't have it on a fantasy team.
I gotta be like that.
Yeah, why do you get,
Because I have it on my fantasy team.
Very important though, I think, obviously. I think across even just 5 games here for our PGC Grand Final, star-studded individual performances, star-studded team performances, but star-studded individual performances. Ike's Left's going to get the man of the match here. No, obviously. Likewise, we've seen the type moments, you know, we've seen even example moments to a degree, but here he is, Ike's Left, the man of the match, the man of the moment.
Filling that pentagon to the absolute limit.
To the brim.
Player stats right there. That's just everything maxed out. Most knockouts. Maximum points contribution for the team, just on a different level here. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, is it a glass half full? Is it a glass half empty? No, it's a glass all full for good old Ike's Left.
What kind of glasses is yours? Is there 5?
It's a big tumbler. I don't know where he's going with it. It's some Danish thing. I don't know what he's doing.
Either your glasses are usually circular, no? They're not pentagon.
Anyway, so 19 points going the way of Pechkar Road. Virtus Pro gets themselves 60. But again, Kwangdong Freaks. I've come out off the back of coming off of a win here, Toffees, and then another 14 points. When we eventually look at the overall leaderboard, I'm scared at what Kwangdong Freaks is going to be in terms of the margin against number 2.
I mean, again, and this is that team that we talked about. If they come out and they start strong, they seem to be unstoppable. And here we are again. The team that bookended the circuit stages is now in the lead after 5 games and setting the pace of everyone's got to catch them.
Virtus Pro number 2. Yeah. After all of this as well, 39 points for them. They've got to be buzzing at the moment.
Yeah, second place for that. And one good game for them within, like, again, any team in this lobby here, they can go out and they can get 0 points, and then it's everything on the board for everyone else.
But I think that speaks to how good the Kwangdong Freaks are right now. Everybody else is so close together.
Insanely
it
close.
means everything is spread. The kills are spread. When one does well, another does badly. The exception to that rule is Kwangdong Freaks. They recover points when they got nothing. They make wins out of dross, and these guys have been nothing but short of impressive. From the moment they took the field in Circuit 1, they have been impressive, and that is terrifying at the end of day 1 if I'm the rest of these teams who hope to be PGC champions.
They've clearly come in with a game plan, not only to the PGC Grand Finals, but also they had it in Circuit as well. And considering the fact that we felt like Circuit as well as Grand Finals were 2 entirely different beasts, and they had 2 entirely powerful plans across those 2. It's extremely respectable as we are getting ready to go into our final game. All of these teams looking forward to try and getting themselves as many points on the board, because you're right. I mean, looking at second all the way through, I would say 15th even. Technically, Falcons on 17 points. They can jump with a big win as well. Day Trade is the only outlier on the backside of that with only 5 points. It's been a rough day for them. I don't think we can talk too much to how that's been going, but of course, the other outlier.
Even with 5 games yet, I don't feel like it's a sample size enough.
It's not big enough.
Huge, big respect to them. Like, if they're able to come back and turn around, and they easily could. Like, and just like we started the day with, there's so many teams in this lobby that can win the whole thing, right? But that circuit performance is still lying deep within the Freaks. And again, they have been able to replicate so far 2 second places, a win, a 4th place with 4 kills. They're up there. And again, building a little bit of a foundation to stand off above the rest.
The fear that I have is when we talk about beating those teams, it's about tilting them. And yes, the mid-pack up to second is close, but when they go home tonight, that's not what they're talking about. The coach is going to say, guys, we're so close to moving into second, but all the players are thinking about is, I want to be a PGC champion. KDF is already getting impossible.
I think what they're really talking about is those 2 second places, how could we have won them? Because that's the winner's mentality. That is how you improved into the next day is, we got this points, it's good, it's a good foundation to build on, but the moments that we could have done a little bit better, that could have been, 5 or 6 points better, or even in a situation where from first till second is 4 points different for the win, and 3 or 4 kills is 7 points. 2 of those games, that would have been 14 points difference. That is what makes champions once we come to the last day.
Can you imagine Salute staring down a back-to-back World Championship after having to switch rosters and all the like? But anyway, gentlemen, time for the last game of day number 1. What a rip-roaring adventure we've already been on here throughout the day, and it's time to finish it off on Erringel once again.
PGC 2024 Grand Finals have kicked off in a massive way. Every game has been an absolute banger. We still have 1 more to go, paper thin, and this plane path is brutal.
Yeah, very northernly shifted for this particular match, but man, oh man, what insanely good finishes we've had. That last game may have been the best one yet. This has been such a good day.
It's just day 1. Just day 1.
Just day 1.
We still got 2 more days of action after this, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Also, big shout out to everybody inside the audience and everybody that is watching at home. I hope you guys are having an absolute blast. Plane path now cutting across the due north of everything here is going to be going over Georgia Pole, straight up line, going right over the river. Big stretches coming out from a couple of our squads. If you're going to be going for anything, this is going to be so hard to read.
For sure. This is where things can get a little bit dicey with teams having similar drop spots like BB Team and Day Trade up on the north towards Stalbert. This time around, Navi does feel comfortable enough to get to Mill to Power. Luna is going to be in Lapolka. Other than that, FaZe is going to be going all the way up north to Zarki. And that's
Road in Georgia Bowl?
Yeah, North George seems to be where they can only really slot in because Ferry Pier very much out of the equation for trying to get there. There's just no good car paths that you're going to be able to take unless you went way over to the most western road and drove all the way down to like Primorsk or something. But hey,
okay.
Seems to be not so bad now.
Yes, there is also Yasnaya split, but I wouldn't be too concerned with that. It looks like 4 Angry Men pretty much have the west, and then down to the southeast is going to be where we see T1 playing from. Petrichor Road, yes, does get North Georgia pulled. To the south, that's going to be TSM. The Expendables don't look like they're going to do too much harassment on a TSM this time around. Maybe that quad hold stalled them out and let them go a bit more down to the south. FaZe, though, going to go ahead and go to their Zarky drop, and hey, Zarky's getting attention in the circle. I'm happy about it.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
Somebody has set foot in Zarky.
It's the first time for everything.
That's about all that's going to happen.
That's about it. Yeah. There's no way this circle's going there, most likely. Should go like northeast. Maybe.
No.
But most likely we're going to go south. I'm hoping for the Everest ending. I think that's one of my favorite spots to end on Erangel because there's so many interesting ways that you could take those fights on that mountain. And we haven't really seen one. I don't think this event. Maybe there was one and I just forgot about it, but certainly would be nice to see that.
Those are some good multi-views to have today. So if you guys want to see how the best have managed to climb up the leaderboard, you have the opportunities, make sure you go check that over at PUBGESports.com. So, okay. TSM, center of the circle, feeling pretty good. Pachinki, you can see that 17 is going to be leaving it in just 1 second. The Expendables look like they do have inside track to Everest itself, so I'm going to be curious to see if Corey's actually goes for the top of it, or if maybe he's just going to be scouting over here.
Looks like he's going all the way to the top, from what I can see. We do have a Freaks player as well making their way over there.
Yeah.
Gumin's going to be doing the scouting this time around. Salute, not close enough to be that guy this time. So the Freaks with some flexibility.
Salute, not him? Is that what you're saying?
I would never.
Never.
I would never.
All right, Gumin up on top, so we can see that it's going to. We can see multiple teams that can kind of hold down around Everest. It just gets a bit dicier. It does look like the Freaks are going to be sending Heaven over here towards Everest at roughly the same time that 17 is going to be over here, but I think that 17 saw the vehicles. Heaven, what are you wanting to do? This is an awkward position to be playing from, as there's a whole squad just on the other side of that hill, and Gumin now kind of having to defend up for him. This is all around awkward for both squads.
It is. At least I think Suju got some kind of idea that the top of Everest was not going to be a very viable place to do much, and he's using these hills to keep himself obscured from any potential players that are going to be in the vicinity, and they are just driving around. I mean, he's fishing for shots. He's just really trying to see if anybody's going to harass him. Hasn't had that happen. Now, Heaven probably knows, that Suju's there. Can relay that over to Gumin, say, hey, we've got somebody out there. And then you've got Bean and Salute trying to drive around, trying to create some extra angles, maybe create some extra control towards the mountainside.
You've been kind of letting Suju play that opposing front and letting it go because the other members can just crest on the other side of the hill. Suju did hear the vehicle, so now he's going to retreat. 17 looks like they're kind of still playing around that compound, and it's pretty strong, so no surprise in that. VP has kind of maneuvered in from the north, so they're playing the opposing front from where we can see this at. So 3 members now for the Freaks on Everest itself. Meanwhile, Heaven's still just trying to be in the no man's land position. Looks like he's finally going to hop in his vehicle and cut a rug up there.
I was going to say, this is an awfully dangerous spot for Heaven to be in for too much longer. There's a decent chance that another team comes rolling up behind you and just kind of kicks you in the butt, but he is going to find some more safety with the rest of the Freaks as they try to lock down the eastern side of the mountain proper as best as they can. The Expendables do have a couple players up there. They're running a bit of a split, but I'm seeing another player looking to reinforce this position. With the Freaks sending extra forces up to the top, they need to have a little bit of extra oomph, maybe, or they're just going to trade places. I'm not sure where Chloris is going. Maybe they're just going to try to take the compound that's south of here, leave Tanvu on his own, and just play for more of a off-mountain position.
If this continues to go Everest, woe be to everybody if we have the Expendables and the Freaks up on top of this hole. I don't know. I mean, the Expendables don't like neighbors, so they might go after the Freaks at some point, and that would be the only benefit of it. But that is going to be a lot of people that can shoot at long range, as TE broke 200 kills.
That's insane. They've been just such a treat to watch this event. Their style of play so aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, Luna's driving right next to 4 AM. They're like, never mind. That ain't going to do. and I think they're going to get out of there. They do lose a tire for that, though, but all things considered, not the end of the world.
Yeah, and that's pretty big because this isn't even in the safe zone. This was just driving by and could have been just a trap position that could have been a problem for them to deal with. So Luna looks like they're going to be shifting a bit more into the north. Down to the south, we have Na'Vi, Daytrade, and Falcons kind of tailing in on each other. No big shots coming between them, and they're kind of passing in the southern part of the circle, which is pretty open for the time being, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is pretty much okay. 4 Angry Men hopping in their vehicles with their approach, going to be ahead of Luna now, but that's all the moving factors that we're looking at for now.
See, a lot of teams are going to be expecting the southern shift. You have to play the odds here, even though you never know. Maybe we get the 50-50 towards the river, but we'll have to wait a few more minutes to see where that's going to land. There isn't a ton of space, though, for 4 AM. You know, you've got the boatyard, you've got a few other things, but the ruins are already claimed by Twisted Minds. They've got that Blue House compound to the south of it. T1's driving towards Gatka, where Eternal Fire already is. Navi's making the widest wrap on this. They are going to be coming from that western coast, it looks like. Everybody else trying to scoot in towards Pachinki. There could actually be some fighting towards the edge of Pachinki. Daytrade's already pulled up shop. Falcons are there. 4 AM's not too far.
Yeah, and this is kind of an awkward spot for all of these teams, as they all just rolled next to each other, and it looks like they're all going to be regrouping pretty close to each other. Pachinki, the hot spot that everybody's enjoying playing from. 4 Angry Men, kind of the odd team out, not quite going all the way into it, as Falcon's going to be trying to regroup just to the south of them. Daytrade just to the south of that. T1 a bit further ahead, but that's about all that's going to be going on. Meanwhile, in the north, it is going to be Fex and the rest of FaZe that are going to be playing up here. It's just them and Luna Galaxy, and then one split for VP north of the river.
I tell you what, if this goes north.
Oh
no. Oh, no. This is what I was worried about. Daytrade had hid themselves.
I mean, just picks up an easy point off of it, and Falcons, man. They drive into the wrong spots of the map all day today and just lose a member here or there.
It's been brutal. It's been brutal for the Falcons. It just seems like every decision that they've tried to make has been the wrong one, and sometimes it just be like that.
And it's different teams too. It's not like they're getting harassed by one squad. It's just like, okay, that didn't work, let's try that. And it's like, oh, well, that's a new friend that we didn't know about. And
I mean, so here's why. To be honest, if there isn't a team on that north edge of Pachinki already, because that's the better side of the city, and you drive there and you don't take any damage or anything, nobody shoots at you, you don't expect the team to be inside Pachinki proper still. Very unlikely. And it's just kind of like Daytrade doing something a little uncouth that catches Falcons quite off guard.
So everything just waiting for the new circle to show itself, as most of our teams have kind of leaned into the Everest situation. Update on Everest itself right now. We do have all of the freaks still up on it. 2 members for the Expendables playing down on the southern section of Everest, and then there is a 1-1 split controlling the foothills going into that pathing. So almost like a trap, expecting somebody to maybe try to make the sneaky play going up after Everest, and they're just waiting to pounce on it.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing about Everest, and I've said it once and I'll say it again, a lot of times you want to be the last team that comes up on either side of it, either the west or the east, because there's often, if the circle goes there, there's going to be congestion, teams fighting up towards the top, and everybody's going to kind of be third-partying it, and if you're that last team to that party, oftentimes you're going to get like first or second in those games.
So does it bother you at all that it's called Everest, but it's not the tallest mountain on Erangel?
But it's what everybody calls it, so I have to.
Okay, Circle Pops, it does lean into Everest. A lot of Gatka fields in play, so the northern team's going to have to make a wrap. Most of our teams pretty much already in position. It's going to be Daytrade down to the south, so pretty much a collection of teams that are going to have to just be compressing it a bit more. VP should just be able to play off the positions that they're already having an eye for. Meanwhile, Luna, FaZe, they could be bumping heads in just a little while. TSM also going to have to regroup, but they are very close to Petrichor Road.
For sure, but this actually isn't too bad for the Falcons because they were already in vehicles making a move. So they've got an opportunity to find some open space. I mean, 4 AM T1 also in the vicinity of, I think, where the Falcons' potential landing spot is. They might just take the radio tower hill. That's a really nice spot to have in this circle. It's dead center, fairly defendable.
Delwyn.
Hello? Well, that
No, gets bounced out.
Oh, no!
Down to 1 HP. VP just driving through TE right now. Duck Juice nowhere to go. He's all by his lonesome. VP wants it, and they take it.
I'm flabbergasted.
Evie likes that when he is just.
I'm flabbergasted, to be honest. I thought the Expendables would at least make that costly for VP.
Hey, Expendables, how's it feel to be done like the Expendables to everybody else? That's kind of the way it rolls. And now, look, VP now hitting 200 kills.
Nice. A little taste of TE's own medicine there, but VP having a really solid day. They're in second place. I mean, this team full of veterans, phenomenal players all across the board. Very smart, well led by Scoom, their coach. They are having a tremendous start here to the 2024 PGC Finals. So it's just on to Duck Juice, who's unflappable as a human being. He is the nicest, just happy-go-lucky dude you'll ever meet, and he is just he's okay. You know, it's not the best game for them, but he's just going to try to lock down that house by himself.
Day Trade playing very far down to the south right now. Nobody even pretty much near them, so in complete control over this area. T1's going to be probably about 400 meters up to the north of them. Freaks now starting to deal with more of the friends that are getting closer and closer, that most notably being FaZe. Jeems, no surprise, being the forefront man for FaZe, trying to see if he can get himself a foothold inside of Everest just in case it goes over there. And yeah, there's a couple of interesting things going on in the circle.
I'm super confused about a doozy right now. He's out in a boat, or maybe a glider. It's probably a glider. Now that I look at it again, it's probably a glider. I got to remember that he does like those gliders, but he was circling around the coast, just doing a little bit of scouting, and he is going to continue to kind of check out the edges of Georgia Pole. FaZe, after such a good start to today, you know, their Miramar was so strong. Since then, they really haven't been able to keep up that momentum. 6th place, 31 points right now. Have Jeems up on the mountain, and this is just TE's trying to crash in to reinforce, and they just get cut down on the way through. So a little bit of a head scratcher there for Tanvu and company. Chloe's just laughing, but absolutely not the way that the Expendables wanted to end the day. Another team that had a pretty solid day overall, 33 points, nothing to shake a stick at, but definitely would have liked to have had a better finish.
Duck Juice is still alive, but I never count on Duck
Juice.
He will find some way to get some points. He might backstab somebody, he might do something, but he's got a compound that he has to defend by himself right at the foothills of Everest, and that's a scary place to be right now, especially as a solo.
Yes, and that compound has 4 buildings in it, right? So it's very crashable. Well, it centers on him, so get the rat hat on for
mixed blessings.
Yeah.
I'm center of the circle. Oh no.
Oh no, I'm center of the circle.
What am I gonna do? All right, Day Trade, you got to collapse in. Navi's got to collapse in. BB, Petrichor Road as well. TSM in a bit of a gatekeep up to the north, so they can try to hold this one back. Luna Galaxy also trying to encroach in the circle, but it's going to be Twisted Minds that are going to be holding that for the time being. Yes, Gatka's position is going to be pretty strong in the circle for the moment, but I don't know. This is going to be interesting to see how we see the teams navigate this as T1's kind of leapfrogging over here. Petrichor Road catching some air, but that's fine.
They've just got a lot of teams right to their west, so this is a bit tricky. Car-be-car action. Chewy has to go for the reload, and instead just opting to make sure that the landing spot for Petrichor Road is going to be safe. They're going to get there. Aches left now, peppering some damage down on top of Diffix. Spiral going to find Hakatori. So Na'Vi had a big split, and as they tried to regroup, they got caught up in a couple different teams, and it looks like they're going to have to just sacrifice one of their fraggers.
Yeah, Freaks went after Duck Juice's positioning, so bit of a problem, but it should be okay for the time being. Duck Juice just kind of navigating it, being down, but no other attention. Duck Juice just hit and run. He's like, I'm done. I'm sneaking out. I'm going to go to the opposing point. Everything should be fine. Day Trade coming in from the south. Duck Juice, yep. Again, this is how this guy buys points, man. He just knows what to do.
I love it. I mean, he really can't afford to stick around there. This is definitely the better call of some decisions he could make here. Just hope and pray that this is just completely forgotten about, but we'll have to wait and see as time rolls on. BB team making a wide wrap towards the southern edge. Lou is going to take Nurens here. Day Trade again caught in transition. Good shots from Twisted Minds. And Day Trade in a lot of trouble. They are at the bottom of the leaderboard, and they are losing 2.
Just nowhere to go. This circle is so open, so flat down here to the south, and there's a lot of teams already firmly entrenched, literally, whenever we're looking at Twisted Minds. BB team having to make a path over here to the south, and this is they have a bit of a ravine that they can play, but that's not going to feel too good as it's right on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's hard to get through some of these fields towards the north, especially if the circle shifts towards a mountain. There's a lot of open space. There's a lot of ledges along the road that's south of the mountain that you can shoot people from, becomes very challenging to try to find some way up and in. You know, there's going to be teams like 17, Kwangdong Freaks, Eternal Fire, and Gatka even that are going to be gatekeeping you, plus the teams up on top of the mountain itself potentially. It can be really, really tricky to try to sled in that direction. So if it does go that way, we'll have to see. But Southernly, you can just kind of lock down whatever you've got and try to hold your field compound. Anadol takes down Ferris. I mean, Navi just can't go anywhere. But we are going over to the northwest to Gatka.
Okay, Falcons, center of the circle, going to get a lot of attention, heat thrown their way. BB's going to have to make a smaller wrap. T1's going to have to regroup 17. Where are you looking? Foothills of Everest have now gone over and shifted, belong to FaZe Clan. Freaks get themselves the compound that they were looking at with Duck Juice. A lot of control off of that for the time being, but where do we see Luna go? I don't even know. Up on top of Everest, there's nowhere. 17 just sending it, and they're going to be rolling right into the Falcons. Falcons get something out of it, but not enough. Finally getting a knock. It's going to be Xiaowu that goes down. Are they going to continue to go yet again? Snakers picks up another one, and that's going to be 17 just littering bodies back behind them as they roll through.
That's huge points for the Falcons. A nice setup right down a rotation path that basically eliminate 17. Yes, Lil Go's still alive, but he is out in the open with a rock and a little bit of a hillside to protect him, a few bushes as well. And he's got T1 not too far away. I expect them to probably group up in the compound just to his southeast here relatively shortly. So you got the blue house there, and Gumin actually is going to take out Duck Juice. Oh, Duck Juice, no.
That was a good read, though. BB, now you're going to have to wrap, and all of T1's going to have vision on you. So just the duo at the start, popping in some damage. Ian, are we going to hit anything? Now the other duo getting vision. Daytrade's going to be wrapping it right back behind this one. 4 Angry Men now getting vision. BB somehow just navigating this clean enough to keep everybody alive. Slowly creeping up this hillside. They're going to find a dip to play. It doesn't feel good, but they managed to survive long enough. Built first gets the knock on to Bellamoth. Daytrade, they wanted that position, but there's nowhere to go.
Tanadol, this is tough. There's a little bit of a dip here, but it's definitely not ideal. Looks like he's just going to use one of these bushes to try to keep himself obscured, but he is the last member alive for Daytrade. Yeah, he's center circle, but he is out in the open, and here come the grenades. They're right on top of him. He's done. He's dusted.
That is all you can do. Just pray, cling to life, even sends the vehicle to the afterlife with you. 4 Angry Men, they need to cut in, and they've got their eyes set on BB's positioning, but Spyro stops them in their tracks.
These are phenomenal grenades from BB team. Petrichor Road could get involved. They've got some angles. Summer with the mini. Trying to light them up, not really connecting. There we go. Now we're seeing some of that green blood pop out of 4AM's bodies as Aches Left is going for the flank.
Oh man, this guy is feeling it, creeping up right back behind 4 Angry Men. He knows he can get into a good backstab position. BB's just got to hold the line for long enough for him to get there. Slow, steadily getting into that point. He now knows pretty well who's probably going to be in front of him. Is he going to go for the push? Couple of different side angles can go, but T1 back behind BB is going to make this really problematic. Ian drops it right on top of Spyro and Bill first.
Yeah, now Akelef can spring to life. He's got 4 frags ready and loaded. The first one going to be coming through. Summer finds the knock. The grenade from Akelef cleans up one. The explosion takes down 4AM.
Petrichor Road, it's time to continue your run. You have to deal with BB as well as T1 in order to get there. T1, though, did spot out the last member for 17 Gaming. Going to go ahead and flush that one out. Meanwhile, up into the north, we do have 17 Gaming. Not 17 Gaming, I'm sorry. FaZe caught up with Luna Galaxy. TSM has stretched out and also taken some side shots into it.
That grenade gets rid of the hay bale. It's Petrichor Road trying to save Aches Left. T1 doing something. Yep, there we go. It is going to be the end of BB team. T1's going to have to go for a res. Meanwhile, down in the bottom right-hand corner, you have FaZe squaring up with a couple different teams. Luna, TSM, all involved over here on this northern edge. Luna and FaZe trying to fight as they come down the side of the mountain. TSM, though, harassing them.
Yeah, I mean, VP and Freaks are both going to have vision on whatever Luna and FaZe try to do. So hopping in vehicles, it's a wing, a prayer, and just trying to send it up as a Kraken, seeing if maybe he can get a knock, maybe get some kills before they have to run into the absolute death trap. But EF Drops some nades on top of Twisted Minds, and now Example off by himself. Batulin's not even inside the circle just yet. The two of them up. Example trying to see if maybe he can eye a path to see if he can get over to his friends, get a res.
It's going to be tricky. Let's see if the Freaks want to do anything about this. For now, I don't see them leaving their compound. So these reses actually could come through. They're getting some help from T1. EF getting cut down by them from afar. Batulin's using this opportunity while there's some chaos going on around him to try to maneuver in, to try to regroup with the rest of Twisted Minds.
Heaven just clinging to life over here. He's got not too much that he can do. Fex is already waiting for him. Correxy also trying to regroup. So at least getting away from TSM for the time being, but TSM is making a foot push over here and they want it. Actually, Nixie's going to be doing the same. Heaven tries to make something happen, but Haven is going to go down. That means the fact that Fex has to be careful. Corexy down right there puts him in a very vulnerable position. TSM is continuing their push. Meanwhile, EF having to contend up against this frontal approach has to deal now with a reverse backstab coming in from T1.
Here we go. TSM knows they have FaZe on the ropes and wants to finish the job. Push is coming through. They're trying to flank out. They took some damage along the way. Fex trying to spray him down. Not going to happen. Corexy, though, somehow gets two. What in the world just happened there? Unbelievable. I mean, FaZe is going to go out, but man, oh man, Corexy puts him hurt.
Okay, it's going to be the Freaks now stepping down into Twisted's positioning. Perfectic's already going to be down. Heaven spots one. Guman spots another. The Freaks in control of this point, to say the least. EF, though, stopped off, can't get too involved, still has to deal with 2-1 back behind him. Falco's trying to gatekeep it out, but Guman just doing a good job on making sure that nobody from Twisted can pop up. You can see the Freaks don't want to maneuver down into that valley. They know it's risky. Example still up. Snake in the grass, wants to pick up at least one, goes for the spray, does get that one, but he is also going to go down.
Oh, that's brutal for being just not ready for a player to be there. T1 trying to knock out Quetpa. Can't do so. Heaven now getting involved. Gets the knock on to Raining. Him and Zenith are out. Zenith cleaned up. Ruren trying to be scooped up by Gumin. EN there providing what cover fire he can. Here come the Falcons as well.
I mean, they realize that they can counterflank into this one, and they find some opportunities. Type has to just drop down. He's the last one up. TSM is eliminated up in the north, as that was a quick shift coming up from Petrichor Road. So Type just hunkering down, trying to survive. Quetpa in a similar situation. The Freaks don't want to overstep, but let's not forget that we also have Sosed for Na'Vi over here. Type creeping slowly over next to Raining, see if maybe he can get a res. Doesn't feel safe about it, but it's going to be the Freaks continuing to walk down.
5 kills for Gumin in this game.
Okay.
Huge day for the Freaks overall. 61 points already. Still could potentially scoop up some more. Salute has a P90. He knows Type is somewhere out there just spraying, but I think that hill blocking in enough Kepa right underneath the Freaks' noses. Do they know?
If they go after those T1 kills, he could pop up and be the deadliest Jack-in-the-Box on the face of the earth for the Freaks. They don't, you can see though, it's so scary to go down there. They do not want to shift into the valley. Falcons still kind of counter-maneuvering around them. Snakers can't get too much of a bead in. So we've got Petrichor Road up into the north. It's going to be the Freaks over into the east. VP with a strong control point to be playing from, the only compound that's still inside the circle. So said with nowhere to go, he's just going to be kind of gate kept out over there. I mean, he's going to try to step in, but Axleft's got vision, and look at the high ground. What do you do? Rillo's going to be the one that picks it up.
Now already 413 damage in this game for Axleft, and we still have 14 other players in the lobby with him. Of course, 3 on his own team, but Type, Groza, Mark 12 is the weaponry that he will be fielding here into this late game stage, but the Falcons have done a tremendous job locking down their spot since that early rotation they had to make after losing Flood so early in Pachinki.
Okay, so just turns back into the waiting game. Type the odd man out, to say the least. There's multiple squads still alive, and just poor old Type. But do not count out that man. He can make some big plays. Luke Rux gets some vision onto Chewy. Does get the knock onto him. Looks like he's going to instantly shift over, try to get the flush. Freaks hear this, and they're now shifting up and can backstab onto Petrichor Road.
Petrichor Road is wrapping to try to take the fight against VP, who stretched out of their compound to try to find points. A nice idea from Virtus Pro. Really love to see that. Type just going to chill. That grenade going to go way too far. Snakers, do you have any more frags there? Try to take out this sneaky T1 player. We're down to 5 teams. Salute with that P90 now strikes.
Oh! That is big damage. A knock coming up for Salute. Can we see Akesleft get the counter? Human playing down below this one. 5 kills. A massive game for him already, but he's going to be stepping up against Akesleft, who just clutched up an amazing game, but Salute spots him out. Petrichor Road, nowhere to go, and it's going to be the Freaks now starting to get more control over this high ground.
Only 23 bullets left in that P90 for Salute, so he doesn't have too much left to go there. Looks like they might be trying to go for this res. They're going to get it onto Ming. Summer watching the hillside, but KDF has a lot of time. They've got the edge of the circle. They don't have to overextend. The hold here from Ming, can't do it. Yumi's got him.
Meanwhile, Type still clinging to life, takes some damage off the nade, can't make it into the safe zone, so he's going to go down. Petrichor Road is eliminated as well, so here we are. VP with 4, Falcons with 3, and Freaks with 3.
Freaks could really extend their lead in this game if they can somehow find a way to get the win. The problem is Virtus Pro's compound very much still in this circle. The 2 red houses going to be underneath the Freaks' vision, and they're just going to be able to wait it out on top of the hill for now, though. They don't have to really try to crash that compound or anything. Instead, they're trying to fan out, trying to gain a little bit of extra space. Falcons do have some sight lines on it. I see some shots ringing out in their direction.
Rello sees the crate, slow crawling over to it. I need late game. Gimme. Meanwhile, Freaks have one of their own that's going to be landing right next to them. So Salute has got some vision on the Snakers and going to be hitting some of those shots.
That's another P90. I swear to God.
Oh my God. What did we see Rello walk away with? I didn't see it pop over.
I don't know what. Well, he got the Famous.
Okay.
Oh, it's a Groza. Okay, well, that's pretty good too.
Okay, so Falcons have control south of the road. The issue is we're at phase number 7, and this is going to be kind of complicated if they have to cross over. The firing lines for the Freaks and VP are beaded in on them. Beamy is playing the wall, just the cleft, coming down off of the Freaks' positioning, so they have to be very heady about how they're trying to navigate around that point. They can't shift over more to the east because that's going to be where Roth and Snakers are going to be playing from.
In terms of the util game, it's relatively even between the Falcons and VP. KDF lacking on some of the throwable explosives, only 1 frag to speak of between the 3 remaining players, but a lot of stuns. VP, though, definitely feeling good. You know, they've got a lot of smokes, they've got mollies, they've got frags, they've got stuns. They've got a lot of opportunity to make this endgame fight a living nightmare. The Freaks are going to have to start using smokes already, even to just try and get down this hill. You can see there just isn't much for them to work with. They do have this coop up here, could use that to try to make a move, so there is some opportunity for them to flex out. Just depends on the timing, and VP, that's the real concern. They've got that edge of that compound that's going to be in this next circle, so it's going to be really tricky to get past their sight lines.
And once they maneuver down here, the Beamy is just going to absolutely beam into them. Now 2 members. Evie has also come over to support. Freaks doing the shots over onto the Falcons. That's going to be a big knock. Now that means that we have to see a committal come in on res, or do they just abandon? They know the fact that they can maybe get him. Blue Zone's going to be coming in. They want to make sure that they have their members up, but that means that Falcons have to surrender over a lot of their vision and their sight lines. Rello also getting spotted out, so that means that they're having to play from the back foot, and he's going to go down as well. Too many firing lines onto the Falcons, and there is just nowhere to go.
And now you can see Beamy trying to go uphill. That grenade was so close to heaven. Heaven there. Happy Feet gets out of the way. Salute trying to play gatekeeper a little bit. Sees the Bees get in a vehicle. Gets beamed down by Nixie.
Nixie with a massive knock. Virtus Pro, are you going to make the push up that hill? It is so hazardous. You can see Freaks just trying to see if they can get away. Picking him up, running. Nade's going to be rolling down. How close is it going to go? Narrowly getting away. Vehicles exploding back behind, but you've got to commit into this res if you want it. You don't have a lot of time.
Well, this is allowing the Falcons to get through with their reses on the other side of the map. I think they're going to get all 3 back up. Yeah, Rello's there. Snakers holding. Snakers bringing him back to life. So Roth playing guard while the Freaks and Virtus Pro kind of duke it out over this hillside.
Right, hopping in vehicles. Looks like they're aiming to try to get some cover, hoping the distraction between those 2 squads is going to be enough. Sending it around, they have a rock that they're going to be playing from. Good shift in, but it looks like the Freaks are going to be coming down roughly at the same time. Human's going to be rolling up, goes for a tree off on the side of it. Salute lines up, knows exactly where Roth is, going to try to drop a nade right on top of him. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro still right underneath of the Freaks. The grenade does not connect. We have not had anybody go down yet. It's still a 4v3v3, and finally Rello goes down, but it's to the blue zone.
A blue zone grenade out there right by Snakers as well. Salute trying to make his move down the hill. That Groza trying to open up some more space as VP wraps in from behind on the Freaks. You've got Ibiza on the front line over the hill here. Salute gonna let loose with some stuns first, and then they're gonna make their move. But Roth doesn't having any of it. Salute, though, in response, takes him down.
There's just no cover except for the hillside itself. Freaks know the VP are coming up back behind him. Nixie is gonna go down. Heaven does do a good job. But Salute turns it back around yet again. Takes a lot of damage for it. But can we see the Freaks cling to life over here? Now VP has to maneuver down. It's gonna be the Falcons holding the line. It's a 1v1v2.
How did the Freaks get away with this? Beanie underneath the purview of Salute. Hasn't gotten knocked just yet. Salute has to wrap. Heaven is down. It is a 1v1v1.
Oh, but backs up against the blue zone. Snakers is gonna have to move. It's gonna go over to Salute. 1v1 yet again. Beanie on one side of it, and it's gonna be Salute on the other. No meds for Salute, nowhere to go. It's gonna be Beanie that picks it up.
Still, it is a huge day for VP, for the Kwangdong Freaks at the top of the leaderboard. Tremendous performances across the board.
Oh my, what are these games today? Woo! PGC, I love you.
Oh man, that was such an exciting finish. I mean, each team trying to counter move each other, trying to counter time each other, and everybody losing players along the way because they know if you overcommit one direction or another, you might just get third instead of second or first. So it was such an intense battle.
I mean, there is so much to break down and how that they had to maneuver through, most notably the Freaks. I thought that VP was going to shut them down so much faster, but they found ways to pick up a couple of points. Falcons managing to make it in the later stage. Such a big game for them as well.
Yeah, no, Falcons really needed that morale boost at the end of the day, and I thought they played that about as well as they could. Again, losing players early to the Rats and Pachinki of Day Trade. They come through, make a maneuver into the middle, lock it down, knock out 17, do a great job with all of that. But we're going to throw it over to the desk for the rest of the day.
Well, Virtus.pro is sure glad that FaZe took that PGS spot because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Virtus.pro to solidify themselves at the potential top of the World Championship. What a win. Down to a 1v1v1. They're able to take out Salute at the very end. Joining me, Toppers, as well as Avenger, to talk about this one. Avenger, it's another EMEA win. Virtus.pro, given the lease of a lifetime, as I say, to be able to play here for the grand final.
Yeah, and obviously this compound is great, right? But they played that to perfection. Putting pressure on KDF at the right time, putting pressure on Falcons at the right time, spreading out, getting Luka Rooks to get out and take an off angle and put pressure on Petrica Road. Like, it was just so well executed here for VP towards that late game.
I mean, I'll be honest though, I think that for a minute there, it felt like it was getting away from them. KDF looked really good on that sweep down on the Falcons. I think basically Snakers able to just hold that position and survive for so long using a car, a rock, and an deployable cover slowed down KDF enough that VP was able to capitalize.
And the craziest thing was they did strike at a really good timing, but once they did, both Falcons and KDF turned on them, and that cost them dearly. It was close, but the Beamy clutch towards the end. We've seen it so many times here throughout the circuits. Beamy getting a lot of kills, Beamy getting the points needed when there was needed the most, both salvaging, but here towards the late game,
He's
perfectly executed.
He's had a brilliant day, and what a redemption arc, right?
Yeah.
In EMEA, obviously, you know, moving from roster to roster, obviously people citing maybe like attitude and things like that, but what a recovery. And clearly what has happened is a positive mindset alongside this phenomenal roster to be able to move towards this, the potential to challenge for a world championship status.
I mean, I think they're I don't know if they're going to finish in first place because KDF also got that second.
But yeah, they've got a lot of points, yeah.
Right. But that said, this was not on my bingo card to see them in contesting for first place at the end of day one.
No.
It's been very impressive to see, and it comes on the back of, like you said, yes, that compound is a good compound, and they got the circle. That's great for them, but they played out of it so well. It's been exciting to watch.
And as we say so often, right? Even if you get the circle, you need to convert. You need to maximize, and they maximized points. They got so much out of this game here. They put so much pressure on all the other teams, and yeah, what a fantastic way to end things here. And for those 2 kills, for the kills towards the end, Beamy, it's actually going to put him on 14 kills for the day, tying first with Salute for most kills today. Very impressed with how he's been able to play.
I can't help but feel on the other side for Kwangdong Freaks though, and like not only is Kwangdong Freaks playing probably carefree PUBG, but it feels like Salute is playing carefree PUBG.
Oh yeah,
and he is just rocking it.
I'm pretty sure I saw him hit that 1,000 mark as he went down, right? So like, not only is he he's like, I may die, but I'm taking 1,000 damage with me.
Well, it's time to head over to the stage here as we have our interviews ready to go with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage with Beamy from Virtus Pro. Congratulations, that was an amazing day. We saw some great performance from you. And you know, Scoom actually told me that I was actually going to be able to see some real Virtus Pro action, and he was absolutely right. How was your day? Tell me all about it.
Yeah, I mean, after the circuit, we realized that we don't have to worry that much about getting top 12 every day. So we were just focusing on our own gameplay, like we practiced before we got here. And so far it seems to work out, so the day has been great.
I mean, we heard your name throughout the entire day, so that is really paying off. And PGC 2021, we got to see a lot of the Bolt Man action, so will you be running some Bolt action back for a throwback?
I mean, I'll never say never, but if I get the loot I want, I probably won't run it, but we'll see.
We'll see, all right. More to look forward to for the rest of the days. And finally, you know, we never got to hear from you before, so why don't we give a fan shout-out moment?
Yeah. Thanks for everyone that has been supporting us throughout the journey. We've been seeing through the pick-ins that we have a lot of supporters, and we really appreciate it, and it means a lot to us.
That was great from you, Mimi. Best of luck to you for the rest of the tournament. And all right, off you go. You had such a long day, popping off the entire time. And our second interview, coming in number 1 of the leaderboard, I'll be joined by Kwangdong Freaks Kyumin. 안녕하세요. Wow. Today's game from KDF was just wild. They popped off, coming in top 4 for majority of the games. So I want to ask him what's the take of his day. 광동 프릭스의 규민 선수 만나보겠습니다. 오늘 정말 어떻게 이렇게 말로 표현을 할 수 없을 만큼 너무 자랑스러운 플레이를 보여주셨는데 1위로 마무리한 소감부터 한마디 해주세요.
일단 좋은 경기력으로 1위로 마무리하긴 했지만 아쉽게 치킨을 놓친 매치들이 많아서 그런 매치들이 아직 좀 기억에 남는 것 같고요. 자만하지 말고 앞으로 아직 12매치나 더 남았으니까 끝까지 집중해야 될 것 같습니다.
I'm happy that we finished first, but I keep thinking about the matches that we were so close to getting the chickens. So I think it's best to keep playing humble and try to maintain our lock-in mode so that we'll get more. We'll succeed throughout the remaining 12 matches. And I want to ask Kyumin, as the IGL, that build-up on Rondo was perfect. So I want to ask, you know, just sliding out there by yourself was a huge risk move, but I want to hear more about how his approach of the game was. 오늘 론도 빌드업이 정말 완벽했다고 생각을 하는데 규민 선수의 오더가 정말 빛을 본 순간이었던 것 같아요. 좀 어떤 마음으로 그렇게 경기를 풀어갔는지 한번 들어보고 싶어요.
일단 그쪽 그 풍차 라인 쪽 서클이 떴을 때 저랑 저희 팀이 개인적으로 많이 연구한 라인이었어요. 그래서 그쪽 서클 떴을 때 어떻게 풀어야 되는지 저희 모두 이해하고 있었고 어떻게 게임해야 되는지 말을 안 해도 팀원들이 다 이해하고 있었기 때문에 좋은 결과가 나왔던 것 같아요.
That windmill spot is the spot that our team was really focused on playing, and because we know each other and we almost connect on a telepathic level, I think we just worked out really well, and I think they just knew what I wanted to play the game out. And you know, I think it's best to give a shout out to the fans in Korea watching at this late hour, right? 오늘 팬분들 늦게까지 이렇게 함께 이렇게 보고 계실 텐데 먼저 한마디 좀 해주세요.
일단 저희 팬분들이 일단 올해 국제전 저희 팀의 성적이 좀 아쉬워서 많이 조금 기대도 안 하셨을 수도 있는데 저희는 충분히 언제든지 잘할 수 있다는 자신감 가지고 있고 앞으로 이틀 차도 지금처럼 꼭 잘 마무리해서 트로피 한국에 가져가는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
I think our fans were a little bit disappointed from our recent global performances, but you know, we're confident in how we play, so please send us all your love so that we can take the trophy back to Korea. Congratulations, Gyumin, that was wonderful. Best of luck to you for the remaining 2 days. 너무 감사합니다. 축하드립니다. And that is all. 가지 마세요. That is all from us on the stage, but we know everyone here stay for the raffle event, and we're gonna go back to the desk to find out about the last match. Bye.
Great insights from the players here to get everything closed up for the day. Day number 1 of our PGC Grand Final. Whew, this has been soaring. This has been some crazy, crazy games down to the wire at the very last moment as well. And it's really good to hear from Beamy as a fellow Dane. I'm sure you're very, very proud and very pleased, Mr. Event.
Yeah, I'm fond of him. You know, in this situation here where they've been able to really differentiate how they're approaching the game and how they're playing the game in the Grand Finals and, and putting themselves into a fantastic position. And again, for this, if you're able to have 50+ points in a day, it's a huge success for them, right? And they have, I think it's up there. Going into tomorrow, like, I just want to see more of the same what they've been able to do and kind of minimize some of the mistakes. But then again, you are going up against a team like Freaks that has won a game and gotten 3 second places.
This is a problem.
They're going to go back and say, hey guys, how are we going to win 4 games in a day? Because it was so close today with 3 second places.
Kwangdong Freaks at number 1 looking phenomenal, looking amazing. And then you've got T1 as well, looking extremely, extremely terrifying towards the top. Let's take a look at the numbers from this previous game, of course, as Virtus Pro does get the win with the 9 kills. Kwangdong Freaks with 11, looking terrifying. An important game with Falcons as well here, Toffees, to be able to get themselves towards that 3rd place and even get the recovery off whilst all the chaos was going up in the north.
At the end of the day, the best thing for the Falcons is that they had a good last game. Like after the way that today has gone, especially with the fact that I think we were talking in the green room, like Luke has not played a lot. Not Luke. Flood has not played very much in this today at all because he's getting picked off so
Full
early.
squad time, 8 minutes in that game.
Exactly. So I do think at the end of the day, though, the fact that they got some points salvaged up and they can make some plays is going to get them a little bit of a better mental space going into tomorrow, but they're going to need a huge day to catch back up.
Let's take a look at the numbers here then as Beamy number 1
150
on the board.
damage
That's
with 4 kills.
That's a little surprising. I wonder if the damage offset will make Nixie's number 1.
So, Salute knocked Roth. Roth was calling to the Rock to get to Snakers. Beamy flushed that. Hey, what is the man of the match? It's going to be Nixie here for this one.
The damage outweighed it in the end.
It did.
That's not too much of a surprise considering how important that damage is really. So Nixie, very well done for him to take this man of the match. It's kind of funny though.
It is. But again, like Beamy he finds unique ways to continue to show up in the leadership feed and get those kills. Big team summary though is KDF for me. These guys were absolutely crazy today. I don't know how you catch up to them. In that interview, you heard like the humility of Human in the interview. The fact that he says our number 1 focus is staying, as his quote, locked in, right? Like they are so hyper-focused. And you know, I love that question she asked about that Rondo game with the flex out. And I got to remind you guys, this isn't the first time that we've seen that. We go back to that Alamo clutch against New Happy. They used the exact same strategy to lock out that left side position. These guys came with a plan. He knows systems that work, and they're utilizing them at the right times. But that's why it's so clean, because they perfected these movements.
Yeah, here, of course, the match leaderboard for this last game. 5 teams on double digits. Really been the story of the same teams, except for Falcons obviously having a great game here. But still, these teams have been able to perform so well. It's really establishing our top 4. It's kind of a foundation to be on.
Well, one thing's for sure, as we take a look at the total leaderboard, the doors have been blowed wide open on who can take this, because we is early days yet. Day 1 down. Kwangdong Freaks currently in number 1 with a bit of a buffer zone. However, from there down, It is close across the board. With 2 days remaining, 12 games remaining, Poppies, anybody could still take this.
I mean, it's still wide open for everyone except the fact that the Kwangdong Freaks are so strong, and it's one of those situations.
They look scary.
How do you beat them? And you say maybe while they're sleeping, because I don't know how you beat them when it's 4 guys up with guns in their hands. Because even then, we saw P90s get swapped for Crozes. Like, these guys always seem to have the place, find the spot where the circle's going, and play it excellent.
Only 18 points from 15th place up to
That's
4, right?
true.
For all our mid-pack, it's still close, and it's still doable, and we're talking tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars for everything to play for no spot. For the top 4, the top 5 right now, the focus is how do we stop Freaks? How do we just close that down? It's very impressed that also with T1, same amount of kills that Kwangdong Freaks has, but Freaks has just been a different level in terms of the placement points. 3 second places, a first place, a 4th. For VP, 3 times, half of the games today, they're in double digits. The other games, they actually are above 5 points. They only had 1 bad game, which was a 0-pointer, but that's why they're up there today.
By the same token, let's take a look at T1. Only 8 placement points, the same kill counts as Kwangdong Freaks. That means, yes, if that means that they come out tomorrow with what we think is a better system and they put up those placement points, they're going to be unstoppable.
Now let's take a look at the matches for tomorrow. We will start on Erangel for tomorrow and then end up on the Dusty Dunes at the very end here. So just a reversal for our map order as a whole, and another excellent 6 games to be able to watch and see if all of these teams are going to be able to rack up the points. As you say, it's going to be difficult to try and stop the Kwangdong Freaks if they're feeling this way. The fact that Cumin in his interview says we almost have a telepathic link does cause problems. I mean, when you get the reps in with your team, when you get your reps in with your players, a lot of players begin to understand how everybody's going to be moving around without even the voice comms. But yeah, it's scary when they keep looking like this, especially in the circuit too.
I mean, if they are indeed telepathic and he's confident enough to sort of make that, you know, obviously they're not, but to say like that out loud is actually really impressive.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe they are. Maybe that's their secret.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well. And thank you to our partners joining us here for the PGC Grand Finals, as well as all the circuit that was going on. Our main esports partner for PUBG Esports is, of course, OP.GG. You can overpower your game if you head on to OP.GG. Next up, we have the Tropicana Gardens Mall as well that we are currently residing in. Everything, the beautiful stage, the beautiful desk, the beautiful commentators that were over there, they're all here as well. So thank you very much to the Tropicana Gardens Mall for providing us the venue. We also have TT Racing, our official furniture partner for PGC, and they're providing us all the chairs, all the desks for all of these players to be comfortable as they glide through the Grand Finals, or not, depending on how many points they're able to garner throughout these days. And finally, we have our official hand warmers sponsor and partner in Akupa, which is apparently magnetized to...
Strong enough to go through your suit jacket.
The magnets are strong,
to be honest.
Yeah, they're pretty good. But they're keeping all the players' hands warm so they can be fresh and good into the games as well. I'm going to be using them to shovel snow in Poland. I'm very excited for that. And you guys at home as well can scan the QR code down here and get yourself potentially a Neo Media icon light as well, so have that on your desk, because we love PUBG and it's nice little ornament to have as time goes on. That does it for day number 1. Martin, it's been awesome.
Yeah, what a fantastic day to start things with, right? And again, a resurgence of a team that we had like high hopes for, but they set the expectations level on a completely different one, and they made it. You know, 3 wins in a day for them multiple times, and here almost 4 wins with 3 second places. And I know that's exactly where they're going to be going back to kind of improve. But if they can replicate this again tomorrow or even on the final day, they're going to be our champions once we have played 18 games.
Final thoughts, Toffees?
I just want to say what Martin said and add to that, you know, I need the Americas to step up tomorrow and get back into this thing.
Well, we'll see if that does happen. I'd love to see it, because we've got a lot of regions already repping up at the top. And maybe TSM, Falcons, and Luna Galaxy can do so as well. Bye-bye for day number 1 of the PGC Grand Finals. It's been fantastic. Tomorrow we are back same time, same place for matches 7 through 12. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
Nerede?